have grown this universe into something truly unique and beautiful. Every single day we see
purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Armas de man, chacha.
are competing in this weekend's Overwatch.
Purchase your tracks today.
That is insane! He's still tracking like a madman! It's a 5-man rampage! Oh, what?
They've tasted victory. They've overcome defeat, and all along, the hopes of their fans have lifted them up.
Absolutely beautiful!
And now, at long last, the Overwatch World Cup Finals are here. And for the first time in 4 years, we're all together once more, back to where it all began. Each team can see their name on the championship trophy. The community has rallied behind them, and the wait is finally over.
I miss you dearly!
The Overwatch World Cup Finals.
¿Ya estamos o no? ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan? Ahora sí creo. Voy a bajarle esto.
Please welcome Overwatch Esports host, Zoe Schmidt.
Listo.
Denle la bienvenida a Zoe Smith, que es que es fantástico ver estas memorias en la pantalla. Tenemos que hacer más. Hola, Blizzcon. Es maravilloso estar aquí después de 4 años. Y cuando vimos la copia mundial de Overwatch.
Es el Blizzard Latam, alguien lo está doblando.
Un tributo a la comunidad maravillosa de Overwatch. Esta vez vamos a celebrar equipos y jugadores de todo el mundo, cada uno con su forma personal.
Overwatch va a ser lo primero, parece.
De sus
Acá está el programa, ¿ya?
Estilos de juegos. Veo
Wow,
grandes
Overwatch.
nombres conocidos y que toman de las líneas.
Si ven, empezó hace poco nada más.
Super
Ahí,
y fearless.
hace 5 minutos
Por
nada más
aquí
empezó.
están. Y también tenemos estos nuevos jugadores que entran a la escena y que
Y han
vienen al
arrancado con
escenario.
Overwatch.
Este es un evento
Dije.
especial para una comunidad especial y estoy muy orgulloso de ser parte de esto. Yo sé que aquí ustedes en Anaheim y todos los que nos ven se unen de todas partes del mundo, como pueden ver. Así son nuestros jugadores, entre de ellos un campeón mundial, el equipo de Corea del Sur, y el único equipo que ha podido detener su reino, y es el de los Estados Unidos de América.
You say.
Pero no va a ser fácil. Si ven el grupo, si ven el primer juego, ya fue una competencia fuerte para el equipo de Estados Unidos. Uno de los campeones va a ser victorioso, o si otros de los más van a tener su título. Asegúrense a unirse. No solamente van a tener juegos fantásticos, sino también durante el fin de semana van a haber grandes juegos. Y tenemos muchas cosas en el horizonte y muchas cosas para jugar. Tenemos $500,000 en línea y que fueron juntados por todos ustedes y sus fanáticos maravillosos. Ahora, por supuesto, el ganador se va a ir con la gran ganancia, pero cada uno de los 43 juegos, 43 equipos van a ganar. Esto es sin precedente. Y en esports no sería posible sin todos ustedes. De nuevo, muchas gracias a todos ustedes.
Ya, ese es para, creo que, el campeonato de
Mañana en la noche
del Overwatch.
vamos a coronar a los campeones de la Copa Mundial de Overwatch 2023.
De Overwatch no sé
Y
mucho.
podrán ver los juegos en vivos, tanto en stream o en vivo. Yo voy a estar ahora, y ahora por favor regresen a Aaron, que tienen más cosas que decir en cuanto a los juegos.
Thank you, Zoe.
Gracias, Zoe. Mauga es maravilloso. Y los juegos de la Copa Mundial todo el fin de semana serán muy divertidos. Pero Overwatch también tiene otra cosa que está haciendo. Esta semana empezamos a lanzar un modo de juego de tiempo limitado. Y las habilidades especiales son parte de colaboración con
verdad.
Seraphim, que es uno de los grandes grupos de K-pop. Todo el mundo puede entrar al juego y ver el nuevo video para lo que se llama Perfect Night, Noche Perfecto. Y en honor de esto, los Seraphim van a tomar el escenario y van a tener una actuación en la arena en la comunidad a las 6 p.m. de hora del Pacífico. Vean lo que hemos trabajado con One Punch Man y nos proporcionan tanto y a ustedes, el equipo de desarrollo y a los jugadores, uno de los universos más favoritos de artistas en un estilo especial de Overwatch. Y el año que entra tendremos más para estar observando y jugar con ellos. Lamentablemente o tristemente no podemos decirles de qué se trata el futuro, pero quizás hay otras cosas en 2024 que pudiera darles una idea de lo que vamos a hacer. El equipo de Overwatch nunca ha tenido una visión tan clara cuando se trata del post-over. De la información que recibimos de ustedes, el feedback, sabemos qué quieren. ¿Quién quiere ver alguna de las cosas en las que estamos trabajando para el año próximo? Estamos creando una forma nueva de juego de central de P versus Play, jugador contra jugador, que se llama Clash. Aquí los equipos luchan uno a otro empujándose al territorio enemigo o defender el propio. Una vez que consigue 5 puntos o llegan a una calificación máxima manda. Nuestro mapa de Clash es un tributo a la ubicación que mostramos en la primer Blizzcon de Overwatch y es uno de mis favoritos personales. Creemos que las flores de cerezo son un signo de renacimiento y rejuvenecimiento. En 24, el renacimiento de uno de nuestros mapas de Overwatch es lo que vamos a usar. Dentro del Mode Clash estamos recordando al clan Shimada con un mapa de Hanamura que se llama Hanaoka. Adicionalmente, es trabajando en mejorar los sistemas.
Lo doblo en español.
Overwatch es un juego muy competitivo y a principios del 24 vamos a trabajar en una nueva versión con nuestro sistema competitivo con todos los premios de nuevos competitivos. Y con seasons o estaciones, una de las metas del equipo van a crearse cosas maravillosas que nos gustan. El año que entra van a experimentar Eldritch Horror, mitología egipcia, brujas e inclusive el universo de espejo en que los héroes se vuelven villanos y los villanos héroes. Y por supuesto, Overwatch no es nada sin sus héroes. Mawa es el héroe 39 de Overwatch en 2024 y vamos a lanzar en 24 3 más y les vamos a dar nuevo Damage Hero Venture viene en la estación 10 y un soporte que actualmente Space Ranger.
¿Cómo lo están viendo en Francia? A ver.
Encore. Et enfin, pour la première fois, lors du Blizzcon, non seulement est-ce qu'il y aura notre prochain héros jouable dans le hall Overwatch ici à Anaheim, mais tous ceux qui sont à la maison peuvent jouer à Mauga
más rápida de Space Ranger y mucho más. Y finalmente, por primera vez durante BlizzCon, no solamente es nuestro
sí, lo está traduciendo en tiempo real, se ve raro.
En Anaheim, pero todos en casa.
El de Latinoamérica con el de español están que lo comparten.
Y entonces,
lo acabo de ver.
Es
el mismo, mira.
Ya sé que lo quieren ustedes tanto como nosotros. Gracias. Nos vemos en el juego.
Creo que aquí está en inglés completamente.
Oh.
Oh, we took that at 100. Let's
Ahí
go,
está.
baby. High priest, steal the high priest. Yes, yes.
Dude, I am shaking so hard.
Lo malo es que no entiendo mucho inglés. Lo básico al menos.
Oh, I'm pumped for Diablo 4. I think it's gonna be the best.
What if you guys play it right now?
Hell yeah, really?
Yeah.
I will cry. That would be amazing.
This is awesome.
Oh my god.
¿Esto es Diablo ya?
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Ah, esto es Diablo.
Go!
Run!
We really are doubling down on this idea that you can look the way you want, you can play the way you want, you can really make your own fantasy in this game.
She looks like me.
You look like me. Qué buena. Con los subtítulos lo voy a entender un poco más.
Oh my god, the butcher.
Boy! Instantly died.
They revived me.
Ahí está. Y ahora sí creo que se ve bien.
There are literally like goosebumps.
Go down a bit more, go down a bit more, go down a bit more. You got her. Yes, let's go.
Will you fight the darkness?
Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Hail Lilith, Blessed Mother.
You can pet the dogs, by the way.
Diablo.
Please welcome the General Manager of Diablo, Rod Ferguson.
Ah, ya, Ferguson. No sé por qué ese nombre me da risa. Creo que es por...
How's everybody doing? Having fun?
Me he hecho acordar de un show más. Barba frondosa.
Feels amazing. So glad you're here. And I'm so happy the people at home are here as well. You know, watching that was such a great reminder of what a fantastic community we have and what an exciting year it's been. Now, you might have missed it, but in there was a clip of a blind gamer, Tylenif, defeating our hardest boss, Uber Lilith. Now, we strive to make Diablo as approachable and as accessible as possible, and watching clips like that make me and the team extremely proud. And of course, I love the tattoos. You know, I still can't believe over 1,000 people got permanent Diablo tattoos at our Hell's Inc. events, including me. And so, you know, Necromancer...
Ah, ya tiene un delay el subtítulo, pero lo están haciendo bien. Este es su tatuaje de Diablo.
So, you know, we talk a lot about the last BlizzCon 4 years ago, and back then, you know, the Diablo community was hungry for even more experiences in that dark, gothic place caught between the high heavens and the burning hells, a little place we call Sanctuary. And in that time, I've been very fortunate to work with some of the best developers in the industry, people who love Diablo as much as the rest of us. And it was their passion and dedication to this universe that released a great new Diablo game every year for the last 3 years. Diablo 2 Resurrected brought the return of the classic that helped define the genre. Remastered. I love Diablo 2. So it was remastered for a new generation now for PC and console. And Diablo Immortal brought Sanctuary to mobile for the first time, bringing millions of new players into
La primera vez que jugaron Diablo en el móvil fue con Diablo Immortal, es lo que entendí.
In fact, you might not know this, but 60% of Diablo Immortal players have never played a Diablo game before. So we really welcome them to our universe. And then, of course, there's Diablo 4. Now,
claro, Diablo 4. Parece que les ha gustado Diablo 4.
It was that kind of excitement that made it the biggest launch in Blizzard's history. And it means so much to the team to see how you've embraced it. You know, we've played over 1.5 billion hours together so far, and it's your love for the game that drives us. Thanks to you, we've made a lot of changes over the last 5 months. In fact, our patch notes for Season of Blood, our second season, were over 14,000 words long, because that is how much our community has influenced and will continue to influence the evolution of Sanctuary.
¿Qué deberían pasar para Diablo? ¿Una extensión o algo más? Porque tampoco conozco mucho de Diablo.
Time to pick your class, build your character, join Phil Spencer and see what the hell it's all about. And with that, I'd like to introduce Diablo 4's 2 production directors. They help lead the teams who are building everything we do today and everything moving forward. Please welcome Tiffany Watt and Chris Wilson.
Ya. Estoy presentando a Tiffany y Chris Wilson. ¿Quiénes son ellos? Ah, ya. Productor, director. Ah, directores de producción. Ah.
Hey, Blizzcon. The last time I was on stage, I was helping to announce Diablo 4.
Yeah.
To be here today with all of you is so awesome.
The launch was incredible. We're really excited to be here today to share what's coming next. But first, let's highlight some of the player feedback that's in Season of Blood today. So many of you wanted more in-game activities. So we've given you a couple this season. One now and another coming early next month.
Según el cronograma iban a presentar novedades de varios juegos.
Additional boss fights from level 55 to 100. That will also see the return of our kind of gross but farmable and rewarding friend Duriel, who you can go after for Uber Uniques that everybody's been sieging for. And with those new bosses dropping both Uniques and Uber Uniques at a much higher rate, and even dropping some special cosmetics, you're going to want to make your way to level 100 so you can fight them all. So in the Season of Blood, we've rebalanced the endgame, letting you get to level 100 about 40% faster than in Season.
Que es más fácil conseguir el nivel 100, es lo que he entendido. 40% más rápido. En verdad le meten a veces un speech tan largo que la carnecita es algo pequeño.
Of course, all that leveling is about getting that amazing loot. So we've also changed how item power works. We've raised the power cap, and it's now more closely tied to the level of monster you defeat to get it. The more challenging the fight, the better the loot. There's still lots of work to be done with reworking itemization. In fact, it's one of our highest priorities. But this, along with upgrades to some of our unique items, is a great first step. So please keep that feedback coming. Now let's talk about quality of life. Here's a few improvements that came directly from you. All of your renown rewards now carry over season to season and from the Eternal Realm.
Reward.
Additional character slots.
Renovaron qué cosa.
To this season, so you can create even more characters.
Para tener más, van a poder crearse más personajes. Esto debe ser como Moon, que debe tener un límite, ¿no? En el WoW también había un límite y lo incrementaron. Acá también van a hacer lo mismo.
Filtering your stash is now possible, and your stash is now available in every town in Sanctuary.
Santuario.
World bosses appear almost twice as often, so you can die almost twice as often. And we've also freed up some inventory space by making gems a crafting material to make even more room for those Uber Uniques. Those are just a few of the new additions already in the game, but we're not done with Season of Blood yet.
In fact, starting next week, we'll introduce 5 unique class-specific rings that will let you relive some of the fun from Season of the Malignant. That's right, Necromancers. Once again, corpses will automatically do your bidding just by being in your presence. Then on December 5th, we'll also be adding an enchanting preview to the Occultist. So this will allow you to see which affixes are possible before you spend your hard-earned gold. It's just another way to give you even more control over making just the right build for the challenge at hand. Also on December 5th, as promised, we'll have another exciting new in-game activity, a 6-week event called Abattoir of Zir. It's a highly replayable pinnacle experience designed for players who have reached level 100, slain Uber Duriel, and mastered all of the other challenges that Season of Blood has to offer. Those who survive will attain a paragon glyph constructed of the Vampire Lord's very own blood. But beware, Abattoir of Zir starts difficult and only gets harder. And of course, as we near the end of Season of Blood, it'll be holiday time. Not only here, but in Sanctuary as well. Our first ever holiday event, Midwinter Blight, starts on December 12th. 3 weeks, we're going to transform the Fractured Peaks into a winter terror land, and it'll bring a whole new meaning to the word sleigh ride. And be sure to keep your eyes peeled for a mysterious red-cloaked terror.
Nothing is as terrifying as Chris's puns, but I will be sure to check out Midwinter Blight. From there, we are on to Season 3. We can't go into too much detail now, but with the endgame being so important, let's talk about leaderboards. We're creating a whole new type of weekly challenge dungeon called the Gauntlet, where the heroes of Sanctuary can compete for their class ranking against their friends, their clan, or anyone in the world. Watch out, Mike Ibarra. I am coming for you.
Como hermandades.
At the end of each week, the heroes with the highest rank will be added to the Seasonal Hall of Ancients, where their name and build will live on. So, that's a quick look at where we are today. And while the live game is our #1 priority right now, we have a separate Diablo 4 team that's been working hard on our next chapter. So how about a little teaser?
Hay un teaser, ya. Para Diablo 4.
It's super early, but as we look to expand on the story we started in Diablo 4, we're going to take you somewhere even darker, where hatred's influence continues to consume Sanctuary.
Ah, ya.
We have each played a part in what has happened here. You abdicated your choice to this child. And with every step she takes, I grow stronger. There will be no salvation in the light.
Es el hot. Debe ser como recipiente, vasija. Un recipiente, seguro.
Vessel of Hatred is Diablo 4's first expansion.
Ah, ya. Sí, es una expansión entonces.
Its campaign will continue the dark tale that began in Diablo 4 as we learn the fate of the primeval Mephisto and his demonic plans for Sanctuary. To do that, we'll be visiting a region new to Diablo 4 and a fan favorite from Diablo 2. The lush jungles known to outsiders as Torajan, but known by the locals as Nahantu. With this new story set in a mysterious new region comes new ways to play, new evils to vanquish, and, of course, a completely new class never seen before in the Diablo universe. Vessel of Hatred releases late next year, and we cannot wait to share more about it this summer.
Now, before we leave, we want you to know that it's your passion that drives us. Your feedback will continue to help us evolve and improve the Diablo 4 experience for years to come. We couldn't be more excited about our future, and we hope that you are too. Our team has put in a lot of hard work, and we love seeing your love for this game. So please join us tomorrow. We have a special Diablo 4 campfire panel where we'll be sharing more details about the expansion,
para mañana.
dive on some of the upcoming game changes, and we'll also have a special Q&A session to close it out. So enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, and we'll see you in Sanctuary.
Ya han anunciado solamente el adelanto y mañana van a, con el panel dice, van a hablar. ¿Qué viene ahora, WoW? Años de historia. Solo ha empezado. ¡Hala, mira cómo!
Letters, go buy World of Warcraft, install it on your computer, and join the online sensation before we all murder you.
Eso debe ser lo más chévere que ha dicho Carmen ahí. Por favor, instálate Warcraft y nada más.
I'm William Shatner, and I'm a shaman. I'm Mr. T, and this is my Night Elf Mohawk.
There's no such thing as a Night Elf Mohawk.
Shut up, fool!
This is a role-playing game where heroes like Leroy Jenkins do battle.
Leroy!
That would be the World of Warcraft.
You're a player in the NFL, but what you're most proud of is that you've rated third
Un recuento de cómo WoW se volvió una leyenda, ¿no?
Timing was perfect. That was fire.
A la mierda.
For the Alliance.
¿Cuál será la nueva expansión?
Please welcome.
Please
General
welcome.
Manager of Warcraft.
General Manager. John Hyde. John Hyde. Como Hyde, qué loco. ¿Qué fue?
And
y este LOL.
And we are ready to work. Anybody here for Warcraft today? Yeah!
Están listos, ¿no?
Big shout out to the Warcraft teams. They are so happy to be here today. We have so much cool stuff to show you. So give it up for my Warcraft teams.
Con el equipo de Warcraft.
Can you believe that almost 30 years ago, a dispute between orcs and humans led to one of the longest running fantasy adventures in video game history?
Ya.
Right?
Bien.
Generations of players have called Azeroth home.
Sí.
Teenagers that first played Warcraft when it was released. I know you're out there.
Yo también lo he jugado cuando he sido adolescente. Ahora somos padres, dice, bueno, no todavía.
Raising new heroes to take on the raids and battlegrounds of this timeless adventure.
Ya. Sí, hay gente que se ha casado por el WoW.
Both in game and out, that make up this universe. Today is a great day for Warcraft.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué pasó? Why? Tell me.
This is the beginning of a bold new chapter that will take us through the next 3 decades. Beyond.
Ya, ¿qué va a ser? El nuevo capítulo después de 3 décadas.
With a variety of games to entertain you, we welcome
me da curiosidad.
everyone to find your community.
¿Qué cosa pasó? ¿Qué entendieron? For the Lions, gritan
Just
fuerte.
practice. We're going to give you a chance to do it a little louder later.
Ah, ya. ¿Qué dijo?
Throughout the taverns of Azeroth, tall tales of adventure are retold through the whimsical and clever card play of Hearthstone.
Ya, Hearthstone.
Yeah. I like to imagine humans and orcs getting together, showing off their collections, and boasting of their deeds. But in the basements of those same taverns, they're playing a new game. Warcraft Rumble.
Rumble, sí, ese ya se estrenó hace poco. Vamos, WoW, vamos, WoW. Todo el universo Warcraft. Allá.
Which puts the battlefields and dungeons of Azeroth in the palm of your hand. And finally,
Warcraft Rumble.
World of Warcraft.
Ya, ese es el que todos esperan. World of Warcraft.
WoW immerses us into Azeroth, where we are the champions, fighting alongside each other in shared adventure. Almost 20 years ago, WoW revolutionized online communities and reimagined the enduring entertainment of massively multiplayer gaming.
Ah, ya, los MMO.
The very first BlizzCon was introduced our first expansion.
Ya, la primera expansión en el primer Blizzcon.
That we're here today to lay the foundation for WoW's future. Yeah.
Ya, pero dime algo más.
Is a home we can always escape to. A home that is always waiting for us. Together, we build this universe. Our teams craft the worlds and the adventures. But it's all you who bring it to life. You are the heartbeat of the brand new adventures that are about to unfold. From all of us on the Warcraft teams here at Blizzard Entertainment, thank you.
¿Ya?
Please welcome from
Dijo gracias.
Hearthstone, lead designer Cora
Allá.
Georgiou.
Presentó todo el universo de Warcraft y luego va a presentar a los equipos de Warcraft, ¿no? Ahí está. Hearthstone primero. Hearthstone.
Hello, Blizzcon.
Qué chévere los piercings que tiene.
Well, I have a pretty good view from up here. It's really nice to see you all. We are thrilled to soon be celebrating Hearthstone's 10th anniversary.
¿10? ¿Ya van 10 años? Wow, qué rápido pasa el tiempo.
It's a decade of telling tales around Azeroth with all of you.
Okay.
Whether you aspire to climb the ladder to legend, enjoy brawling with friends in the battlegrounds, or maybe you've just listened to the 10-hour version of the Saviors of Uldum theme song. Thank you all for being a part of our bustling tavern. We invite players both old and new
Ese juego de cartas salió y no se lo esperaban así de grande, tal vez.
Next March.
Qué pena con HOTS,
We
que
have
sí
so
cayó.
much to enjoy before then. So let's talk about what's happening right now in Hearthstone and in Battlegrounds.
Ya, ¿qué hay más?
We're setting the stage for a standoff in Hearthstone's upcoming expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, which takes place in Azeroth's Wild West.
¿Como el lejano oeste? ¿Como el viejo este?
Two strangers will cross paths, an outlaw and a lone ranger. Though they may not know it now, together they are destined for a grand adventure.
Ahí está.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there.
Primero Hearthstone, sí, primero Hearthstone.
To realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Ha!
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move! Right behind you!
And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it!
No! Oh, nuts.
As it turned out,
Parece un Defias.
I had the right backup waiting for me, just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mud slider.
Este juego se puede hacer en celulares, tablets. A mí me parece muy bueno. Como para pasar el rato, para distraerte. Este sí es el real juego distractivo y chévere.
Stand up, careful. It's against me.
Showdown in the Badlands. Showdown, creo que es.
That's right. Our beloved Reno Jackson and Elise Starseeker are getting an origin tale. They'll work together to save the Badlands from the Bloodrock Town's nefarious mining operation. Singleton decks are returning with cards like Reno Lone Ranger, Hearthstone's first ever neutral hero card. We'll talk more about him at the What's Next panel later today, where we'll also be revealing a motherload of exciting new cards. You can get your hands on them and more when Showdown in the Badlands releases on November 14th.
November 14. Allá, esto va a estar para noviembre del 14, este mes nada más. La siguiente semana, a ver.
Now,
2 semanas. Un poco menos.
A new expansion. That's a lot of new cards, on top of 5 sets that are already in the standard rotation. And if you're a new player or you're coming back after a break, that can be a little overwhelming. So we have been hard at work to make it easier than ever to join us. We're excited to announce catch-up packs. These are game-changing for getting your collection caught up. You see what we did there? Instead of the typical 5 cards you'd find in a regular Hearthstone card pack, you can get up to 50 cards from a single catch-up pack.
¿Qué te dan? Sí, ¿qué?
The cards you receive will all be from within the last 2 years, ready to play and constructed. All of our players are going to get catch-up packs to open once you log in, and for all of you here at BlizzCon in person, or those of you at home who purchased either BlizzCon collection, we're also gifting you a few more packs. For anyone who's been away for a while, all of these packs can add up to hundreds of cards. We'll also be adding quite a few of them into pre-purchase bundles for Showdown in the Badlands. We hope to see all of you getting some amazing cards and filling in or beginning your Hearthstone collection on November 14th.
¿Qué fue? O sea, bueno, ya.
All right. I feel like we might have some Battlegrounds fans out here. Yeah. So you might remember then that the last time we were all together at BlizzCon, we unveiled Battlegrounds. What started as an experiment became a huge part of the game and a fun way to play in the tavern. But playing together is what inspired the new mode we're debuting here
Hay un nuevo modo de juego.
Queuing up as a party for a lobby is great, but ultimately, you play against each other. What if you could actually play teamed up alongside each other?
¿Cómo que alongside? ¿Con alguien al lado? ¿Con
We're pleased to announce a truly cooperative way to play
cooperativo, lo adiviné.
Battlegrounds duos.
Ah, dúos, como unas arenas.
With a shared health pool, team combat, and sending cards back and forth between teammates. Now you can fight with your friends instead of against them.
Mira, sí, en arena, en grupo.
Inspired by the Battleground community's creativity, finding ways to team up and help each other achieve top 4. So now we're setting an official table for you and your partner to take the crown together. For those of you here in person, grab a friend or make a new one, because you can try Battlegrounds duos here at BlizzCon right now at the Hearthstone demo area.
Ah, va a haber un área de demostración, creo. Es lo que entiendo. De verdad que, sorry, el inglés no se me da muy bien. Sé lo básico.
We're planning to launch this new
Pero es
way
lo que
to
entiendo.
play for everyone early next year, and you can learn more later today and see the new heroes and minions that make teamwork so fun in Battlegrounds.
Ya. Wow, griten.
It makes the dream work. We love teamwork. If you're tuning in at home,
Bueno, han metido un
please make sure
dúo.
to join us at the What's Next
Tal
panel.
vez la gente de Hearthstone no quería jugar con gente adicional a su lado.
Me and other members of the Hearthstone team in the tavern. For you worthy opponents out there, come duel a dev and challenge the Hearthstone team. Or if you want to catch up after 4 years away, pull up a chair by the hearth. We'll see you in the tavern.
Nos vemos en la taberna, le dice, ¿no? Bueno, ya, metieron un modo de juego cooperativo. Chévere. Yo también me preguntaba, ¿cómo sería jugar con alguien a tu lado jugando esas cartas? ¿Cómo harán el sistema para que se seleccionen las cartas? ¿Se pondrá una votación? ¿Es esa? Arc Light Rumble, creo. Sí, ese es Arc Light. Es como la guarida de Onyxia. Van a meterle. Las crías, Leroy Jenkins. ¿A quién llama? Oh, Jaina, siempre. Overpower Jaina. No, sí, es Jaina. Qué chévere el modelo de Jaina, por cierto. Nice. Ahora sí, son dignos. Ay, no, madre. Ah, ya. Tiene un toque más cómico, ya. Está bien. Está chévere.
Please welcome, from Warcraft Rumble, Executive Producer, Vic Seraph.
El ejecutivo, el productor ejecutivo. Vic Seraph. Qué nombres, ¿no? Vaya nombrecito.
You gotta love Onyxia. She didn't even use a deep breath there. Hello, BlizzCon! Last year, the team and I announced we were working on a brand new Warcraft game. A way to bring Warcraft with you wherever you are and wherever you go. And as you just saw, we've had a ton of fun and poured a lot of love into making this game. Warcraft Rumble is an action strategy game with a deep PvE campaign, a dynamic PvP mode, and so much more. It's a game filled with familiar faces. You'll mix and match miniature versions of characters from the Warcraft universe to make your very own army as you take on opponents all over Azeroth. So, if you've ever wanted to see Jaina command an army of Murlocs, or Grom lead a horde of angry chickens, apparently, this is your opportunity. By combining leaders, troops, and spells from 5 families, Alliance, Horde, Beasts, Undead, and my personal favorite, BlackRock.
Ah, los Rocanegra. Sí, claro, presentaron las facciones. Esas sí van a ser las facciones. Ya se me instaló en el celular ya.
You'll fight to control resources, capture towers, and eventually defeat the boss or player at the other end. Speaking of bosses, each one has their own unique mechanics, so you'll have to adapt your strategies to the threats you'll face as you battle through the campaign and beyond. Our goal was to give you everything you love about Warcraft, reimagined with a big dose of what our team calls joyful chaos. When we set out to make this game, we wanted to offer a variety of challenges no matter how you choose to play it, whether it's for 5 minutes at a time or hours on end. And that was something we especially focused on during the beta, to make sure you have something fun to do every time you open up the game. And for those of you that played the beta and gave us your feedback, thank you so much. It's because of your support and the hard work of our team that we feel we got something really, really special on our hands. Now, let's take a look at the result.
Ya, estos son los resultados de lo especial que están guardando. A ver. El juego de celular se ve chévere, ¿no? cerdo. Crea tu estrategia. Logros también. Ah, Onyxia. Ya, está bueno. Parece que esto de si hiciera un top de qué es lo más casual, eso sería más casual inclusive que Hearthstone.
Watching that video and just thinking about how far we've come since last year. At this point, we just can't wait for all of you to hop in and play. And I mean, we literally can't wait. That's why we've made Warcraft Rumble available to download and play right now.
Sí, yo ya lo tengo. Se descargó, sí.
This is such a huge moment for us, and we're so all excited to have you join us. And for those of you in the audience with me today, let's bring down the Wi-Fi together. You know I'm kidding, right? Please don't bring down the Wi-Fi. I'm in a lot of trouble once I get off of here. Whether you're
Se bajen el internet, dijo, creo.
just have a deep love for strategy games, there's a lot to enjoy here. We've got a huge campaign with over 70 bosses. And for those of you looking for an especially unique challenge, we even have a heroic campaign with an extra layer of difficulty that we cooked up ourselves. We've got maps with verticality, capture points, resources, traps, and all kinds of other contraptions. Each map was lovingly handcrafted by our team and is its own unique puzzle. But how you choose to solve that puzzle is completely up to you. And when you're in the mood for a solo dungeon, we've got you covered there as well. Dungeons in Warcraft Rumble are intense, 3-mission gauntlets through places like Normagon and the Dead Mines, where you equip your armies with game-changing relics until your run is over. Or jump into PvP and duke it out with other players on maps inspired by some of the most legendary maps.
Creo que hay una forma de jugar como
World of Warcraft.
PvE y PvP.
You can even join a guild and work together with your
como
friends towards some
dungeons,
super special
calabozos.
shared rewards. I can only say... Nice. That's just what we have in the game right now. We have so much more coming. For starters,
van a sacar más
we're going to
novedades,
be
pues.
releasing a new mini with each season. And that also starts right now. Season 1 of Warcraft Rumble is live. And the latest addition to our growing roster of minis is none other than the Banshee Queen herself, Sylvanas.
The Banshee, ¿qué? Banshee Queen herself.
We're also working on even more ways for you to play with or against your friends. And that includes the biggest challenge in all of Rumble, raids.
Yeah.
Make sure to join our Warcraft Rumblings panel later today to hear all about raids and what else we have in store for the future of this game. Now, Blizzcon, before I go, I just wanted to let you know, the team and I, many of whom are here in Anaheim with us right now, we love playing strategy games. And we set out to make a game that harkens back to our RTS roots, where Warcraft began almost 30 years ago. It is really made out of a genuine love for Warcraft by people with deep roots in the universe. No matter how you like to play, there's something for everyone to love in Warcraft Rumble. Thank you so much, Blizzcon. Enjoy the chaos, and we'll see you in game.
Please welcome Executive Producer, World of Warcraft, Holly Longdale.
Wow. What's up, BlizzCon? Oh, I'm so excited to see you all here. This is fantastic. Well, can you believe we've been playing World of Warcraft for almost 20 years? You know, 2004 was a while ago, right? You know, some of us, we waited in those lines for those midnight releases and got our discs. Yeah! And we raced home to install those WoW discs one by one. Across nearly 2 decades, players all over the world have taken part in the stories of Jaina, Sylvanas, Arthas, and Thrall, and of course, so many others. And together, we've jumped through the portal into Outland. We sailed off into Northrend, and we watched Sargeras stab the world with that sword. During that time, gaming has changed, and you have changed, and so have we, particularly in the past year. The entire team across both Modern and Classic have embraced their communities. We are truly listening to your voices and taking action. My friends at BlizzCon, now is the perfect time to prepare to close chapters, open new ones, and double down on why we all fell in love with World of Warcraft in the first place. With that in mind, let's get to it. As many of you know, WoW Classic was born out of the community's passion. And of course, most of you know that still drives us today. Like just in August, inspired by our community, we released Classic Hardcore.
Ah, mira. ¿Cómo es ese hardcore? Es como si te mueres ya se fue.
In hardcore, you only get one life.
Ah, eso, exacto, es lo que acabo de decir.
You may laugh, you may cry, you may have to replace the keyboard, but you go again. We've loved watching you take on the challenge or die trying. And because the hardcore community has asked, the team is planning to add a new way to play hardcore early next year.
Yeah.
And last month in Wrath Classic, we released the Fall of the Lich King patch.
Ah, ya, el parche de la caída del Rey Lich. No, sí, la caída.
And while there's still more to come in Wrath, earlier this year, we looked at your feedback to think about where are we gonna go next.
¿Qué cosa viene? ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más?
We read through a lot.
Ya, dime.
I mean a lot of your feedback on social media forums, and we sent out surveys to our players. And here at BlizzCon, we're happy to announce Cataclysm is coming.
Classic, Cataclismo clásico. Oh, sí.
And it's coming
para los que lo querían.
#changes based on your feedback, just like you'd expect from Classic. So now, let's jump into the Wayback Machine and get a reminder of all things Cataclysm.
Recordemos Cataclismo, gente, a ver. ¿Me pondrán contenido cortado, contenido que no salió? A ver. Esos son los modelos del juego. Es la perspectiva del juego, qué loco se ve. Nice. Nice. I like it. Holy.
Sons and daughters of Gilneas, hold the barricade. Do not give them an inch.
Ah, ya, verdad, ahí salieron los Wargans, me había olvidado. Ahí están las dungeons, como les dicen, los calabozos. Ese Goblin. En cara de Goblin. No me acuerdo de eso. Juego Cataclismo. Pero pucha, la gente se emocionó, yo también quería jugar. Con Alestraza, cuando se pelean, sí me acuerdo de esa cinemática, porque la historia sí la llegué a ver. Pero no jugué la expansión. Ahí está. ¿Cómo se llama? Chogal. Con los sin rostro. Mueran sin rostro. Ese es el príncipe de los aires o algo así. El elemental, como Ragnarok. Ahí está Ragnarok justo. Tierras de fuego. Miércoles. Con los elementos del juego se ve bien chévere. Bien chévere se ve, muy bueno. Así, todo bien. Eso es del juego mismo. Muerte el destructor. Fin de los días. Fin de las cosas. Yo soy el cataclismo. El mismo diálogo todo, pero ya desde la perspectiva de juego. Chévere. Sí, está chévere, gente. La gente se emocionó fuerte.
I love the passion, by the way.
I love the passion, by the way.
The road to Deathwing's destruction is coming in the first half of next year. All right.
Cataclismo Classic.
Now,
sí,
over the
gentita.
past 4 years of Classic, we've watched you master the vanilla experience, and we've
Mención aparte. Esta expansión ha llegado más antes que en varios servidores privados. Guiño, guiño, ahora guiño, guiño.
Season of Discovery is vanilla WoW with a spicy twist. You're going to discover new secrets as you scour the world and find class-altering abilities. Have you ever wondered what it might be like to be a tanking warlock? Or take on the role of a mage healer? In Season of Discovery, you can.
¿Qué? En que es una versión de clásico para descubrir qué cosa. Mago healer, mago curador y brujo tanque.
With the brand new level 25 endgame. You'll discover a brand new 10-player Black Fathom Deeps raid with new and reimagined bosses, mechanics, and of course, rewards.
¿Qué, como un custom?
Then, after a couple of months, we'll raise the level cap a bit. You'll find even more endgame content, and so it will go. If you're here at BlizzCon, you can play the Black Fathom Deeps raid in the Warcraft Hall.
Black Fathom.
So, if you love Classic or just a little intrigued about what exactly a Warlock tank can do, go check it out. For all of you watching online, don't worry. You won't have to wait long to play. Because we want you to discover all of the secrets together, there will be no public testing.
No,
WoW Classic Season of Discovery launches in a few short weeks on November 30th.
Eso se va a lanzar en noviembre 30. No, los golpes se escuchan.
For more information on the Season of Discovery and Cataclysm, don't miss the Classic panel this afternoon. All right, now it's time to talk to my Dragon Riders in Modern WoW.
Ah, bien, van a hablar de la expansión.
Our team remains committed to giving you meaningful game updates about every 8 weeks with more content sprinkled in between. We really want Azeroth to feel alive and the home you want to come back to no matter how you play.
Yeah.
Our next major update, Guardians of the Dream, is going live in just 5.
Guardianes del Sueño es la expansión que está ahora, creo, sí.
I want to give a shout out to my elves. It is finally our time. 1 week later, season 3 will start with the last raid of the expansion, Yggdrasil, the Dream's Hope. There we will have our final showdown with Farak and defend our new world tree. But fear not, that's not the end of our time in the Dragon Isles. There's a lot more to come in Dragonflight that will serve as both the epilogue of this story and the bridge to our next one. Like I said earlier, we are evolving. We are changing our approach to this big, beautiful game and how we look ahead to new chapters.
Que han evolucionado y todo.
It's time for a new adventure.
Una nueva aventura, ya.
One that has grown from the very seeds of what captured our hearts when we first set foot in Azeroth.
Ya, el siguiente paso,
For
¿cuál es?
veteran players, the last 20 years have led us to this. And for those who have yet to join us, now is the time.
Ahora es el momento.
And who better to talk about the first step in this journey?
Qué mejor hablar sobre el primer paso en este viaje. Pero no entendí cuál es.
Who carved the path in the first place. Everyone, please welcome my friend and the executive creative director of the Warcraft universe.
Chris Metzen, claro. Chris Metzen, me había olvidado que lo habían llamado de nuevo. Qué gil, se me había ido. Sí, cierto. Cuando dijo eso, ya, pero ¿cuál es el paso? Está hablando de que va a venir alguien, no entendía. Luego, es Chris Metzen, cuando dijo sobre, ¿no?, el director que se ha unido. Ya entendí, ya. Está hablando de Chris Metzen, pues. El creativo director, sí, ejecutivo. Estaba diciendo eso yo, claro, es Chris Metzen. Se me había ido. Sí, Chris Metzen. Sí. Él le da la voz a... ¿Cómo se llama? A Thrall. Él ha hecho varias expansiones anteriores, ha metido bastante creatividad en lo que es Warcraft antes de que pues salgan las últimas expansiones. Está rapado, pues. Chris Metzen, ejecutivo, creativo, director ejecutivo.
To get back to this spot, I tell you that. It has been interesting this past year being back under the hood of World of Warcraft. It has reminded me of a few things. One,
iba a decir lo nuevo.
I love Warcraft.
Sí, nos consta. I love too.
Number two, you know what? I really missed this work.
Ya, extrañaba el trabajo,
and number
claro.
3, on the real, it feels amazing to be back and part of this Blizzard family again.
Bien. Y ya Microsoft lo compró.
As Holly said a bit ago, next year is the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft.
Yeah?
I can't even believe it.
Para el aniversario 20.
How many of y'all have been playing from the beginning?
O sea, no escuché, qué gil.
I love you.
¿Quiénes han estado jugando desde el principio? Preguntó. Ya, chévere.
So given that,
yo no, lamentablemente.
What was that? Doesn't matter. We started thinking. So, what next?
¿Qué viene?
Right?
¿Qué hay? ¿Qué hay de nuevo,
what
viejo?
Expansion hook? What single storyline could possibly match such a historic occasion? We started thinking about, well, I did, the good old days.
Que encaje en esto,
right?
¿no? En esta histórica situación.
Early mythic ideas that kind of established the background of Warcraft. Started thinking about even some of the newer ideas that have played out more recently, but still in a way feel a little unresolved. And in the mix of all that stuff, in the mix of all those ideas, particular things like, what the hell has Magni actually been babbling about all these years?
What the hell?
Was the thing that he came to warn us about in Battle for Azeroth, did it actually play out? Or is there potentially something darker still looming on the horizon? I don't know.
¿Qué cosa puede ser lo que les guste?
Will there eventually be an apocalyptic confrontation between the forces of the light and the void?
El luz y el vacío, ya.
Talk to me, Blizzcon. I'll tell you what, for nothing, my pally Maine, I'm all in on that kind of thing if it happens. It's gonna happen.
Va a pasar, les dice. Eso va a pasar, la pelea del vacío y la luz va a pasar.
Question for all the marbles.
Está haciendo como.
What have the Titans actually been doing since the dawn of civilization?
Posibilidades, así como podría decir eso.
What is the real purpose of all of their cute little installations slammed into the side of the planet?
Claro.
Do we know everything we need to know about their real intentions for
¿Cuál es la real intención? Sí, pues. De los titanes.
BlizzCon.
Solo digo.
All of these hooks. And 100 more. 68. Carry the 2. A bunch more.
Estamos sacando cuenta.
All cooking in the pot. Started to reveal a storyline.
Ya.
Something epic.
Algo épico.
Epic? Real.
¿Qué tan épico?
Epic.
Realmente épico.
A storyline that in almost every way feels like the culmination of the first 20 years of our story.
Primeros 20 años de historia.
A storyline provided
claro.
we do our jobs, we do the thing that will vector us into the next 20 years of adventure.
Una aventura de 20 años. La está haciendo un poco larga.
BlizzCon.
Pero ya normal.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
¿Están conmigo? Creo que
We
les
call
pregunto.
this storyline the World Soul Saga.
No entiendo. ¿Qué es? World Soul Saga, ok.
The World Soul Saga
Okay, what?
is so epic, as we covered. It cannot be contained within any single expansion. It is built to play out over multiple expansions over the next few years. Come on now.
Van a haber múltiples expansiones en los pocos años. No entendí muy bien. Algo que de que... Es que no lo entiendo muy bien.
Having said that, we are working on multiple ways to deliver this adventure to you a little faster than you're used to. We're not going to get into it at this BlizzCon. Forgive me.
Forgive me, créanme, dice. Sí, claro,
Keep your
sobre lo
ears
que estoy
peeled.
diciendo.
I assure you, we are moving with purpose. And the last thing we really want is for y'all to have your
Llego a entender más de lo que puedo
controlling your mouse and your
traducir.
keyboard trying to
Creo
wrap
que es
this thing
normal,
up.
¿no?
So, it's coming.
Pero algo de que
Also,
esto se va con
given the
las
scale
expansiones.
of this monster,
O
we
sea
have
que se relaciona.
decided to change it up today. Here we go.
Ya, ok. Dime algo que pueda
dun, dun,
sintetizar. No me hagas esto. Saca la lengua.
Instead of just debuting your next expansion all on its lonesome, we have decided to give you a glimpse at your next 3 expansion sets.
Glimpse. O sea, han decidido expansion sets. Tener más
Does this
tres,
meet
las
with
siguientes
your
tres
approval,
expansiones.
BlizzCon? My friends, I'm going to warn you, there may be mild spoilers ahead.
Necesito su aprobación, dice, claro, ya.
Actually, I'm just kidding. They ain't mild. Buckle up. Are you ready, BlizzCon?
Ya.
The first part of the World Soul Saga And your 10th
es como...
expansion.
Ahí entendí, ¿ves? Eso es lo que estaba tratando de entender.
The War Within.
Que es como el universo de Marvel, pero se dividió en fases. Ya, este es algo así, ya era eso.
You will be descending into the heart of Azeroth itself, exploring new subterranean kingdoms and engaging with ancient cultures like the Earthen and the terrifying Nerubians of Azj-Kahet.
The War Within.
But as the forces of darkness close in around our precious world soul, yeah, that's you,
sí,
will be called to do what you always do, which is dispense indiscriminate justice upon all those who got it coming. Talk to me, Blizzcon! The second part of the World Soul Saga is called World of Warcraft Midnight.
La segunda parte es Midnight, World of Warcraft. Lo está dividiendo como, claro, como en fases, como el universo de Marvel, algo así está haciendo. Ya, genial.
Ready? To the old world. To the fabled lands of Quel'Thalas. There, the forces of the Void have invaded Azeroth, intent on snuffing out the light of the Sunwell and plunging the world into darkness and fear. You will not only help reunify the scattered elven tribes of Azeroth, but you will make your stand with the forces of the light and banish the shadow forever. Of course, BlizzCon, it is Azeroth. Things may not go to plan. Things may just spiral wildly out of control, leading us to the third part of the World Soul Saga.
Ya, la tercera parte de esto.
World of Warcraft, the last Titan.
El último titán. ¿Quién sería? No me diga. ¿Azeroth?
In this chapter, you will again be returning to the old world. This time, to the wintry lands of Northrend.
Esta vez,
and there, at Ulduar,
vamos a Raja Norte.
You will bear witness to the return of the Titans to Azeroth.
Ah, van a regresar los titanes.
And
Los titanes van a regresar.
You will uncover a
Es lo que entiendo.
vast conspiracy, one that stretches throughout the history of the world, one that will challenge everything you think you know about the Titans, their intentions, and the true nature of Azeroth itself. In time, my friend, in time.
A su debido tiempo,
And
amigo, a
it's
su
called
debido tiempo.
Silithus. There you go. BlizzCon, my hope, our dear hope, is that you can see when it comes to WoW storytelling, we ain't screwing around. We are playing for all the marbles. We are working to establish a thundering heartbeat for this franchise. Now.
¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue?
Now, BlizzCon.
Wait. Vuelvan.
Hearken to me. Always wanted to say that.
Quería decir eso siempre, digo.
Whether you are a current player, and I'm going to bet that most of you are, or maybe you jumped off the WoW train a few expansions ago, now is the time to come home.
Ah, ¿es hora de ir a casa? ¿Cómo es eso?
Now is the time to pull on your boots, pick up your broadsword or your favorite glowy staff, and get in this fight. Friends, Azeroth needs her defenders now more than ever. Now, in a few moments, we are going to give you a deeper look at the war within. But before we do that, I want to leave you with a little something to chew on. I want to remind you all that sometimes very epic things can begin with small, heartfelt moments. What you're about to see is one of those moments. And with that, BlizzCon, proud defenders of Azeroth! Let the World Soul Saga begin!
Ya empezó The World Soul Saga. Ahí está. Trailer. Vamos a verlo. Uy, ¿qué le llama? Uy, ese Anduin ya está señor, ya. Y no parece CGI.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Miércoles, estás bien, tío, ya Anduin.
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
Uf.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately.
Qué loco.
Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream.
Siente algo con el mundo, dice.
Something dark is coming, Anduin.
Se viene algo oscuro. Es lo que dijo, pues, el vacío.
Needs your light again.
Ah, él se quedó en las tierras sombrías. Perdón. My sangre.
I'm not that person anymore.
No soy esa persona, le dice.
I have no light.
Ah, no.
Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
No luego de lo que vi, no luego de lo que he hecho. Ya no soy esa persona, ya no hay luz en mi...
You are not your past, Anduin.
No eres tu pasado, Anduin. Eso sí lo he escuchado.
I trust you.
Yo confío en ti, le digo. Tiene cara de gente real, viejo. Los modelos humanos se ven muy bien. Ahora ya sí se ven un poco falsas, pero la cara se ve muy bien. ¿Qué fue? Ese es Azeroth. Les está hablando.
They're getting worse.
They're getting worse. Creo que le dijo que tienen trabajo. Es lo que yo entiendo, eso nunca había leído.
Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you.
Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet.
Que nos llama, le dice esa voz.
But that sword
No estoy seguro aún.
was aimed at someone.
La espada de Sarguera, fue claro. Vamos, Metzen, tiene que usar lo que hay, claro que sí. World Soul Saga. Es la saga del alma mundo. Claro, de Azeroth, ya estoy entendiendo. Ahora sí entendí, ya, bien. Mucho, es que necesito verlo, pensar.
I guess we're not ignoring that sword anymore.
What?
I do have to say, though, every time I see that cinematic, and I've seen it many times, it gets me right in my heart. It feels like a new beginning, and it feels like coming home. And we are so excited about where we are going. And now that you've seen or heard the overview for the World So Saga, let's talk about the war within. As we all gather and explore beneath the surface, we'll find an ancient Nerubian civilization. They will be led by someone we were first introduced to in Legion, Xal'atath, a harbinger of the Void. The Void brings destruction and darkness that threatens all light in our world.
Claro.
The last time we saw Xal'atath, she promised we would meet again. And it turns out she was right. And while Anduin, Thrall, and others share the same visions emanating from the heart of the world, some are seeing something quite different.
Qué buen trailer ha sido ese.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song.
No hay luz, no hay nada.
Just the shadow.
No hay luz, no hay solo oscuridad, solo sombras.
From below.
Nueva zona, Askahed. O sea, ¿qué? Voy a quitarle los subtítulos, ¿ya? Rigging Deeps. Soy malo por el inglés, ¿ya? Halloween. Dive into the... Ya, yo entiendo que esta primera parte va a tener que ver con nerubianos y la manifestación, creo que del alma mundo, pero no sé si esto es una expansión, si esto es... Estoy un poco perdidito, bueno. ¿Y ese? ¿Un tirano paladín?
Rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
¿Era Xal'atath?
In the War Within, alongside beautiful, unique underground zones, we will have challenging dungeons and raids and some new features too that are built to last. If you like exploring on your own with a couple of friends or family, we have delves. These are a variety of bite-sized experiences for 1 to 5 players that will offer endgame rewards. You may also find in your delve a familiar character who'll be willing to fight alongside you. And if you're like me and you have an obsession with alts, we have warbands. With this feature, you could treat all of your characters like family and share banks, reputations, transmogs, and more.
Ya eran transfiguraciones, bancos, reputaciones y más, pero ¿de qué? Para customizar, para personalizar.
Also, during your travels underground, you will meet the Earthen Dwarves, and you'll be able to unlock them as our new allied race.
Allied race.
I mean, who doesn't love a dwarf? The facial hair options are spectacular. There's so much more to talk about, so please join the What Next panel that's coming up right after the opening ceremony right here. What I can tell you, though, is that the call to get into the fight to save our world will ring out when The War Within releases next year.
Ah, el siguiente año va a ser. Coming, el otoño de 2024. Otoño.
And lastly, I sincerely want to say, we are so excited to begin this new journey with you. And from our hearts to yours, thank you for bringing our world to life. And now, with his own note of thanks,
gracias por brindarle
Mike
un mundo.
Ibarra.
Thank you to all the teams who presented today. There really is so much to look forward over the next 2 days. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to walk the halls of all of Anaheim with all of you. It is truly a joy to be here with the Blizzard team and our players. BlizzCon, be great to each other and enjoy the show.
Ya, disfruten el show. Pucha, ese Anduin está... Ya señor, ya. Y él estaba en las tierras de la sombra. Y ahora regresó, pues. Por la espada de Sargueras está que habla el alma mundo y les dice que los necesita.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners.
A ver.
Xbox, power your dreams.
Xbox que compró.
Omen, Game Life.
¿Cómo sigue? A ver, en Latam, ¿seguirán viendo al tipo que traduce? A ver.
Omen.
Game
Life.
Omen.
Game Life.
Yo tengo la misma, el mismo ánimo al traducir o al hablar.
Virtual production made simple.
By Mars
¿Cómo digo
HC.
esto?
Intel. Push your gameplay
Intel.
beyond performance with 13th gen Intel
Intel.
Con los procesadores de generación 13 MSI.
MSI, Intel. ¿En serio? El tipo está aburrido.
Beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is direct relief.
Ay, viejo. Ya, por eso es que lo veo sin traducción. Por eso lo traduzco yo, porque así igualito lo hago peor. Sí, lo hago peor. Pero es que él, no sé, está como aburrido, se le siente. ¿Y por qué en Latam es el mismo que en español de España? Es muy curioso. De hecho, no, sí. Creo que... no sé. Pensé que iba a haber más gente en España, pero no. Acá este es de España.
We beg you.
Will you save us?
Pero no he estado hablando de eso. Ahí. Eso es de Diablo, ¿no? Estoy perdido.
Can your shadow be our light?
Uy, se transformó como un druida.
Will you fight the darkness?
Esto ya lo pasaron.
Please end their terror.
Really? Un amigo tiene la Xbox.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside. You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No.
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle butt slider.
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Están pasando los trailers de los juegos. Se parece Fall Guys. Tengo el Arc Light también en el celular. Este es buen trailer. Tiene la espada de su papá, es lo que estoy notando. Pero ¿dónde está? Ya está en Silitus ya, por eso está la espada ahí. Y Azeroth le habla, le dice a Anduin. ¿Y qué fue? Él llegó teletransportándose o algo así, creo. Pero se parece a un actor, creo. Se parece. Hay un actor así, igualito.
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
Manolo Cardona se parece a este.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a
Volvieron
voice
ganar
from a
galán de
dream.
telenovela, lo volvieron Anduin. Bueno, me parece un huevo, de
Something
verdad.
dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I am not that person anymore. I have no light.
Modo Anduin.
Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
Se parece un huevísimo para mí, no sé. Se parece mucho, mucho.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Ahí está. Se parece un montón. Es igualito ese viejo. Le habrán pagado. Se parece un montón, no sé, usura. Para mí se parece demasiado. Ese es como cuando el Rey Lich llamaba a Arthas. Apúrate.
They're getting worse.
¿Qué estás haciendo?
Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Pero es espada. Mira. ¿Cómo se llama eso? Soy maldito en el inglés. Ah, guerra interna. Guerra interna. Uy, riquísima publicidad, pues. Ah, otra vez. Sí, bueno. ¿Qué? A ver, ¿quién está de los que veo normalmente? En directo.
Sorry to keep you all waiting. But now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name all right. And this right here is
Parece como ese de película de...
we can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay.
Parece el... Ya, eso se va.
Going so soon, I'm gonna miss ya.
Bien sacado el skin.
Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come.
Está Iliari.
We Was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
A ver, acá tengo la previa. Es el clásico. Ah, ya ellos son este. Ah, se me fue el nombre. Ellos son de K-pop. K-pop. De Serafín. Ahí está, sí, me había acordado.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Esperé un ratito, seguro ya lanzaron algunas imágenes. $2023. A ver qué dice aquí. Todo lo anunciado en la Blizzcon en la apertura de ceremonia, dice. ¿Acá hay traductor? No. ¿Acá? No. Bueno, no importa. El BlizzCon 2023 empezado. Pero ahí se ve esto. Empezado hoy día y ya expansiones, nuevos héroes. Acá hay un poco de las cosas que se ha presentado en la BlizzCon 2023. Ya, ¿qué dice más? Este año, la ceremonia. Classic Cataclismo. Ah, claro, lo que vimos, que revelaron Cataclismo clásico y una nueva estructura ya en la historia y en la expansión. Ya, esto lo voy a poner entonces. Salud. Acá está, este es el que mostraron. Uy, ahí estamos. Añadir. Cata clásico. ¿Qué más hay? Hay una nueva estructura para las historias. World Soul Saga. Claro, una nueva estructura, es lo que decía, es así como tipo Marvel. World Soul Saga,
Whatever you
pero
can
no
do.
va a salir de WoW.
We beg you.
Ajá.
Will you say
Esta, perfecta imagen, esta es. Esta es la que hace todo. Esto resume todito lo que acaban de presentar para WoW.
can your shadow be our light?
World Soul Saga, papus. Ya este es el... Se vienen las eras de... Ya no son de las películas, ahora ya son de los juegos. Capítulos. Cataclismo, World Soul Saga.
Please end the terror.
Ya, mi Garrosh lo voy a mover acá. Uy, se me movió esto. Vamos a centrarlo. Para abajo. Ahí está.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside. You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
También anunciaron la caída de Rey Lich, pero eso no se esperaba, ¿no? Por Overwatch. While Overwatch 2 Hero leaked a little early.
As it turned out,
Mauga.
had the right backup waiting.
Moana, no sé por qué me suena Moana esto. Un montón a Moana.
You got it, partner.
La Moana la han puesto.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
Está como Iliari, pues totalmente original. Aaron Keller, new game mode class, coming Overwatch, and like a familiar kind.
Looking for a standoff? Careful.
Una nueva forma de juego. Competitivo se ha reestructurado y dos otros héroes nuevos. Diablo 4 tiene una nueva expansión. Draw your cards. Adicionalmente Hearthstone tiene Gacha Pack. Ah, los Gacha Pack dijo, ¿no? Gacha Pack. Which are big packs of collect cards from the last few years of play. Claro, que se han hecho a lo largo del tiempo. Estos son los paquetes de cartas, ¿no? Rumble Time dice, if you hadn't already downloaded. Warcraft Rumble is out now on mobile devices. The Clash of Clans, sí, ¿no? Ah, ya. When feel fully live with el Season 1 y ha añadido a Sylvanas. Today dice mini fijo, no sé qué es eso. Adicionalmente, allá van desde, claro, luego de que la ceremonia concluya van a hablar, dice, ¿no? Sobre lo que es sobre el juego. El final de World of Warcraft. El final del mundo de Warcraft. Sí, Cataclismo está acá. Ah, ya ese es lo de Cataclismo. Es una cosa loca lo de Cataclismo. En la primera mitad de este año va a venir, dice. It'll be interesting here how to see The World Soul Saga es lo que estaba mostrando. For modern WoW players, Guardian of the Dreams go live very soon. With Chris Metzen talk.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Reveal something much there.
Is that it?
The War Within es lo primero que he empezado.
We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
Guerra interna, ¿no?
You didn't just come here for me. It's the
Ah, ya, ese es. Primero va a ser la guerra interna. Claro, como se ve ahí.
I suspect many have lately.
With Earthen. Esto que se me suena como a mundo, como a la tierra, no sé, a ver. Aquí estoy mal en el la verdad.
Something, someone is calling out from the heart of the world.
La tierra, dice.
Like a voice from a dream.
La tierra y los nerubianos, enemigos nerubianos y del mundo, supongo. Los jugadores serán llamados indiscriminadamente la justicia. Ya. Midnight. Como la medianoche, la oscuridad. Con la contienda contra la oscuridad y la luz. El vacío y la luz, ¿no? La oscuridad y la luz.
Not after what I've done.
Hey, that's all. Eso será interesante, that show. Finally, World of Warcraft Last Titan hits north to see his Titans return to Azeroth. Van a volver los titanes. Eso sí me pareció bien chévere. Everything you think you know about Azeroth. Todas las cosas que sabes sobre Azeroth. Y todo lo que sabes sobre Azeroth va a cambiar. Ah, ya entendí, ¿no? Se van a descubrir los secretos. Ahí está The War Within. Es el trailer que está pasando acá. Y eso básicamente es lo que acaban de pasar. Diablo 4 que tiene acá. PC Trial that's live now.
Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will.
Bueno, World, ¿cómo era?
But we were drawn here.
World Soul Saga, Cataclismo Classic y el World Soul, que es la primera fase, la fase 1 del universo. El universo histórico de WoW. El universo histórico de WoW. War Within. Bueno, está chévere. Me ha gustado. Que Metzen lo diga al menos. Ah, ya, el WoW Hardcore también, ¿sí o no? Es lo que ya decía, había algo más ya. Oficializaron el WoW Classic Hardcore. La imagen que mostraron no era esa, ¿no? Acá debe estar, ¿verdad? Eso fue de Overwatch. Ay, me pierdo buscando. Ah, lo tengo que encontrar, acá está. Ahí está.
El último mes.
Esto es. A ver.
Teniendo este evento, vamos a entrar ellos. Como muchos de ustedes, WoW Classic surgió de la pasión de la comunidad. Esto sabe que esto continúa y nos sigue impulsando como en August, inspirado por nuestra comunidad. Nosotros lanzamos el Classic Hardcore.
Sí, lanzar Classic
En Hardcore
solamente no vi del recuento, pensé que no estaba, pero sí es lo que entendí.
Te ríes, lloras, cambiar el teclado.
Este es el logo.
Pero vas de nuevo. Nos encanta cómo toman este reto o se mueren tratándolo indebido a que la comunidad de hardcore tenemos una nueva forma para jugar el año próximo. El último mes en Wrath Classic sacamos la caída del patch de Lich King.
La caída del Rey Lich, sí.
Y aún como todavía viene más en Odion Wrath, la ira, hay que pensar a dónde vamos a ir próximamente.
Es que creo que él no entiende el universo, por eso traduce así.
Y quiero decir, muchos de sus comentarios en las redes sociales, en los foros y también nuestros propios investigadores. Y aquí en Blizzcon nos da gusto anunciar que ya viene Cataclismo.
Cataclismo.
Y viene con cambios en hashtags basados en el feedback que ustedes nos dieron, como esperaban ustedes de Classic. Ahora vamos a ver en la máquina del tiempo y vamos a recordarnos de qué se trata Cataclismo.
Lo estoy viendo así traducido para entender exactamente qué dijeron, pero parece que sí entendí lo más esencial. Toda la vida está condenada, ha llegado a la muerte por segunda vez. ¿Esta será la de verdaderas vederitas? Lo pondré para mientras. Justo pongo el Garros de Cataclismo, ¿no? Ahí está. Listo. Ya. Listo, finalmente así es. Ya, ¿qué decirles? Hacemos el trailer. Ahí el video de presentación de Cataclismo. Classic. La gente esperaba tal vez.
Prepararse, amigos míos, porque el cambio de la instrucción la de muerte viene y comienza la primera mitad del año próximo. Ahora, durante los...
¿Qué hay en vivo ahora? Nada. Quiero ver qué dice Chris Metzen cuando entra.
Estamos cambiando nuestro enfoque a este juego y como lo veremos en nuestra próxima. Blizzcon es momento de una nueva aventura, una que ha crecido desde los capturó desde un principio de Azeroth. Para jugadores veteranos, los últimos 20 años nos ha llevado a esto. Y para aquellos que todavía no se han unido, es el momento de hacerlos. Y qué mejor para hablar de esta época de la jornada.
Tampoco entiende por qué suena tanto.
De alguien que ha pavimentado el camino desde un principio. A todos, por favor, den la bienvenida a mi amigo, el director creativo ejecutivo del Universo Warcraft, Chris Metzen.
Chris Metzen. No, ya cuando entra Chris Metzen es una locura.
¿Qué onda, Blizzcon?
¿Qué onda?
¿Dónde demonios andas? Alliance. ¿Dónde andan? Blizzcon ganó.
Es uno.
Ay, caray. Qué cosa. Gracias. Ha sido un viaje largo para llegar aquí.
Bueno, mientras está hablando ahí, porque ya ahorita están en vivo, pero no está muy interesante. ¿Qué decirles? Pues presentaron por fin al Classic de Cataclismo, ya era lo que seguía, nada más, era lo que venía. Después de Lich King, ya la gente estaba esperando, ¿será Cataclismo? Ya no lo harán porque no saben si era parte de lo clásico o no. Pero sí, creo que después de Cataclismo, ¿no? Justo ahí se hace el quiebre, donde ya, no, aparte de que los suscriptores bajan, pues ya comienzan a meterse ciertos cambios más sobre la jugabilidad, el ver si el límite de héroes podría ser, nuevas razas y demás. Aunque han estado haciendo eso, ¿no? Pero el tema era que Cataclismo iba a hacer el cambio, pues. Y al final no fue mucho. Y la gente se emocionó más, creo que de este Cataclismo, de lo que yo pensaba. Ahora, a mí me gustó, aparte hablando ya de World Soul Saga, que es la nueva forma de cómo están estructurando. genial, porque que hagan un universo así te da a entender, ¿no? O sea, lo que le funciona a Marvel me parece que es siempre esa forma de, por lo menos al inicio, ¿no? De dividir en fases, de saber, esto es parte de una gran historia, esto es parte de algo muy grande que se está construyendo, esta estructura, ese orden por lo menos te da una idea de qué cosa estás siguiendo, de qué puedes esperar y más o menos hacia dónde va, ¿no? Entonces esa orientación y ese sentido ya es lo que le funciona a ellos y está bien que lo hayan imitado, ¿no? Por algo Marvel todos esos años que ha estado en pantalla, así, y aún hay gente que ve las series, ¿no? Entonces sería bueno también si lo expanden, no sé, tal vez haga una serie y le añadan, porque ahora estoy viendo los modelos en CGI y están muy buenos. Ya sé que eso es muy costoso, muy lento y no sería viable, si no sería más que nada actores reales, como dicen, live action. Y a mí me parece que sería buena idea que lo añadan bastante, o sea, para que tenga ese desarrollo más el juego, ¿no? Que esta serie se enlace, o quién sabe, ¿no? Pero que tenga ya un ecosistema, que ya tenga así unos episodios bien marcados, te orienta bastante. Eso es bueno, eso es bueno. Y me parece que eso también tiene que ver con Chris Metzen, que ha llegado y les ha puesto orden. Me ha agradado eso, ¿no? Primero tener una guerra interna, que es el Warcraft, de la primera parte, ¿no? Lo ha dividido en 3 partes. La primera de Warsaw Saga es Warcraft, la guerra interna, ¿no? Warcraft Within. La segunda parte es Warcraft, ¿cómo era? Midnight. Creo que es la parte de la oscuridad de la medianoche, se traduciría, pero de una manera más exacta es como, ¿no? Warcraft en el ocaso podría ser o algo así. Pero si no, no importa. La cuestión es que eso va a tratar de la pelea ya de la luz y el vacío. La primera parte es como los primeros llamados del mundo, que se está remeciendo. Y por suerte hemos visto el tráiler que menciona, ¿no? En la primera parte, regresando. Sobre la espada de Sargeras, que ya tiene que ver, por fin no se va a quedar ahí como un monumento a la nada, un monumento al se nos chispoteó, un monumento al ya, qué rayos, ahí está, pues porque sí. No, qué bueno que lo hayan continuado, qué bueno que le aprovechen eso. Y justo que en base de eso haga justo todo esto, ¿no? Y lo último es ya Warcraft, ese de aquí que era. Lo voy a agrandar solamente para leerlo. The Last Titan, sí, ya me acordé. Sí, The Last Titan, el último titán. Y aquí dicen que regresan, claro, ya me acordé, que regresan todos los titanes. Y ahí yo no tengo ninguna duda de que Azeroth es la última titán. Y va a decirles, así van a hacer las cosas a los titanes. Y nos van a revelar todos los secretos, todo lo que nos dijeron, que era verdad, que no. No por nada los primalistas se acaban de revelar, ¿no? A mí me parece que es bueno. Ahora el World Hardcore, bueno, era lo que pedía la comunidad, ¿no? Me parece que eso es simple, ¿no? Y a veces los que hacen el juego, o los que desarrollan juegos, se dan cuenta, ¿no? Que al final tiene que satisfacer ese público. Y es que más allá de la historia, de lo novelístico, de lo épico, de lo cinematográfico, tienes que darle contenido también. Jugable, que quieren, porque al final, o sea, este juego se paga, ¿no? Y más allá de eso, es la comunidad lo que lo pide, ¿no? O sea, es como si hicieras una encuesta, votaran, queremos esto, y tú, bueno, ya, no lo hacemos igual. No debería ser así, ¿dónde está la sinergia, no? Entonces, es algo que, y me parece que también por eso a raíz de esa manera, ¿no? Sale también cada Classic, Cataclismo, el World Hardcore, muy bueno. Aprovechar esta pausa para hablar de lo que me ha parecido, estos 3. Me han parecido ordenado, me ha parecido, por sobre todo World Soul Saga, ordenado, claro, darle un horizonte a la historia, entender hacia dónde vamos, genial, la gente ya sabe que puede venir, ya no es tanta la incertidumbre, aunque es chévere la incertidumbre hasta cierto punto, pero al menos ahora ya, debido a que WoW ha tenido muchas etapas de incertidumbre, de cuestiones así como no saber a dónde ir, qué puede venir, ya se acabará el fin de WoW y cosas así, entonces ya saben hacia dónde van, ya saben en qué están trabajando, y ahora lo novedoso va a ser es qué novedades acerca de los titanes, qué cosas nuevas nos pueden decir en lo último. En la parte del vacío, Anduin peleará, será mayor, será como lo vimos en ese cómic donde se reunió con Belen, morirá alguien, no, o sea, muchas cosas así. Y en el Witting, que tanto los peruvianos, ¿no? Tienen ese peso, toda esa historia, o sea, el cómo es importante y es chévere, pues por lo que como Warcraft tiene todo un tema grande, me parece que sí lo están haciendo chévere ahí. El Warcraft Classic del Cataclismo, bueno, yo no sé si funcione darle el mismo contenido, creo que como en el Classic, como han hecho el Hardcore, y como me parece que en el Burning Crusade no, pero en el Classic más que nada le han añadido cosas adicionales, como no sé, creo que algunas, como esto de que te mueres una vez, como Hardcore que ahorita han puesto, pero me parece que también ciertas cosas como ítems de recompensa, pero yo creo que deberían ir un poco más allá, no sé si lo han hecho. Si yo el Classic no lo estoy jugando, y de hecho el oficial lo he jugado solamente en Legión, y de ahí he estado siguiendo lo que es Dragonflight, porque Battle for Azeroth, o sea, tuvo bacán, todo bonito, pero no me llamó la atención. Ahora, a lo que voy es, el Cataclismo Classic tendría que experimentar, darles, como estuve escuchando de ahí de varios de la comunidad, hay gente que hace contenido realmente masivo, o sea, por lo menos que es visible, que le den cosas que no pusieron en el original. A mí me parece buena idea también, porque darle lo mismo, darle un refrito, o sea, la saga Warcraft es bonita, pero cuando hicieron el Warcraft el remasterizado, ¿cómo se llamaba? Reforjado, el Warcraft Reforged, terminó mal, porque básicamente era lo mismo e incluso se sentía menos. Entonces, no, yo creo que le deberían dar justamente eso, ¿no? Lo que no salió, lo que pudo ser. Algo, ¿no? Algo diferente. Empezando por ese lado sería buena idea. Y eso con el Classic. Y el Hardcore, bueno, ya la gente creo que lo ha experimentado en los servidores privados. Eso de que tienes una vida y te moriste. Y locura. Ahí justamente está hablando de esto. De Midnight. Del vacío. No, a mí me ha gustado porque esa organización, como digo, a Marvel le ayudó a tener orden, claridad. Y por lo menos la gente ya sabía qué esperar. Y quería saber cómo iba a suceder, qué iba a pasar. Nadie sabía que iba a morirse Tony Stark, así como haciendo una homología, ¿no? Nadie sabía hasta que sucedió, nadie sabía que pues algunos Vengadores ya se iban a ir, que la Dark Willow iba a fallecer, no sé, cositas así. Entonces, ¿qué puede suceder? Es esa intriga de cómo sería, es bien chévere, es bueno, y esto que está pautado por lo menos te dice ya, no estamos a la deriva, genial. A mí me parece buena idea ordenarlo así. Sí, está bien, ¿no? Está bien. Con respecto a las otras entregas, como yo decía, no sigo mucho. Estoy un poco más concentrado en lo que es en WoW. De Overwatch me parece un poco más lúdico, ya casi como Free Fire está. Bueno, así que le meten skins y cosas. Está bien. Pero no sigo mucho a los shooters. Sería bueno que metan un MOBA de Blizzard. Que revivan HOTS. Pero que lo hagan bien, que lo hagan... O sea, League of Legends y Dota han funcionado. Yo tengo videos de Dota y los juegos así me gustan bastante más. El MMO requiere tiempo, requiere una cosita así, pero es más casual y eso es lo chévere. Ahora, los MOBAs, me gustaría que tuviera eso. El Art Like Rumble me parece una buena propuesta para casualmente estar jugando así como vas de viaje o estás en un break, así, juegas. Un domingo que tienes un tiempito, juegas, ¿no? Te bates a juego. Lo de Hearthstone es... Ya lo de Hearthstone, yo lo jugué con mis hermanos, con mi hermano, cuando salió y me pareció genial. De esa manera, duelo, y recordé los momentos en que jugaba Yu-Gi-Oh! Más que nada en la forma, ¿no? O sea, el fondo, quiero decir, el tema de que son cartas, te pasas a duelo con alguien que conoces y pasas un buen rato. Pero ya se volvió un poquito más estratégico, hasta competitivo, y me gusta cómo ha evolucionado. O sea, sí hay pros y contras tal vez, pero más son los pros de ese juego. Me gusta más. A ver qué dice en vivo, ¿cómo estamos? Uy, ya están presentando más.
Mighty stronghold of the Nerubians as they once were. Deadly survivors of the mythic wars that have played out time will turn the Nerubians into a new kind of ferocious and terrifying soldier that we will clash against time and again in the war within. Now let's talk about who we'll be adventuring with. How do you like the key art?
Listo, van a hablar de la primera etapa.
Several of Azeroth's greatest heroes will rise to the call of the Radiant Song, and many will be faced with their own unique challenges. Anduin, having survived his ordeal with domination. Yes,
lo voy a poner acá, ¿ya?
Oh,
se parece a...
Incredible artwork. Anduin will be grappling with his relationship to the holy light that he no longer feels worthy of, while Thrall is seeking a connection to these visions, spreading across the world and working to find his new place in the Horde. While Magni Bronzebeard, long the Speaker of Azeroth, will confront the heavy weight of that responsibility once and for all.
Revive a Magni.
Champion! The Wounds Champion! Yes!
Le mete ganas. Thrall, Anduin y Magni Bronze tenía sentido de todo el mundo porque él era el que hablaba. Se supone que eso iba a ser como en Battle for Azeroth, ¿no? Alleria Windrunner.
Alleria's journey will be central to the events of the themes of the War Within, as she, a Void Hunter, will use all of her prowess to hunt down the Harbinger, while being torn between her own nature and the maddening call of the Void, to which she is attuned. Along the adventure, she will have a unique rivalry with Xal'atath, whose twists and turns will come to define the nature of this new conflict. Of course, we'll see many more familiar faces on our journey and meet a host of new and interesting characters along the way that Maria is going to tell you more about in just a moment. But finally, this saga is only just beginning.
Ya, esta saga solo está empezando. Es la primera parte. La espada.
Yes.
La espada, porque se iba a quedar en nada la espada. Por suerte la trajeron de vuelta.
Worthy of the first 20 years of World of Warcraft, the World Soul Saga aims to redefine the storytelling in our expansion set and strike boldly at the core themes that define Warcraft. The might of heroes, the responsibility of that power, the pursuit of justice. Got to do my best Mets in there. Justice!
No, la manera en cómo Metzen movió a la gente al inicio fue muy buena. O sea, Metzen sabe lo que hace, ya los conoce a todos, sabe todo, la pasión.
Maria Hamilton, who will be sharing more about our zones and cultures in the War Within. Thank you so much.
Maria Hamilton. Tiene nombre de cigarro. Sorry, me viene ese nombre a la cabeza.
Hello, BlizzCon. Wow, I am so excited to be here and delighted to represent our team and tell you about the places that we will explore and the cultures we will encounter in the War Within. I can't really see all of you out there. I know there's a lot of you, though, because I can hear you. And I hope to hear lots of oohs and ahs when you see some of this cool art I've got to show you. So let's get started.
Está bien de estar ahí, de verlos ahí.
Thank you.
Que le habrán gritado. No escucho muy bien que le gritan, pero así han estado gritando.
Okay, as Taryn mentioned earlier, we'll be called by the Radiant Song, dreamlike visions that come from the heart of the Azeroth. This summons is going to lead us to the subcontinent of Khaz-Algar, a place long forgotten. It's only through recent explorations in Uldaman that we've discovered a Watcher report concerning a contingent of Earthen that was sent to this place long, long ago to investigate a fissure in the sector. What exactly that means, we don't really know, but we can probably speculate. So first, let's talk about the Earthen.
Ah, ya, los terráneos.
There you go. There you go.
Está hablando de los terráneos, ¿verdad?
We have met Titan-forged Earthen before, of course, in
Estoy mal,
and other
sí.
places.
Creo que sí.
But this society of
Sí,
Earthen
pues,
has been
son los enanos.
isolated within Khaz-Algar
Antes de ser
for
carne,
a
creo.
really long time and have developed their own manners and customs. Now, visually, these Earthen are a bit larger in stature, and they're noticeably blinged out. They've got gems all over them, bedazzled, blinged out, you know, that kind of thing, right? But philosophically, they are guided by the Edicts of the Titans, a set of codified orders, duties, and expectations that provide instructions for the core functions of their society. You know, Titans, order, all that, right? But the Titans have been absent for eons, and the Earthen are no longer united in their adherence to these edicts. They now exist as 3 groups that are estranged from each other.
Yeah,
the Oathsworn, as their name suggests, still uphold the edicts faithfully and believe everyone else is doing it wrong. Their charge is guarding the Core Way, a Titan passageway that leads right to the core of Azeroth. They're primarily the city dwellers. They live conveniently near the object of their responsibility, that Core Way. Now, the Unbound, in contrast, have abandoned the edicts, and they are considered scandalously rebellious by the Oathsworn. Their original responsibility was providing the materials to keep the Titan installations supplied, and they're primarily rural. They're living in and around the quarries and the mines where natural resources can be acquired. They rarely interact with the city dwellers. They feel neglected and ignored because they have a different opinion on how they should live. Now, the machine speakers have strayed from the edicts in practice, but not with respect to their overall obligation to keep the Titan works functioning. They've had extremely limited contact with the surface dwellers, and they express no little disdain for those who just don't understand the great machines. Their homes are built around vast industrial projects under the surface that allow them to perform their functions in accordance with edicts, more or less. These different perspectives among the Earthen and their variable adherence to the Titan's edicts has weakened the society as originally structured. And that's not good, of course, but a much more serious problem is their steadily dwindling numbers. For reasons that I'm not going to get into here and now, New Earthen can't exist until we help them out by doing some things and unite the Earthen society once more. Happily, as a result of our actions, the Earthen will eventually be unlocked as an ally.
Se va a introducir para personalizar.
Yeah.
Lo que entiendo.
Don't they? Yeah.
Uy, gracias por el like. Gracias.
These player Earthen will replenish the culture's dwindling numbers and may join either the Horde or the Alliance. Yeah. It is, of course, player's choice which side you wish to ally with. But as you can see from a small sampling of combinations, there's some fantastic variations and customizations coming for the Earthen models, including different gem incrustations, beards for all body types, rocky skin patterns, tones, and more. Now that golden mohawk with the braids and the fringe beard, that's quite the look. But I really like the beardless guy with the bushy blonde eyebrows. He looks so cool. He's just kind of like, yep, what do you want me to do? So anyway, all right, moving on.
Okay.
Another cool culture that players will encounter in the War Within is the Arathi.
Los Arathi. Está presentando las novedades.
So these are descendants of the original Arathorian Empire,
Uy,
and they've arrived relatively recently
of
in
light
some
acá en
somewhat mysterious circumstances, and they find themselves trapped here within Khazalgar. Mysterious mostly because I can't say anything more about it just yet because of spoilers,
Esos sets
but
me
it's not
gustan,
like
están bien
spooky
chéveres.
mysterious, it's the other kind. As a people, the Arathi are worshippers and wielders of holy fire. They are dedicated to bringing hope and light to the darkness.
Yeah.
They're tough, resilient people, with every member of the society being an able combatant. Some few are further blessed with paladin-like abilities through their devotion to the light. Even their airships are powered by sacred flame. The extent to which they're comfortable in battle is probably a good thing, because they have established a home away from home in an enormous cavern bordered by an endless underground sea, from which terrifying creatures emerge to rampage and create havoc. Not my idea of a cool place to hang out, but they're really, really tough. These watery monstrosities, though, are nothing compared to the threat from below. A constant swarm of Nerubians has been held back so far from invading the Arathi lands. The assault is unrelenting, the threat is dire, and the Arathi can't hold much longer. These bastions of light against the darkness are far from home and limited in number. Sure would be terrible if there was also division within the Arathi ranks. Just saying. That would be pretty rough, what with them being so outnumbered. We could probably help them. All right, speaking of the Nerubians in the War Within, we'll explore the last
él mencionó sí de
within
Nerubians. Yo pensé que eran los
Khazalgar.
Nerubianos de
These
siempre, ¿no?
ancient survivors of the Black Empire who
Ya.
rejected their former masters have developed
Que
their
son
own
sobrevivientes
culture here
del
in the
Imperio
deep
Negro, del
darkness.
Imperio Negro de
As
anterior.
Taryn mentioned earlier, Zalatath has
una
made a
etapa de
bargain
los
with the
dioses antiguos
Nerubian
que
queen
gobernaron y eran
who
los,
seeks a
se
new
llamó el
future
Imperio
and
Negro.
renewed glory
Y ellos
for
son
her
los
people. The
más viejos,
Nerubians
¿no?
are
Los
extremely capable and devious adversaries who have
ancestrales,
been honing their skills with their constant assault
nerubianos
on the
ancestrales,
Arathi.
entiendo.
But domination hasn't come fast enough for the Queen's taste, as the Arathi has managed to hold against this onslaught. So this deal with the Harbinger has included some assistance for her troops. Through some dark alchemical process, Zalatath has provided the knowledge required to evolve chosen Nerubians into paragons of their race.
Que las Zalatas los ha hecho evolucionar, es lo que acabo de entender.
Has embraced these modifications with enthusiasm and eagerly offered her army to achieve the Harbinger's schemes. It appears to be a win-win situation. But not all Nerubians share their sovereign's enthusiasm for change and her embrace of Zalatath. Shadowy figures with far too many limbs maneuver against the Harbinger's plans in opposition to the Queen's desire. As you might expect, any foray into this Nerubian kingdom introduces us to a variety of citizens, including some forms we've never encountered before. Here's a layout of some of the Nerubian models that are completed and also some that are in progress, as well as scale reference for goblins and humans, so you just get a sense of size. In addition to the Nerubian citizens, there are also domesticated insects who serve the kingdom as beasts of burden
Verían el
and
traductor
pets.
en español, pero el tipo no le pone muchas ganas.
Full range of carapaces, carapae, I don't know, whichever. Skittering legs, grabby arms, piercing spiky bits, and creepy eyes for you to enjoy, I guess. All right, let's talk about our zones. The surface of Khazalgar is our first zone, called the Isle of Dorn. This is the home of the earthen surface dwellers, as well as other native species of creatures. The fertile soil, flowering plant life, and generous waterways provide nourishment for animals in this untouched paradise. An important facet of earthen society is Cinderbrew mead. This volatile substance is manufactured from molten honey, produced by enormous fiery bees. Their home groves are a remarkable sight, as the hearts of the trees themselves glow with lava-like fluid. Harvesting is always an exciting time, as the ferocious creatures are understandably protective of their hives. Now, the roosts at Storm Watch are wreathed with lightning and fierce winds. These wild elemental rooks may choose to serve a member of the Oathsworn, who, if so blessed, becomes a Storm Rider, one of the guardian warriors of the earthen people. The Unbound deal with hostile creatures from time to time, but for their most part, the existence is relatively peaceful, sort of peaceful. Their comfortable homes are often situated near the places where they once labored as adherents to the edicts. Those sites are now in disrepair, and in some cases, the lair of other creatures. Of course, the Isle of Dorn boasts a great walled city where the Oathsworn live and serve the edicts of the Titans. The city of Dornagal is the location of many important civic buildings, markets, traders, and crafters. And it's here that a traveler will find the expected amenities of a capital city, as well as the Titan Causeway, the defense of which is the Oathsworn's primary charge. Now, beneath the surface of the Isle of Dorn lies our second zone, the Ringing Deeps. As the name suggests, it is here that the Earthen are engaged in their work in accordance with the edicts. In these industrial areas of this cavernous space are huge, complicated machines, lava-heated foundries and forges, and waterworks, both to cool and to power huge machinery. Maintaining these Titan mechanisms and keeping everything running is both the responsibility and the passion of the machine speakers.
Pero todo lo que tenía que ver con los titanes siempre había bastante como maquinarias, cosas así.
These cenotes bring light and water into areas once shrouded in darkness. Abundant greenery, flowers, and creatures that do not typically dwell in caverns may be found in these idyllic spots. It was really important to us as developers that we delivered the fantasy of the hard-working industry, but still had some break-up areas of natural beauty that don't feel like dark, constrained tunnels. Now, as the machine speaker population has dropped, they've had increasing difficulties with cobalt incursions, and indeed the kobolds have taken over the mines, the work areas. They've even built a city of their own.
Los elementales deben ser como los Pokémon, siempre se ven diferentes.
Becoming a force to be reckoned with under the aggressive actions of their leader, the Candle King. You knew it had to be a candle. No take candle. No take candle. With the passage of time, the earthen have diminished both in number and in the knowledge required to perform the various routines to tune and repair the processes. The old ways have been forgotten, and new creative methods must be employed if the edicts are to be obeyed. So they're kind of making it up as they go along. From the ringing deeps, we descend further into Khazalgar to reach Hollowfall, a vast hollow area in the earth, bordered by an endless underground sea. This tenuous foothold under the bright light of an enormous crystal has allowed the Arathi to survive, using their airships to travel to high plateaus and establish docks, light towers, villages, and even a priory. From the capital of Mereldar, these trapped people strive to keep hope alive and spread the light, while engaged in a near constant battle with the Nerubians at their borders. The open spaces, the bright light, and the greenery are intended to feel as though we're on the surface, somehow, rather than in this sort of strange hollow within Azeroth. The crystal provides brilliant light, warmth, and growth for vegetation. You may notice that all the blooming plants have opened their blossoms toward the light and seem to be reaching in that direction whenever they're in Hollowfall. Unfortunately, the crystal sun has been changing in recent years. Where once the light was steady and reliable, it now fades without warning, plunging the Arathi into darkness, save where they have built light towers and maintain their holy flame beacons. In the absence of this light, the dangerous Kobis and other fierce creatures emerge from the sea to rampage. As the Arathi are barely holding back the Nerubians, these unpredictable episodes are incredibly demoralizing and deadly. Happily, the light has always returned to the crystal, so far. And at the deepest descent in the war within, we reach the zone of Azj-Kahet. That almost rhymes. Anyway, the Nerubian city of Threads has been built on the ruins of itself, over
Todo esto tiene que ver con la primera fase, ¿no? Sí, estoy medio desconcertado también. Todo esto tiene que ver con la primera fase.
And as a result, the city climbs ever higher. Those Nerubians favored by the queen, or possessing enormous wealth, or both, command the greatest views and live in the highest places over these swarming masses of the many districts. The Burrows is the home of the scavengers, the forgotten, deep in the decay and the filth. The Umbral Bazaar is a trading hub of fine silks, fascinating alchemical discoveries, and other exotic and hard-to-find goods. The Skanes are the home of the lore keepers and scholars who toil to maintain the history of their people and research myths and legends of Azeroth. There are many other districts and less than savory neighborhoods, both well-known and secret, that the careful adventurer could discover, should they risk life and limb to do so. But the key to such exploration is fitting in among the Nerubians and being accepted, an enterprise best accomplished through skill in the use of pheromones and considerable bravery. The zone of Azj-Kahet features areas of spectacular dark beauty that are inhabited by these creatures that have found a way to live among the Nerubians without being deemed a threat, found to be particularly tasty to consume, or just too much fun to torment. The mobilization of forces to assault the Arathi while also providing military might to achieve Xal'atath's schemes has stirred up all sorts of inhabitants of the darkness.
Toda esta primera fase tiene que ver con Nerubianos,
the Nerubians are gathering at odd the black blood of the old gods, for some unknown purpose. But I'm sure that's fine.
Será como la manifestación, pues, ¿no?
And now I'd like to talk a little bit about our zone flow. As I mentioned...
El vuelo.
Awesome, huh?
La gente quería conservar eso, ¿no? No quería perderlo.
We travel from the Isle of Dorne into the Ringing Deeps, into Hollowfall, and then into Azj-Kahet. In the War Within, all of our zones are connected all together using the airlock technology that we developed for Zarelac Cavern, allowing for this seamless descent from the Isle of Dorne all the way to Azj-Kahet. That was video I just captured last week of the transition between the Ringing Deeps and Hollowfall. As you can see, we built for dynamic flight, and we were able to flow directly between the zones without the load screen. There is some seriously amazing swoopy goodness to be had moving across these zones and through these spaces. It feels so cool to burst out of a really tight area and into just a huge drop like that. It's so exhilarating. Now, this blobby map that I've got up here was an early attempt during development of our zone flow to try to figure out how we would stack these zones together and achieve the relationship between their geography and geometry that made sense and felt great to traverse. We ended up with something slightly different than this, but this is pretty representative to explain what the world builders were thinking about when they planned these spaces out. It was really important to our design that while 3 of the 4 zones are technically underground, they didn't feel that way, and that they were distinctly different from one another. We pursued that goal by introducing the natural cenotes in the ringing deeps and leaning into the fantasy of the classic underground foundry and industrial workspaces. So even in the zone that felt the tightest, there's places that look as though they're actually on the surface. And within Hollowfall, we created a massive hollow space in a cavern so vast it feels like an exterior, with a huge artificial sun in the form of a gigantic crystal. And in Ajkahet, we leaned hard into traditional Nerubian architecture with hanging nests and huge palaces built all over a decaying city that just falls away into the depths. And that is the last bit of eye candy I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed this peek at what we've got in development.
Todo su reino así como por debajo de la tierra. Está en desarrollo, creo que dijo también.
So now it's time for me to introduce you to Morgan Day, who's going to give you lots of information about dungeons, raids, and systems. Enjoy. Thanks very much. Bye.
Morgan, asociado director. Raids y sistemas. Sistemas de cómo jugar, todas las mecánicas. Las mecánicas me parece que es lo que creo que va a explicar.
My name is Morgan Day, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the upcoming content, features, and systems.
¿Qué va a venir sobre los sistemas y esto? Contenido, todo. ¿Qué va a decir? Ya no vamos a necesitar 10 botones.
There will be 8 new dungeons coming in the War Within, 4 during level up, 1 in each of the 4 zones that Maria just walked us through, as well as 4 at max level. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening in these dungeons. For instance, we have like a Kobold dungeon where you'll meet that Candle King, where there's like a light mechanic that takes place.
Para subir nivel, creo que es lo que entiendo ahí. Otro de máximo nivel, es lo que entiendo.
But also, one of my favorites is the Cinderbrew Meadery that Maria just talked us through. So this is a dungeon that takes place on our first zone, the Isle of Dorn, which is where you'll experience, all of our earthen buddies, and this is the place where they make that Cinderbrew mead that she was talking about. They take in all that honey that they gather from throughout the zone to make the mead, to do all kinds of fun and/or nefarious things with. Although I do have to say, I feel like they're a little bit behind the times. I feel like all the kids are drinking that, hard seltzer or something these days, but whatever. They're old school, I get it. Next up, our raid, the Nerubar Palace. So this is an 8-boss raid that will take place in the zone of Ajkahet. And this is really the culmination of all of those machinations we keep hearing about that we see play out between the Nerubian Empire, their queen, and her collaboration with Xal'atath. So for this next one, we don't normally show things this early, but I thought it'd be cool to share. On the left there, you can kind of see the top-down view of the raid, and on the right, it's more of like a side cutout. So we like to work on all of our dungeons and raids when they still look like this, as it's much easier to iterate while we're in 2D than it is to kind of change the zones around once we're in the game and it's all blocked out. So to step us through the raid really quickly, after barging through the front door, you'll very quickly fall and/or get knocked into one of those giant pits of that god that you'll hear much more about in Ajkahet. And then you'll battle your way through the harvest pits, and then finally traverse your way back up through the stalactite wing, which is not a final name, I promise, until you finally fight your way into the Queen's inner sanctum, where you'll come face to face with her as the end boss. So as you can see, this will kind of feel like a winged raid in terms of the vibes, but in terms of the player experience, it'll actually be quite a bit more linear than what you might be used to for a raid with some winged vibes. So something that I also think is fun to talk about really quick is With all of our dungeons and raids, we like to try to explore like, what is the thing that's gonna make this space feel really unique, that's gonna make it stand out from all the other times that we've built these dungeons and raids. And with this space, we really thought that, given that we have the Nerubian to play with, they've got all these amazing like webs and silken threads that you can kind of traverse the zone through, we thought it'd be really fun to explore verticality as a major element of this raid. So I think that'll be really fun to see what the team comes up with for that. Next up, let's talk about systems. So I want to walk you through some of our features and systems at a really high level, but first I want to talk about some of the philosophies that are really guiding us to add these into the War Within. So first and foremost, we really want to continue to extend the philosophies of Dragonflight into the War Within. And really when we talk about that, there's three main pillars that I want to touch on. First, we really want to make sure that we're focusing on evergreen features. We want to make sure that we're making World of Warcraft better forever and not focusing on things that we know we're going to have to leave behind as we move into future expansions. Next, we want to make sure that there's something for everyone. So whether you're a hardcore raider, a PvPer, a collector, or apparently like Holly, you just love to play tons of alts and run around the world exploring things, we want to make sure that there's something in War Within that you can really geek out over and that resonates with you. And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our philosophy and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind. We want to make sure... Woo! We want to make sure that we're building all of our systems to really respect the time of the player behind the keyboard and not focusing so much on the accomplishments of that individual character. So let's talk about delves. Delves are a new feature that will be integrated into the outdoor world experience, where the fantasy of these is actually that you'll be joining the Dragonscale expedition
y hay polos de lo que acabamos de ver de la expansión.
Lo tiene. Wow. So delves are an evergreen feature that is really integrated into that outdoor world experience. We want delves to be a new pillar of in-game content for those outdoor world explorers. We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion, where they are going to be really integrated and transformative into that outdoor world, especially that endgame loop. So one of the main reasons I'm stoked about delves is that these will provide an opportunity for us to, give seasonal content and rewards to those outdoor world explorers. So that means things like, rewards that you're used to, like mounts, achievements, titles, but we'll also be adding a outdoor row to the Great Vault with War Within. So that all of you outdoor world explorers will be able to share in the joy of rushing to the Great Vault every week to collect your loot. And there will also be 13 unique delves that we'll be launching War Within with.
Entiendo que son cosas que le están añadiendo.
1 to 5 players and be role agnostic. So that means if you want to play a delve solo, that's totally cool. If you want to go with you and your partner, that works as well. Or you can bring your whole dungeon group in, and the delve will scale based on your group size and your roles.
Se ve como en una exposición.
And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of my favorite features of delves, which I think Maria alluded to earlier, which is that there will be an NPC companion joining you on all of your adventures. So for season 1, that'll be Bran Bronzebeard, as you can see.
Para lo que hagas.
And Bran will be tagging along with you on all of your delve adventures, and will totally never, not even once, aggro a pack of monsters that you didn't want him to. And I don't
ya no más esos que jalaban a los monstruos. Creo que dijo eso.
So Bran will have a customizable talents and mechanics and abilities that you'll be able to kind of load out to suit your playstyle and needs. So, maybe you need a little bit of extra healing. Well, you can load Bran out to provide that for you. And finally, you wouldn't be exploring with the Dragonscale expedition if at the end of every delve there wasn't this massive treasure trove that we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that that vault for you, you'll need to maybe defeat a boss, maybe you'll solve a couple puzzles, something like that, and then Bran will be able to open that vault door for you.
Bueno, le aplauden igual.
Next up, let's talk about warbands. Ah, it's happening!
Ah, it's happening. Pónganle manos.
So warbands are a system that we're introducing that will really be the representation of all of your characters across your Battle.net account. Warbands are an opportunity for us to create a platform where you can share your achievements, resources, and all that other good stuff across all of those characters. So the goal of this system is really to be that representation of the philosophy shift that I mentioned earlier about really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. Really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. There's actually a ton of additions and modifications.
El tipo que estaba traduciendo aquí se fue. El traductor del canal latinoamericano se fue. Bueno, bienvenidos al canal latinoamericano. Voy a traducir para ustedes. No entiendo nada. Es un poco aburrido.
We'll actually be revisiting the transmog rules of how you acquire those appearances in The War Within. So for all of you who have...
¿Se fue en serio?
So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of those legacy instances just to make sure...
Y en español de España.
That won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be able to run it with 1 character.
Acá lo está viendo Champe. Ellos deben saber inglés. Acá está el español de España. Fue también, era el mismo, pues. Pero se ha ido. Warband. Como bandas de guerra, bandas para peleas. Talenta, rama de talentos.
So here's a quick mock-up of what the UI will look like that I think really helps explain how these integrate into our current talent trees. But really quick, let's take a look at how this will work. So there will be 3 new hero talent trees per class, and 2 will be available per specialization that you can freely choose and swap between. And also, this is another evergreen feature. This is a system that we think is going to provide a new vector of choice and customization for
you. Es que no llego a entender del todo lo que está diciendo.
As well as create opportunities for us to
PvP,
really
sorry.
some of those core class fantasies that are, so amazing.
Está hablando sobre los talentos, bueno, mecánicas, como dijo. Pero exactamente qué dicen, no.
And the way I like to think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points and specialization talent points. And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called hero talent points. So let's look at a quick example, which hopefully explains it a little bit more. This is a warrior, as you can see. These are the 3 hero talent trees that they'll have available. Mountain Thane, Colossus, and down at the bottom, Colossus and Slayer are their options. So this is how the majority of our classes are going to look in the War Within. The exception, of course, being druids and demon hunters, who are a bit special. So
este es un ejemplo con un guerrero, ¿no?
So let's take a look at how you'll unlock the system, as well as how it'll feel playing through as you're leveling through the War Within. So the system will automatically unlock at level 71.
Bloquea automáticamente este sistema.
You'll earn 1 talent point per level as you level from 71 to 80. And there are 10 talent points in total, with several choice nodes along the way. So I like to think of this as being similar to like the Legion artifact, where as you were leveling and progressing, you were making some choices along the way, but ultimately you're going to unlock the whole tree. And also, I want to be very clear here. These are extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes, as well as to swap between the different hero talent trees.
No los veo muy
This
animados, ¿no?
should be very analogous to your current talent trees and will follow all the same rules that you used to there. So, at the start of a raid boss, before a Mythic Plus starts, before an arena match kicks off, and anywhere in between. And to wrap us up, I wanted to show off a really quick video of what hero talents look like in action.
Bueno, pasamos un video, creo.
So this is a warrior, as you can see, pop an avatar, jumping in. And this next one is that same warrior with the mountain thane talent tree. As you can see, Stormbolt hits multiple targets.
Ahora ya capté lo que estaba diciendo.
And a lot of other cool stuff going on there as well. I heard some oohs.
Se lagueó.
Artists will be happy.
What the fuck?
So that about wraps us up for our What's Next panel.
Ya, lo que acaba de presentar es como que la rama de talentos se va a especificar, se va determinadamente a hacer coloso, héroe de la montaña, cosas así. Y le van a agregar cosas específicas. Y se va a agregar una ramita, esa ramita pequeñita que mostraron.
So thank you all so much. I hope you have a great BlizzCon.
Entendí.
Bye.
Y creo que algunos que estaban haciendo videos sobre darle más peso al lore de origen del héroe o el personaje que tú te creas era muy importante. Lo voy a repetir un poquito porque creo que se va a poner en pausa. Acá mostró las mapas.
BlizzCon 2023.
Okay.
And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our philosophy and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind.
Ya eso que dijo, ahora lo estoy entendiendo. Cuando luego lo escucho lo entiendo un poco mejor.
I want to make sure that there's something in War Within that you can really geek out over and that resonates with you. And finally, we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on our
Estamos seguros de que algo
and build on our systems and content with people who play multiple characters in mind. We want to make sure
que los que juegan varios personajes. Los que juegan varios personajes, dices.
We want to make sure that we're building all of our systems to really respect the time of the player behind the keyboard and
vamos a respetar el tiempo del que juega detrás de ese teclado.
Not focusing so much on the accomplishments of that individual character.
Hay que estar más concentrado en lo que es su personaje, ¿no? En lugar de.
So let's talk about delves. Delves are a new feature that will be integrated into the outdoor world
Han agregado nuevas características.
experience, where the fantasy of these is actually that you'll be joining the Dragon Scale expedition in their search for
lo que es la Dragon Scale Expedition, dice la expedición dragón, ya digámosle así, no entiendo muy bien.
Lost treasures all across Kazalgar. So delves are an evergreen feature that is really integrated into that outdoor world experience. We want delves to be a new pillar of endgame content for those outdoor world explorers. We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion, where they are
como en Legión. ¿Qué dijo que es como Legión?
We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion, where they are going to be a new pillar of endgame content for those outdoor world explorers. We really view this as something like when we added world quests back in Legion.
World Quest dijo misiones del mundo, misiones de mundo, ajá, como en Legión.
Where they are going to be really integrated and transformative into that outdoor world, especially that endgame loop.
Claro, creo que era como zonas faseadas, es lo que creo que estoy entendiendo. Vamos a ver acá un toque. Ahí estamos. Estoy revisando acá. Ya, listo.
So one of the main reasons I'm stoked about delves is that these will provide an opportunity for us to, give seasonal content and rewards to those outdoor world explorers. So that means things like, rewards that you're used to, like mounts, achievements, titles, but we'll also
que estás concentrado en sacar logros, eso que dicen, o monturas, logros.
Be adding a outdoor row to the Great Vault with War Within.
Y eso lo hemos evolucionado, dice, y le hemos hecho algo. Creo que ha mejorado esa experiencia de tú que quieres hacer logros, que quieres hacer misiones de mundo, que quieres irte por, ¿no? Por el WoW, pasando el rato. ¿Qué es esto? Creo que le han añadido cosas más y eso es justo lo que estaba mostrando en las clases.
All of you Outdoor World explorers will be able to share in the joy of, rushing to the Great Vault every week to collect your loot. And there will also be 13 unique delves that we'll be launching War Within with. And delves will scale from 1 to 5 players and be role agnostic. So that means if you want to play a delve solo, that's totally cool. If you want to go with you and your partner, that works as well. Or you can bring your whole dungeon group in, and the delve will scale based on your group size and your roles.
Que se escala, dice. Según los roles que tengan, ¿no? Bueno.
And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of my favorite features of delves, which...
Va a mencionar uno de sus, ¿cómo se diría? Características favoritas o añadidos favoritos que
I think Maria alluded to earlier, which is that there will be an NPC companion.
NPC companion, ya, sí, eso que dijo del compañero NPC.
So, for season 1, that'll be Bran Bronzebeard, as you can see.
Para la primera fase, ¿no? La primera temporada.
And Bran will be tagging along with you on all of your delve adventures and will totally never, not even once, aggro a pack of monsters that you didn't want him to.
Ya, lo que dijo sobre los NPCs que jalaban.
Behind my back right now.
Ya no.
So, Bran will have a customizable talents and mechanics and abilities that you'll be
le van a poner habilidades y mecánicas personalizables, creo.
Be able to kind of load out to suit your playstyle and needs. So, maybe you need a little bit of extra healing. Well, you can load Bran out to provide that for you. And finally, you wouldn't be exploring with the Dragonscale Expedition if at the end of every delve there wasn't this massive treasure trove that we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that vault for you, you'll need to maybe...
Bueno, realmente dijo que van a evolucionar.
That we need Bran to open for us, which hopefully brought a couple of keys to open some of the chests in there. But before Bran can open that vault for you, you'll need to maybe defeat a boss, maybe you'll solve a couple puzzles, something like that, and then Bran will be able to open that vault door for you.
Creo que era la recompensa,
let's talk about warbands. It's happening!
Vamos, póngale más ganas.
So, warbands are a system that we're introducing that will really be the representation of all of your characters across your Battle.net account. Warbands are an opportunity for us to create a platform where you can share your achievements, resources, and all that other good stuff across all of those characters. So the goal of this system is really to be that representation of the philosophy shift that I mentioned earlier about really respecting the time of the player behind the keyboards and not those individual characters. There's actually a ton of additions and modifications. We've talked about a few here. There's no singular UI screen that says warbands. It's more of all these modifications and updates and features are kind of wearing a big coat that says warbands on the back of it. It's how I kind of keep it straight in my head. But just to talk about a couple of those cool features, we'll actually be revisiting the transmog rules of how you acquire those appearances in the War Within. So for all of you who have...
Las reglas de transfiguraciones, ¿no?
So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of those legacy instances just to make sure you're collecting all the appearances, that won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be able to run it with 1 character.
No va a haber más algo que dice, es que no le entendí esa parte. No lo llegué a entender.
So that means all of you who have probably had to run 4 characters through all of
probablemente tienes 4 personajes
those legacy instances just to make sure you're collecting all the appearances.
Para coleccionar las diferentes apariencias.
That won't be the case anymore in War Within. You'll just be able to run it with 1 character. And Holly mentioned this already, but this is obviously one that people are looking forward to. All of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account. in the War Within will be shared across your all of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account. But this is obviously one that people are looking forward to. All of our reputations as well as renown in the War Within will be shared across your entire account.
Supongo que ya se evoluciona todo junto. Eso es lo que decía de los personajes.
Let's talk about hero talents. So here's a quick mock-up of what the UI will look like that I think really helps explain how these integrate into our current talent trees. But really quick, let's take a look at how this will work. So there will be 3 new hero talent trees per class.
3 ramas de talentos, 3 árboles de talento para cada clase.
And 2 will be available per specialization that you can freely choose.
Claro que se especializa de acuerdo a la clase y a la especialización. De acuerdo a cada especialización se pone
is going to provide a new vector of choice and customization for you and all of your classes, as well as create opportunities for us to really dig into some of those core class fantasies that are, so amazing.
Que le agregan más fantasía a las clases desde esa oportunidad de ellos, es lo que entiendo, es lo que entendí.
So Hero Talents will introduce these new, small, self-contained talent trees like you just saw in the UI. And the way I like to think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points and specialization talent points. And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called Hero Talent Points.
Ya tienen la especialización de talentos. A ver, ¿cómo dijo?
Think about it is like, currently we have 2 types of talent points, right? We have class talent points.
Tú tienes 2 tipos de talentos. El de clase,
and specialization talent points.
Especialización.
And now in the War Within, there'll be a 3rd type called Hero Talent Points.
Y ahora tienes una tercera que es el de héroe. O sea, está el de clase guerrero, especialización, armas y de talento de héroes de la montaña, titánico, una cosa así dijo, coloso.
So let's look at a quick example, which hopefully explains.
O sea, le voy a explicar de manera simple.
Explains it a little bit more. This is a warrior, as you can see.
Un guerrero, como puedes ver.
These are the 3 hero talent trees that they'll have available.
Ahí está, este es lo que tiene 3 ramas de talento.
Colossus, and Slayer.
Por ejemplo, la clase aquí es guerrero. La especialización, protección, furia y armas.
Slayer.
Y lo de héroe, de la montaña, coloso y Slayer como Demon Slayer, purgador, algo así. La luz. Go back to the HD.
And as you can see in the top left, we have protection, who will be able to choose between Mountain Thane and Colossus. Up in the right, you'll use.
Si eres protección, tienes las opciones de montaña y coloso. Mountain Thane, ¿qué es Thane? Ya no lo sé.
The Fury, yep, that's right. Mountain Thane and Slayer are.
Y si eres furia, claro, montaña y Slayer como es purgador, destructor creo que sería bueno. Qué locura. A ver, ¿qué más?
Are their options, and down at the bottom, Colossus and Slayer are their options. So this is how the majority of our classes are going to look in the War Within. The exception, of course, being Druids and Demon Hunters, who are a bit special, so theirs will look a little different. So let's take a look at how you'll unlock the system, as well as how it'll feel playing through as you're leveling through the War Within. So the system will automatically unlock at level 71, and it'll just appear in your UI.
Nivel 71.
You'll earn 1 talent point per level as you level from 71
Un
to 80.
talento por nivel desde 71
And there are
al
10
80,
talent
10
points in
talentos en
total,
total.
with several choice nodes along the way. So I like to think of this as being similar to like the
Elecciones
Legion
críticas, ¿no?
artifact,
Elecciones
where as you're
cruciales, es
leveling
lo
and
que entiendo.
progressing, you are making some choices along the way, but ultimately you're going to unlock the whole tree. And also, I want to be very clear here. These are extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes, as well as to swap between the different hero talent trees.
Ese último que dijo.
Extremely low friction to swap between those choice nodes as
Extremely low friction. Hay una muy poca fricción respecto al... ¿Qué dice?
well as to swap between the different hero talent trees.
Como que no se intervienen entre sí los árboles de
this
talento.
should be very analogous to your current talent trees and will follow all the same rules that you used to there. So, at the start of a raid boss, before a Mythic Plus starts, before an arena match kicks off, and anywhere in between. And to wrap us up, I wanted to show off a really quick video of what hero talents look like in action.
Cómo funciona
So this is a warrior, as you can see, popping avatar, jumping in. And this next one is that same warrior with the Mountain Thane talent tree. As you can see, Stormbolt hits multiple targets, there's a couple of cool new V effects, and a lot of other cool stuff going on there as well. I heard some oohs.
Oohs.
Our effects artists will be happy. So that about wraps us up for our What's Next panel.
En el siguiente panel. ¿Llegó? Esta es la serie, como dice el horario, el cronograma. ¿Ya están en WoW Classic o WoW World of Warcraft? Creo que es World of Warcraft.
Now I've got a whole new outlook on life.
I
realized that it's okay to put myself first. Found out that I have a knack for bringing people together. And I learned how to let loose with friends. I work hard. And I play hard. So,
Work hard, play hard. ¿No suena una canción esa?
Ready to have some fun?
Ah, el panel de Overwatch. Bueno, ya.
What's up, everybody? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm excited. It's great to be here. But, working on our Overwatch hero takes a full team. And I'm thrilled to introduce some of the amazing people who help bring him to life. We have Kyunso, our narrative designer. Alec Dawson, our lead hero designer.
Narrativo.
Foster, senior test analyst. And the amazing Rakan, our senior character artist. Okay, so we probably talk about Malga or any panel forever, but we only have like 45 minutes, so let's just jump right into it. Kyunso, let us know a little bit about Malga's backstory.
Of course. As Dion mentioned during the opening ceremony, people have been fans of Malga or manga for a very long time. We've released 6 heroes with Overwatch 2, and for most of them, if not all, people have been speculating if it was going to be manga. But here's a very quick introduction of him for anyone who doesn't know who he is. He was originally introduced in 2019 in the second Overwatch short story, What You Left Behind, written by Alyssa Wong. It's a story that follows Baptiste, and manga makes quite the appearance. Manga and Baptiste worked for Talon, and they were pretty close friends before Baptiste left. And manga made an immediate impact.
Suena como maga.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. Look at that sly, self-satisfied grin. He's just a guy who wants to have fun. Woo! Yeah, that's right.
Encargada de Overwatch.
But be careful. Behind his grin, there's always a threat. And he uses his big, jockey personality to hide his cunning side. One of my favorite lines in that short story is when he just goes, "It gets real Shakespearean up in here." He's our first Samoan hero, and we worked really hard to get that right.
Este es el
Throughout his development, the team worked with 3 cultural consultants, And they also helped us refine the Samoa map. And beyond the cultural consultants, we also worked with the brilliant Samoan tattoo artist, C.E. Lufau, to get his tattoo just right, because they have such a huge cultural significance in Samoan culture. It represents their heritage, their past, present, and future. So we knew we had to get this right.
Yeah, it was interesting when we first started to dig into the tattoo. We had done some drawings where Omnix were tattooing on Mauga's back. And once we started to work with CE, he was like, a tattoo is something that a human transfers to a Samoan.
It's a sacred experience,
right.
Yeah.
And so he had given us his feedback that the depiction of a robot or something without a soul, basically transferring a tattoo, was not the right thing. And so this was what's so fun about meeting these different people, the different culture experts. They really worked hand in hand with the character artists and the narrative designers. And just, we had fun figuring this out. And Mauga's such a fun and unique hero. This includes his lore, the art, the design history, his abilities. As you all either played him already on the show floor or at home, because you can play him right now, you should get you kind of get what you're actually experiencing with him. So, to talk a little bit more about the abilities, Alex, you want to break it down what his gameplay is like?
Yeah, let's talk about Mauga and sort of what he brings as a tank to Overwatch. His style gameplay, he can either charge in alone or he can go with his team, right? Because he's this big, high threat level who sustains through dealing damage. And that's how he's really unlike a lot of the other tanks is, you know, he has this passive that actually keeps him up as he deals critical damage. So it's one of the things where he's constantly in the fight, he's brawling, he's destructive, because that's the way he is keeping himself alive and in the fight. Another thing he does is his guns are hit scan. You know, when developing Mauga, the team really wanted to look at a tank that could counter Pharah or Echo and have an ability to actually contest them while they're in the air from afar or even up close. So when looking at Mauga, there was a few things the team really wanted to get right. And talking with Josh Snow, our lead balance designer and the point designer for Mauga, you know, he talks about the guns being core to this hero. Mauga is one of those kits, say like Widowmaker, where the gun comes first and then all the rest of the abilities follow. Along with his weapons though, we also wanted to make sure we could have abilities for a character of this size. Mauga is huge. He's huge in game, as you may have already seen. He's the biggest hero that we have in the game so far. So what do you have to do to compensate for that size? You know, he's a big target. And then finally, it was about getting this personality right. He's aggressive, he's destructive, he's in your face, but he's also smarter than he looks. And that really started with the character that narrative and art were telling.
I think he's about 7 feet or...
Yeah, he's a big guy.
The biggest character we made so far. And I mentioned earlier that his name, Mauga, so we had no choice but to make him big. And he has this... I really like his playstyle. It's very... It feels brutal, but there's a lot of strategy behind the approach. And Overwatch heroes aren't just about their abilities. We take great pride in their personalities too, and the short story that you mentioned, published around summer 2019. And then we suddenly released Sigma later, if you guys remember. And actually Sigma was we envisioned
Mis visiones no son como las de los demás.
Ah, ya, eso dijo. Ese es de War Waiting.
No hay canciones. Solo esa sombra que me provoca.
Las canciones porque los elfos tienen como sus canciones, profundo. ¿No? La de Dorn. El abismo resonante. Miércoles. ¿Qué están diciendo de...? Es que era de... Son no sé qué rayos. Que al final va a ser así como esto. nueva resalida qué? Talentos de héroe, es lo que estábamos viendo, los talentos de héroe. Terráneos, los terráneos. Lo dinámico. Ya, genial, le metieron los vuelos a todas las monturas. Sí, dijeron que los iban a conservar, pero ahora los hacen expandidos.
El destino del mundo pende del filo de una navaja.
Filo del cuchillo.
Y la batalla aguarda en la oscuridad.
Compra ahora. ¿Quiénes se animan a jugar esta vaina? Uy, no quería ver eso. Disponible en 2024. Ahí está. World of Warcraft, The War Within, la guerra interna. O la guerra del interior, ¿no? World of Warcraft, Dragonflight. 30 días. Eso de 3 en reloj, no sé qué es. Desbloquea las recompensas de la Epic Edition Today. O sea, hoy. Debe ser que ya se actualizó en el Battle.net. No sé, dejar que hablen ahora.
Right. So let's watch the video.
Acá está, pues.
Look at these in action real quick. So you have his incendiary chain gun, his left quick, that sets opponents on fire. It takes 10 hits to set the opponent on fire, so they'll be in a burning state, where they become vulnerable to his right click, his volatile chain gun. And when you deal damage with that, it deals critical damage. This is pretty important because whenever Malga deals critical damage, whether it be through volatile chain gun or through headshots, he actually gains temporary health as well. So this was a part we really wanted to get right in its development, where there was this mini game between both of the guns. It allows Malga to play at different types of ranges. Malga can play really up close, rail on both guns at the same time, or he can be a little bit pokey sometimes. A little bit of left click, a little bit of right click, and get to that rhythm that can actually deal a lot of damage.
And that on-fire ability, where he lights someone on fire, is actually really unique for our game because it also works in tandem with Ash's dynamite. If you light a target or a bunch of targets on fire with an Ash on your team, then he gets that crit damage across all of them as long as they're on fire. So there's a little more cohesion between hero selection.
Claro, todo es bajo tierra, como dijeron.
And that's something new that we've done. This also, as you mentioned, works with his passive, his Berserker passive. He gains bonus health from all this, so if Ash lights up the entire team, you can go crazy, get extra crits and your additional health and everything, and it's really amazing.
Yeah, that's
Encantes vistos, ocultas peligros al acecho, llegar a las profundidades del Imperio Nerubiano.
Set opponents on fire, and then right click to get the bonus health.
Donde la indescifrable emisaria del vacío reclutó fuerzas arácnidas para poner a Cedro de rodillas. Eso trata de Crisálata. Investiga los sirvientes de la sombra, investiga los motivos que hay detrás de las maquinaciones del emisario y participa de una nueva aventura emocionalmente ¿verdad? Las próximas 3 expansiones. Es lo que mencionó Metzen, pues que ya estaban en ese plan de precompra World of Warcraft The War Within. Desbloquea un montón de beneficios que te ayudarán en las aventuras que te esperan. Todas las ediciones incluyen. Esto es como Battles for Azeroth, pero ya lo que debió ser, tal vez, ¿no? Ya los nerubianos, el vacío va a salir, ya están los... El mundo está reaccionando. Azeroth de verdad. Todas las ediciones incluyen subida del personaje a nivel 70 mejorada. La expansión Dragonflight. Además, la Epic Edition también otorga acceso a la beta, acceso anticipado de War Within y todos los objetos del juego estarán disponibles inmediatamente a menos que se indique. Compra de World of Warcraft no incluye futuras expansiones, disponible a partir del 31 de diciembre, ¿ya? O antes, pero del 2024. Si ya tienes Dragonflight en tu cuenta, no volverás a recibir la expansión. Lo voy a comprar porque no tengo Dragonflight y creo que me conviene hacerlo así. Fechas de acceso a la beta, sujetos a cambios. Ya, los objetos del juego no están disponibles en los juegos de WoW Classic. Mejora al heroico Epic Edition, no volverá a otorgar ningún matrícula en el juego que ya haya sido desbloqueado anteriormente. No te repiten la cosa. Es la comparación, ¿qué te da?
Being that he has 2 weapons and they deliver different types of damage, it was really interesting challenge.
Subida 70.
If you look at the earlier
bonos de
concept,
comerciante,
you'll see
creo
that
que
his
eso ya se ha
weapons looks
vuelto un
different
nuevo
from the one
mercado,
that
¿no?
we have now. Well, the
Montura de
concept looked
jinete,
great. Once we put that in the game,
tormenta,
it just didn't look right from the
algarino,
first-person angle.
algarino,
So then we had to
con
go
vuelo
back
dinámico, ya
for the
tiene vuelo
concept,
dinámico.
rework them. And fun fact about these
Punto
guns.
de transfiguración
They are
mejorable,
the biggest
ropajes de
guns in the
jinete de
game,
tormenta,
but they are also the biggest guns in the game.
Storm Joker, ¿no era Storm? Storm
You know, for Maug. I want to say a huge
Jockey?
shout out to
Storm
Mauga Strike Team. I know
Storm, algo
you guys
así.
are out there.
¿Era?
And especially Jeff Mianowski for the
No,
awesome
no.
work that he did on the character. Yep. And
Hablando de
also for the
Overwatch.
tech team, and especially John Curran, who did
3 días de acceso
incredible
anticipado a
job with
War
adding
Waiting,
new technology to Mauga,
30 días de
which
tiempo de
I'm
juego,
gonna say some big
mascota
words now, so focus with me. Mauga has the
borrascoso,
first
perdón,
fully
juguete grifo
automatic
tormenta,
muscle system in
efecto
his
piedra,
body.
hogar
We've never done that
subterráneo.
before. So while he's
De la
moving
piedra
his
de
arm,
hogar.
you see the bicep. I mean, don't look, zoom in here, right here. See how the bicep? All that Mauga got it automatic. So again, our tech team just doing
Perdón.
incredible work. And if you look at this slide, it all started as a joke. These guns, I bet they're bigger than Tracer, right? And then I just put this scene quickly together. I'm like, yep, they are definitely bigger than Tracer. So technically, Mauga's running around holding 2 Tracers like that.
That's why they're orange, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This is our new scale.
Desciende las vastas profundidades. Todo lo que acaban de decir, Casalgar. Gánate la confianza en los terráneos, nueva raza aliada.
Here you can see the before and after, like how we had to adjust the barrel size.
Que podrás completar en solitario o con hasta 4 amigos y un compañero PNG, imagen jugable. PNJ, perdón. Hazte más fuerte subiendo hasta el 80, otra vez al 80.
And if you think about like Tracer and Reaper, they have 2 guns, right? But Mauga's gun is outside
nivel 70 de frente.
guns. So that's why that issue showed up when we did these guns, and we just edited it and
Jinete tormenta algarino, es este, es este de aquí, es como un hipogrifo.
And beyond his guns, his ability overrun
Circuito de
is also
carreras,
quite fun. Let's see a
de
video of it in action.
transfiguración, la Epic Edition.
As you can see, he charges forward and he lands in a huge stomp, launching his opponents in the
Unos
air.
30 días.
This, I think, perfectly
Antes eso anticipado por 3 días
Mauga's
antes. Ah, bueno.
personality.
Bueno, la mascota.
Maga
¿Viste
is
The
actually
Warcraft Rumble?
unstoppable. He cannot be CC'd, you can't
El juguete
sleep
grifo
him,
tormenta
you can't
balancín y
poop
el
him,
efecto.
you can't stop him from
Es un
getting where he
juguete.
wants to go,
Ah, es
because
un
he's this
juguete.
big guy who just needs to get where he needs to be. So once he starts going, he's going. Get out of his way and prepare for once he stops. Also, when he lands on an enemy, as you can see here with Reinhardt, if you are precise and land directly on an enemy, it's a brief stun.
Perdón, quiero ver esto. ¿Cómo? Esto es lo que te van a dar si consigues la Epic Edition. Lo voy a poner en Super HD. Y ahora sí. Montura voladora dinámica. Voy a hacer más pequeño esto. Jinete tormenta. Ya, esta es lo que decía. Pero es dinámica porque hace cambios, ¿ves? 4 colores distintos. Uy, no, qué loco. Ah, qué bacán está esta montura. Esta montura sí está bacán. En mis tiempos no había. Rojo, colores, está azul. A ver, ¿qué colores me vacilan? Perdón que lo estoy repitiendo, pero esto lo pueden ver. Dinámica, jinete, tormenta, algarilla. Claro, me gusta el azul, el rojo. ¿No hay verde? Bueno. Diseños, mira, así. Uy, de flama. Ay. Bueno, la mejora de 70. Ya, con jinete de la tormenta. Sí, algo se había filtrado, era real. Efecto de piedra de hogar. La mascota borrascoso. Grifo tormenta balancín. Juguete. 3 días de acceso anticipado. Estamos bien. Y de base, Dragonfly.
Pre-purchase the War Within now.
Esto era. Pero la montura, ahí con ese video ya entendí que la montura está bien chévere.
favor. It pairs well with other heroes that have high damage output and are able to move with the aura. Heroes like to get in the mix. If you think about a Reaper, double dipping with... It pairs well with other heroes that have high damage output and are able to move with the aura. Heroes like to get in the mix. If you think about a Reaper, double dipping with cardiac overdrive, with his own lifesteal.
Ya no está el que traduce, PvP.
In this video, which should show up anytime right now.
A ver. The video queued up for it as well. You'll see Soldier 76 will be gaining some health right here.
Yeah, if you look at Soldier HP as he's shooting with the cardiac overdrive, you can see how it's healing up. We visually needed to find a way to let you know that you are getting that aura. So on the screen, we added a burning effect. It's really important to find that balance, communicating to players that is going on without overloading the screen with too many different things that can either be distracting to or use up computer resources.
Yeah, this one went through quite a few iterations as well. Many of the early renditions of the ability were quite selfish, actually. He had this adrenaline meter where by dealing damage you gain movement speed, and then you could consume some of it to actually heal yourself. And then that ended up becoming his Berserker passive. So a lot of that came in where it's like, hey, Malga still wants some self-sustain in there. Another version that we tried left a pull on the ground instead of traveling with Malga. But you'd be confined to this space, and it kind of fought against how aggressive Malga wants to be. You know, he really wants to use Overrun to get in there, and just deal a bunch of damage, be destructive, be brutal. So by putting what that ability was, ended up on the Berserker passive, it freed up Cardiac Overdrive to be something that you could use for your team. And with how it works now, you know, encourages Malga to use it, get in with his teammates, this big window of opportunity. Characters like Mei and Reaper really love this ability.
The sound design of this ability is worth shouting out as well. When you initiate the ability, you actually hear the sound of double racing heartbeats because leaked fun fact, Manga has 2 hearts. He received a cybernetic heart during a pretty intense battle, and then later on upgraded his organic one. And the sound team really hit it out of the park. It's such a visceral, powerful sound. It really makes you feel powerful in the moment. Yeah. And actually, you can see heart canisters in the Samoa map in Manga's room for his, regularly cybernetic upgrades. And of course, alongside we can't forget his shark slippers, because Malga likes to relax in style.
I need a pair of those.
Yeah, thank you to the environment art team, because they always take my silly ideas and just run with it without questioning me.
So, speaking of heart canisters and shark slippers, that brings us to his ultimate, Cage Fight. So, for his ultimate, Malga deploys a barrier, and along with it, as you can see in the middle, a little totem that traps everyone inside that barrier with him. So, any enemies that are in the location where he is, it isolates all of them with him, for him to be able to take them on 1v1, 1v3, 1v5 if you're feeling spicy. But it isolates these targets by putting a huge barrier around him, which means the rest of the team might be locked off for them, and it keeps them inside, which can prevent them from getting where they need to go. So the biggest challenge when developing Cage Fight was keying into having players understand what this ult does and how it works, and so we developed it with these chains that are very visible and hold you in place, so you know you're trapped, and you know you really need to knuckle down and defend yourself against this man who's coming at you with you trapped in here with him. And we have a video for that. So as you can see, when he deploys it, the Reinhardts are chained with him within this barrier. He can unload on them. You also might notice that he has infinite ammo during this ultimate, so people are trapped in short range with you, and you may as well just hold down both of your buttons at that point.
Yeah, it's an ultimate that can be quite versatile, depending on the situation, the team composition, the state of the battle. A lot of the times, you really want to get one target in there, isolate them from the rest of their team, try to burst down a support. But sometimes, we've seen a lot of playtest people that go and they want to trap the whole team in there, right? I think there's already some combos online that people are discovering. If Malga traps the whole team in there, Lifeweaver can pull Malga out, but the rest of the enemies stay in that zone, stay in the cage fight. So there's a lot of things you can do here. Sometimes it's also just a giant barrier. know, it can just be this big barrier in the clutch because it has a bunch of health, quite big, takes up a lot of space.
And recently someone said Maga is starting a fight he has no intention of losing, and a big part of that is knowing when and where to start that fight. So playing as Maga at the lower level, just trapping people with you is a really good thing. It feels good, but at the higher levels, knowing when and where to deploy that to keep the tank from getting back to the point, to trap supports with you so they can't help their team, to trap a specific hero so that their supports need to decide if they need to jump in this barrier with you or not to try to defend them and protect them. You wind up with a lot of these cases where based on your comp and their comp, you can make some really interesting, fun decisions about how you should use this ult.
Yeah, and this was an ability that we actually tried previously as well. There's a bunch of iterations for other heroes at one point, right?
Yes, this was actually originally D.Va ult. Way back when we were developing D.Va.
Questionable version as well.
Yeah. Oh no, the D.Va version was actually a giant sphere that shot lasers at everybody inside of it. And we didn't go with that. It didn't feel good for that hero, but we never throw anything away, so we worked on it. There's been a few different iterations over the years, and with this one, I think we really nailed what we want.
Yeah, one of the most difficult things to get right, I think recently we tried this for Junker Queen as well at one point. One of the most difficult things to get right was the shape language of, hey, or the communication here where you're in a barrier, but then you're also stuck there. So we tried some things where it was a physical wall, actually, instead of a barrier to sort of communicate that. But then the chains came in, and that was really the difference. And I think the strike team and everyone working on Malga knocked out the park to finally get that one right.
Surprisingly, this is the one time that solo ulting someone is not overly frowned upon.
Wait, he's not saying you should do it.
Yeah, and for those of you playing him, keep an ear out, because if you trap only one enemy, there might be a fun little Easter egg voice line.
Before we finish up here, I do want to talk a little bit about Malga fits in the game, right?
Right.
So Malga, we envision him as being in a lot of different comps, similar, a lot of different rush comps, similar to Reinhardt or Junker Queen. You know, if you think about heroes that are going to enable him, you think about heroes like Lucio that can really get him into a fight fairly quickly, or even someone who can sustain him. You know, Malga's this big body. He needs a lot of healing, right? So you know, maybe someone like Lifeweaver can help him out and actually keep Malga alive in that fight. And then tanks going against him. You know, he is a tank that relies on dealing damage to keep himself alive. So if you think of who can prevent that, tanks like D.Va, tanks like Sigma are definitely ones that have a good chance against countering Malga.
That's awesome. Well, as you guys can see, the team really put a lot of love and care into these heroes, but Malga feels extra special. We really went that extra mile to make sure he was just right. But before we leave, I wanted to talk with the guys just really quickly, what has it been like working on? What has it meant to you working on Malga? Think so?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's just been an honor to work on one of the most anticipated heroes of Overwatch 2. The narrative foundation was so strong. It was just so much fun and a privilege to just build upon that. And I think we all sort of remarked on this when we were talking with all of the Samo and cultural consultants. We all, they were all just so joyful. They had this joie de vivre. And we were all really inspired by that. So I think you could really see it in the hero. You know, he's just a big guy. He wants to have fun, and we really wanted to instill that part of the culture into the game.
Alex, he's finally out.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, people are playing Malga right now. That's incredible. But I think one of the biggest things taken away from Malga's development is seeing how the team took the time to get Malga right. At one time, we talked about Malga with Sigma. We also switched Malga for Matra to have more time on Malga in particular. And it was just the team taking the time to make sure that this hero in particular came out in the best iteration possible. So shout out to Josh No and the rest of the Malga Strike team for what we're going to release in Season 8.
Qué locura, ¿no?
Applause. Season 8.
Josh No.
So,
thank you.
Estaba hablando y han preferido que se vaya. Que siga siendo la traducción. Mal que bien llegaba a entender también yo, bueno.
And Malga, I think, really nails that kind of big, bold personality that I love in our heroes. He's out there. The previous hero that did this for me was Junker Queen. Junker Queen is this big, bold personality. Even though she's not the greatest person overall, you really connect with her and her personality and how big she is. And they're, what? I love Junker Queen.
What? What?
Have you seen what she does to Omnix?
Enrico. Oh, sorry. You.
So, I think Manga also nails that, where despite what he does and his work with Talon and the kind of person he is, he's so big and lovable that you just really want to connect with him, and you do, and you enjoy playing him as a hero, as a person, as much as a tool set that really works with you in gameplay.
It's awesome.
Well, I gotta say, Manga is probably one of my favorite heroes for now. Like design-wise, I love it. And like getting to work on his guns and just seeing the process of how he started till the end, like how all the challenges that we got and how we just, you know,
más o menos calculando.
And we got the final designs. That was just like a.
What next?
I will never forget that experience.
What's next?
And
¿Qué sigue después de eso? ¿Qué sigue después de eso?
Is incredible. I love him.
Overwatch,
And,
el análisis
profundo,
el deep dive.
Yeah, it's been an incredible journey working.
Luego viene WoW Classic. What's next?
That's awesome.
¿Qué sigue, no?
Yeah,
¿Qué hay de nuevo con el WoW clásico?
I kind of mentioned
que es el cataclismo. Por eso estoy aguantando. Que no conozco nada de Overwatch y están presentando su nuevo personaje. Y lo bien que les han pasado, no haciéndolo, dándole vida. Me imagino que es todo eso.
Overwatch in general is this globe-trotting adventure. You're traveling the world, you're meeting these different characters, these different heroes, and we're trying to hit every culture, represent everybody as best we can. And I feel like the effort that went into this one, it just was next level. So you guys are super awesome. And thank you to all you guys for joining us today. And have a fantastic weekend. And before we go, sorry, don't miss tomorrow's What's Next panel, where we'll be showing a bit more of the heroes coming after with Aaron and friends. And my last thing I love about Malga is I love his
no duele mucho, pero se siente como si me hubieran golpeado. Curioso la sensación.
And speaking of Cha-Cha,
se siente como un dolor, pero a la vez un placer. No debería decir eso. Se van bailando, LOL. Se baila él. El otro se palteó, no quiere. Esto fue lo de el análisis o más que nada el comentario del nuevo personaje y todo lo que han desarrollado.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams.
Yo quiero ver de Warcraft.
Game Live.
Con lo de Warcraft ya los cierro, ¿no? Que viene WoW, Hearthstone, no sé mucho de Hearthstone.
HTC,
luego viene Warcraft Rumbling.
Debe
ser de Warcraft Rumble.
Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered.
¿Dónde están mis streamers?
And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
A ver qué dicen otros streamers, porque creo que acá los tienen más. ¿No? ¿Te parece ese actor? No, pero a mí se me hace.
Whatever you can do. We thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make them suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Uno de los panamericanos de Dota, ¿no?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end their terror.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Come on!
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Viendo una oferta de un monitor.
It was like a powder keg, waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Están haciendo transmisión. Están en el evento seguro. Ah, este es de Carlana. Es que lo cambia todo. Ah, ya. Un video. Un video. World of Warcraft The World Waiting. Claro. Ahí está, esto es sí. Qué buen video. Qué buen video se ha hecho Carlana acá. Este es de Carlana. Ay. Lo grande.
Good game.
Lo voy a bajar y lo voy a poner abajo para que veamos en qué está. Este aquí tiene su sonido. Sonido característico.
Calanas y calanas, ¿cómo están? Y bienvenidos a este video. Gente, ya está la BlizzCon, acaba de ocurrir, y Blizzard acaba de anunciar un montón de cosas para no solo retail, sino también para Classic, para WoW Classic se viene Cataclismo. Esto estaba rumoreado desde hace...
Sí, claro, eso del rumor de Cataclismo y todo eso. Pero acá está ya Warsaw Saga.
Planeada en la que podremos confiar. Y normalmente Blizzard no suele hacer esto de decirte las temáticas de varias expansiones.
Qué bueno, ¿eh? Sí, no, porque eso es por Metzen, como estaba diciendo, de todas maneras. Las características, todo ya, o sea, estoy viendo el recuento. Videote, ¿ah? Las características, no, sí. Que ya le dejé el like ya. Pum, acá. Listo. Le voy a ver. ¿Qué más ha sacado? ¿Hay alguien que esté en vivo por lo menos? Que esté viendo la...
You needed
¿Esto se ve aquí?
time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
Ahí está.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again.
Ah, Raven también ha reaccionado, ya lo estoy viendo. Ah, qué loco.
I'm not that person anymore.
I'm not that person anymore.
I have
no
light.
Anymore.
Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
They're getting worse.
Ah, ya lo tienen en español, lo voy a ver en español.
Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone.
Mira, acá está. Acá hay alguien con... ¿Qué dice?
¿Quién es Thrall? ¿Quién nos está llamando?
No puedo estar seguro.
Ahí tiene gente que están hablando.
Pero esa espada apuntaba a alguien.
Ahora entiendo la referencia entre Hulk y Thor. La gente de aquí, el chat de acá. Es el trailer en español de España.
She can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a
Ahora ya es papá, está casado, él solo piensa en cómo va a pagar la universidad de su hijo. Es lo que estamos viendo, están pasando lo mismo.
For now. Here I come. We got him where we want him.
Me suena que esta saga cuando después de quitarle el odio el planeta se destruye. Ese es el huevo de Moana, pero no te digo, me suena Moana, la gente está diciendo eso. Estoy viendo otro stream ahorita, estoy el de Champe, creo que es español. Y sí, me suena todo como Moana. Ese tipo parece el de Moana. A ver. En un receso largo. Pero ya que se viene según esto, dice WoW Classic What's Next, o sea, ¿qué hay de nuevo con el WoW clásico, ¿no? ¿Qué hay de nuevo, viejo? Ah, ese es las capo. Ya es los skins de Overwatch. Voy a subir esto, ¿ya? Esto me recuerda al LOL, KDA, ¿no? League of Legends. No había visto este trailer. Primero de noviembre.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR 400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Ya quiero ver cuál es, ya encontré el mono. Sí. En revés. ¿Qué fue con esto? Optimus 3200X. No tenemos un monitor de fría. Lateros creo. 150. Lateros. Y esta es la que me interesa. No, pero... pulgadas. La resolución que tiene. De acá. Este acá. Uy, este teclado de esta, ya lo tengo. Ah, no, este teclado, pero de este monitor. Este monitor están ofreciendo. Azul baja, sin parpadeo, soporte vista, especificaciones que tiene. 17 pulgadas, 2K, 16:9. Ah, verdad. El video.
Can your shadow be our light?
Paneles de ancho, de alto, entre píxeles, perdón. Área activa, ángulo de visión, curvo dice que es eso, curvo, ¿no? No lo veo curvo. Tiempo de respuesta, colores visuales, en Antrix, nada realmente. DisplayPort, HDMI, interfaz para detectar. Yo tengo un Samsung, yo tengo el Samsung LED. Tiene una segunda pantalla, se ve chévere, me presta una pantalla. Sí. Instrucciones, una PC, datos, adaptador corriente, no está mal. A ver qué dice aquí, véndemelo. Curvo eso. No importa.
Trying my best to do some good out there, but it didn't take long to realize that with the right
ángulos de visión,
everything would change.
Paneles
Step aside.
UHD.
You don't know who you're messing with.
El monitor ofrece imágenes impresionantes de todos los ángulos de visión.
And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
Este de aquí sí se ve de todos lados. Esta actualización 165, este tiene 144. Este 24 pulgadas. Tiempo de respuesta, un milisegundo,
just when I needed it.
Sincronización adaptativa.
You got it, partner.
Especiales.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
Ah, ya, esto. Tiene 2. El auricular. Se ve también.
Looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Tendría que decir, son bastantes comerciales. No regresan todavía. Bueno, la gente que se ha unido. Estaba viendo la transmisión en español de Latinoamérica, pero el tipo que estaba traduciendo estaba a la mitad y se fue. Ya no siguió traduciendo más. Y también lo estaba haciendo un poquito desganado. Estaba como yo. Estaba como, sí, esto y esto. Se fue a tomar agua. Pero ¿qué tal son los monitores antes? Ahora ya me dio la duda. ¿Eran buenos? ¿Los están ofreciendo en descuento por acá donde estoy? Tener un segundo monitor. O mejor conviene tener uno grande. La pobreza. Ahí siguen hablando de la segunda. Creo que ya el Deep Dive, el Overwatch, el análisis ya lo hicieron ya. Sí, ahora vendría el WoW Classic, que ya han anunciado el Cataclismo aquí como... Ay no, ese es el hardcore. El Cataclismo, el Classic. Va a haber Classic de Cataclismo. Contenido nuevo, esperemos que sí, contenido nuevo sería bueno. Así se ve bonito. Se ve muy bonito. ¿No? El monitor se ve muy bonito. ¿Vieron un mensaje? La parte de atrás tendrá luces, supongo, no veo. Pero el diseño sí es totalmente agresivo, me parece chévere. Para gaming. ¿Cuál es el otro? Este es el curvo. ¿Qué tal es este? Sí, pues es el curvo, se ve diferente desde arriba. Panel de tipo VA. Creo que ese panel no era muy chévere, ¿o sí? Alineación vertical, ahí está. Ofrece mejores ángulos de visión en los paneles. Que los paneles tengan el mejor contraste posible y mejor posibilidad de color. Un poco vi un video que contrastaba los VA. Creo que sí. Y ya no ponían los TNs porque los VA era como lazos, resolución. Estaba diciendo el video. Y luego puso a los IPS. Y en tema de contraste, creo que el VA es mejor. Sí. Pero en tema de visión, de visualización. No, era creo que el IPS tenía mejor paleta de colores y mejor tema de colores vívidos creo que era. Pero este tenía mejor balance de contrastes. El IPS muy blanco, lo blanco y oscuro, lo negro, ¿no? Pero ahí vamos. A ver. Pero este es Full HD, ¿no? Bueno, una con otra, ¿no? Amplios ángulos de visión, lo mismo 178 grados, 165 Hz. No está mal, ¿no? Que 700 soles quieren por esto. Que al cambio en dólares sería...
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our partners.
Como unos 200 dólares.
Game Life.
Sí, calculo $200 más o menos.
Xbox. Power your dreams.
$200 un monitor gaming. Que tiene LED, dicen.
Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4.
Why not?
NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest
Gente que
latency
vino del
on
WoW.
PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat.
Dicen que se parece a Thor, ¿no?
We're all gamers.
Ahora ya hablando de esta imagen. Sí, puede ser Thor. Le falta su parche. Yo creo que más se parece a un actor mexicano.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here's our next presentation. World of Warcraft Classic. What's next?
Uy, ahí está. Ya está. Llegó. Obvio.
Hola, Blizzcon!
Genial!
Hi!
Los inglés.
My name is Ana Resendes, and I am one of the 2 lead software engineers on the World of Warcraft Classic team. Today, today I will be joined by 3 other of my members of the Classic team. Josh Greenfield, our senior producer. Nora Valera, my fellow lead software engineer. And Tim Jones, our team's lead designer. It is an honor for us to represent the Classic team and talk to you about so many of the things we're working on WoW Classic. So today, let's talk about the Classic journey so far, plus Cataclysm Classic, Hardcore, and a newer season, Season of Discovery. Yeah. So you know, WoW Classic was announced at BlizzCon 6 years ago. And ever since that day, the team worked really hard to bring those precious memories of WoW to you and to me. The Classic journey officially started when you joined us in 2019 back in Azeroth creating a new character. Remembering the importance of having a good wand and being careful of how many mobs you pull at a time. We went through the journey of getting your first mount and feeling like you were riding the most powerful machine, making all those level 10s jealous of your speed. Eventually, we hit 60 levels, and we went on to face some of the most iconic challenges, including the Fire Lord himself, Lord Ragnaros. We ran the Gong of Anchorage.
Ya eso es lo del clásico, Anchorage, Ragnaros y todo.
We completed our journey at level 60 by adventuring into Naxxramas with 39 other of our friends.
Claro, cuando vas 60
in
Naxxramas.
2021, the Dark Portal opened, and us brave heroes stepped forward into a
haciendo
new
el recuento,
world to face the
recuento.
Born Legion. In Outland, we learned to fly and see the world from a different perspective. And after killing many Talbot, we contested Illidan, and turns out, you know, maybe we were prepared after all. Later on, we explored the coldest continent of Azeroth. We arrived to Northrend via boat of Zeppelin, and we started hearing about the presence of the Lich King. We became masters of vehicles, and if you're like me, indeed press that red button.
Gracias por los likes, gente.
Oops.
No me dio cuenta, gracias.
All to prepare ourselves for the ultimate combat and defeat the Lich King on top of Icecrown Citadel. You know, as you heard earlier from our executive producer, Holly, our journey will continue into Cataclysm Classic in 2024.
Ahí está, Cataclismo.
The Classic journey started with you.
Que llegó antes que cualquier servidor
To
privado.
the WoW community. We asked what you wanted, you responded to us, and we listened. And as we move onward, we look to bring new Classic experiences to life, Cata and beyond. We're driven by smart changes as informed by you. So this is Cata for you. You know, but before we talk about all the changes that we're bringing to Cataclysm Classic, let's talk about some of the features that will be returning as we journey to the new level cap to 85. So, Goblins will be joining the Horde, Worgens will be joining the Alliance.
Claro.
Worgens, go! Cataclysm also unlocks
Ayúdenme.
a combination of classes and races. For players that like to play as a Night Elf Mage, your time is now.
Pero todas esas características ya se vieron.
Transmogs are
Es
coming
como...
back into Cataclysm. Start getting those ideas ready for your next Transmog contest. For the explorers, there's also where archaeology makes its debut. And for our PvP fans, rated backgrounds are coming back. Yeah, love PvP. The world will be changed after shattering of Deathwing.
Yeah.
No giant swords just yet, but big changes to Azeroth nonetheless. Along with graphical improvements, literally thousands of new quests await you across different continents. And of course, you will also be able to unlock flying Azeroth. As the world changes, it comes with some of the most iconic dungeons and raids that you have ever experienced.
Yeah,
all in all, this comes with 5 new zones, 10 new dungeons, and 7 new raids. And speaking of those raids, Cataclysm had a hugely varied opening tiers of raiding, including Bastion of Twilight, where after defeating our 2-headed mage Cho'Gall, a surprise appearance from Sinestra awaits. Later, we will venture into Firelands, soaring through rings of fire against Alice Razor, and seeing Ragnaros take his first baby steps. They grow up so quickly. This is just some of what we know, but what are we bringing new to Classic? What's new for Cataclysm Classic?
Ah, ya entendí lo que...
We have seen a ton of positive
¿Qué tal si es
feedback
para la
in the
gente nueva,
community
no?
around the new Titan
Creo que eso es lo que
dungeon
creo
system in Grad, or as you might know it as Heroic Plus,
¿Qué hay de nuevo?
allowing you new deterministic opportunities to gear up. So we're excited to bring the spirit of those forwards into Cataclysm, for you to experience these new takes on Cataclysm dungeons.
¿Qué hay de nuevo? ¿Qué hay de nuevo?
We will be making updates to the guild advancement system introducing Cataclysm. We want to ensure that guilds that are on the smaller side are not left behind. In past years, we heard from you about wanting to have collections UI in Classic. So we're happy to have introduced that in our final patch of Grad. And now transmogs will live in it too, and they're going to be account-wide. So get all those alts together and get all that
Han
gear.
introducido el
Sistema
de colecciones de
transfiguraciones,
¿no?
at which we release
Creo que
content
sí, ¿no?
patches. I think
Está
we all
metiendo
know
ahí.
when a patch has overstayed its welcome.
Sí, ahí
Which
dice.
is why we're excited to announce that Cataclassic will be
que le ven rápido
experienced at
80,
a faster rate, faster than the original. And with that, we're also making changes to the leveling speed for new characters to get to level 80.
Ah, también
But
la
these
progresión
are
de...
just some of the changes that are coming to
hermandad.
Cataclysm Classic. We also have other topics of discussion in the team. But as we said, WoW Classic started as a love letter to the community. And we continue to look to you and you to provide great feedback. So if you're
Qué
here at
nervioso
BlizzCon,
está.
please swing by the Darkmoon Fair that is over there. There's a mailbox where you can submit any questions you have. And for those of you at home, talking to you, there's going to be open threads in all the
mala
WoW
onda,
forums.
ni
in
nada
the
le dice,
region.
ni siquiera un
And we look
grito, nada.
forward for your thoughts about all things Classic. Thank you again for taking this journey with us as we venture forth into our mysterious future. Speaking of the amazing contributions from the community,
Está bien nerviosa,
let's
¿no?
talk about
Qué locura.
hardcore. Yeah, hardcore.
Ya, la gente se emocionó ahora sí. Vio hardcore. Ah, sí, hola.
So, I have a question
¿Por qué les gusta
for
tanto
people
hardcore?
here.
No sé, a mí no me vacila la idea
Who has
de
made it to level 16
vivir y
hardcore?
morirse y ya fue.
Yeah, that's very, very impressive. That's really, really impressive. But, okay, who here has died before level 16 hardcore?
¿Quién se ha muerto antes de llegar al 60?
Me too. You and I, my friends, that has happened. But in fact, you're not alone. Yeah.
Ah, la miércoles, que estos son los que se murieron.
Oh,
rayos.
Including those unfortunate hunters.
Los que más se mueren son los cazadores. Pues.
So, here are updated stats from end of last
Pero si
month.
tienen mascotas, justo por eso debe ser, ¿no?
And for our next information of data here, I do not have a data table for this, but let's take a look at some reenactments of the 3 most common environmental deaths in hardcore. So, who else was looting that final mob and forgot to take a look at their breath meter?
No. Ay, mira, las muertes más locas. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Quién se ha muerto así? Sacrilegio. Ya, se murió. Listo.
Or you misjudged the distance.
¿Qué? ¿Quién se suicidó?
A moral reminder.
Sí, había visto varios así.
Yeah, I mean, these are some dumb ways to die, you know, but
Son formas muy tontas de morirse.
there are so much more heroic ways to die.
Y hay formas heroicas de morirse.
To see how players have engaged with our new feature, Duel to the Dead, Makora. Yeah.
Ah, en Makora. Se han retado en Makora.
And all the players that have been brave enough to participate in them.
Se pueden hacer roles ahí también.
But you know, as Holly mentioned earlier today, we have a new optional rule set coming to hardcore. So we are excited to officially announce, officially announce that Self-Found will be coming to hardcore in early 2024. Yeah.
O sea, lo más pronto en el 2024.
Players that opt into this mode won't be able to trade, use the mail,
algunos creen que es la primera mitad del año. Uno de esos meses.
You reach max level. We hope that you join us to take on this new challenge. So yeah, on behalf of the Classic team, thank you so much for joining us on the Classic journey so far. And we can't wait to see you back in Azeroth. So now, I know everybody wants to hear more about the Season of Discovery, so I'm gonna bring in,
Season of Discovery. Le están llamando la temporada de descubrimiento, ¿no? A esto. Ah, y alguien más se va a unir para ellos. Josh Greenfield, el productor senior del juego.
Wow, look at this crowd. Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Josh Greenfield, and I'm the senior game producer on WoW Classic. I'm here to talk to you today about our new season for a Classic World of Warcraft, Season of Discovery. Today, I'm going to give you an introduction and an overview of what our season is at a very high level, as well as giving you an idea of what our major features are. After this overview, I'm going to hand things off to a few other Classic team members to dig into some specifics about what I'm going to cover. So let's go ahead and jump in.
Okay.
So it seems fitting to start off talking about discoveries. It's in the name after all, so it seems pretty important to the season. When you first start a character in Season of Discovery, it'll look and feel identical to original World of Warcraft. You'll slay kobolds, you'll give lazy peons a bonk, all the kind of normal things you do when starting fresh in World of Warcraft. When you get to around level 2, however, in the starter zone, your class trainer will offer you a new quest. And this is to go find your first rune. We'll talk about runes in a little bit more in a minute, but after that intro quest, the game simply tells you, go find more. And that's kind of where discoveries come in. Discoveries are essentially secrets hidden throughout the game world. They usually aren't quests in the traditional sense. There's nothing on your map to show them to you. This is Classic after all. And some may be as simple as a treasure coffer deep in a kobold mine.
Creo que le van a dar misiones para descubrir, que no son las clásicas misiones, que no se van a ver en el mapa.
A little bit of creativity or some keen observation skills to obtain. One of the things we love about Azeroth is the sense of awe and wonder it inspires. It's a massive world. But due to the kind of solved nature of original WoW, it can sometimes feel a lot smaller than it did when we first started our adventures. Discoveries are a way to disrupt that a bit. Keep the world familiar, comfortable, but add enough new things to find to evoke that sense of adventure and exploration we first felt when we stepped foot in Azeroth. Beyond the next hill, deep in the next crypt or cave, something exciting could be hidden. One other thing we love about discoveries is this social and information sharing aspect. For those first few weeks of each phase, we hope to find secret finding communities pop up
encontrar gente mientras lo haces, pues claro.
As players scour Azeroth to find all these little.
Eso fue lo chévere del vanilla, pues,
¿no?
¿no?
To read general chat as players begin sharing what they found with each other in
encontrar gente, mira, vamos a hacer esto,
social and info sharing aspect is super exciting, and we can't wait to see how long it takes for all these little secrets to be found. In order to preserve this sense of discovery, we will not be holding a public beta or PTR for Season of Discovery.
No public beta o PTR. No hay reino público de pruebas, es lo que dice. Es lo que entiendo.
We want day one of Season of Discovery to feel as fresh and full of surprises as we can. So we're taking a chance here to keep those first few weeks as exciting as possible. The last thing we'll say about discoveries now is that we wanted to craft them in a way that really felt at home in original WoW. Many times when playtesting amongst ourselves, we'd find a new NPC or an object, and
mira, te puedes encontrar nuevos NPCs.
Is this from 2004? Is this new? And we're like, yeah, it's new. That's new to the season. And to us,
new additions that feel at home.
The idea here is that these things feel as like a natural part of Azeroth.
Van a ser cosas nuevas, pero que se van a sentir como que nunca se vieron.
Let's talk a little bit about level banded
Que recién
content
esa es la
phases and
intención,
what that
¿no?
means.
Que recién
In
se están
essence,
descubriendo.
level banded content
Siempre
phases
estuvieron
are
ahí,
how
algo
we're
así
going
creo
to
que quiere.
approach the level up journey in Season of Discovery. When we initially launch, the level cap in Season of Discovery will be level 25. After a number of weeks, the level cap will increase to a higher level for the next phase. So, why a level cap of 25 to start with? Well, our inspiration for this actually came from the WoW Classic Beta in 2019. We saw how much fun the game was when the level was capped at a lower level, and how players would find new and exciting talent and item combinations to optimize around. And this is something we've always looked back fondly on, and it's something we've wanted to sort of explore ever since. We also realized how approachable an initial lower level cap could be. We talk a lot internally about approachability on WoW Classic and respecting players' time. There's a major goal of this level banded approach to really give you a chance to get into it. One of the things we really consistently see on forums or social media too is it too late to start? And oftentimes we'll hear this literally within a day or two of a new release. And obviously it's never too late to start playing Classic WoW. But as we've all, grown into additional responsibilities and found ourselves spending maybe a little less time playing games than we used to, we can definitely feel that sense of kind of fear of missing out or FOMO when we log in after a long week and see our friends 10 or 20 levels ahead of us. And for that, this level banded approach is perfect. There will be plenty to do in each new leveling journey, from the quests and dungeons and battlegrounds we all know and love, to finding all the brand new things to discover across Azeroth. And then later on, leveling new alts to find all of their hidden discoveries as well. There's lots to do, but we're hoping that you won't ever feel that sense of being behind just because you couldn't play on a given day. We also plan to give a very sizable experience boost to the previous level band every time we raise the level cap. This is kind of similar to Joyous Journeys and Wrath Classic, if you're familiar with that. So even if you miss a phase or once a level in alt, you'll be able to catch up to your friends in no time.
Niveles de banda,
the next
no
thing we want
entiendo
to talk about is in-game at level cap. So when we kind of decided on this level banded content
este es el
approach,
juego
we
luego de
had to
que
sit
ya
down and ask
llegas
ourselves,
al
what is
máximo nivel, no
in-game when
entiendo.
the level cap is 25? And first, I think it makes sense to talk a little bit about our inspiration. And this is something we really keep coming back to a lot on Classic. Since this is a version of original WoW, we wanted to start out grounded in familiar locations and put the focus for the new stuff on fresh gameplay and mechanics in those iconic dungeons and locales. To that end, our first raid in Season of Discovery will be the iconic dungeon, Black Fathom Deeps, reimagined as a 10-player raid instance. Thank you.
Ya, creo que lo puedes redimensionar a 10, los que eran de 25.
These are fully featured, deep, satisfying raids, and not simply the addition of a few mechanics to existing encounters as they were in 2004. All of these encounters are a full ground-up redesign and should feel like proper raid encounters.
Totalmente rediseñado, dice.
And of course, with new raids comes lots of new loot.
Van a dar nuevos objetos. El loot es como lo que despojas, ¿no?
In addition to raids, we also really want to play up that PvP aspect. And as a result, we're planning to add several outdoor PvP events to the game as the level caps increase.
Eventos de PvP, dejo tu jugador contra jugador. Gracias. Me frega como dice gracias.
We're most excited about
Otros decían,
is where we go when we start getting to higher levels. We are leaving the door open to the possibility of completely new experiences and the prospects of exploring previously unfinished or unused locales for future raid and dungeon content.
Creo que...
Level 60. I know, I'm excited too. I'm excited.
What? Perdón, ¿qué dijo?
Of exploring previously unfinished or unused locales for future raid and dungeon content. We're sorry, level 60. I know, I'm excited too. I'm excited too.
Van a haber nuevos... nuevo contenido. Qué loco. Creo que dijo,
we think
¿no?
that level 25 is going to be full of great, memorable gameplay that feels right at home in original WoW. But this is just the first step, and we think the best is yet to come.
Sorry, porque
So
en verdad
next,
no
let's
entiendo muy
kind of
bien.
change gears and talk about rune engraving a little bit. So this is one of the most exciting new things about Season of Discovery. One of the most consistent pieces of feedback we've gotten from previous iterations of original WoW, such as our Season of Mastery, is that many players would like to try some adjustments to their favorite class or spec. We really wanted to take a chance with Season of Discovery and go kind of wild here, and we did. That's where rune engraving comes in. Rune engraving is a new skill that all Season of Discovery characters know automatically on character creation. Rune engraving allows you to gather, learn, and apply new class abilities directly to your equipment, kind of like enchants. In the initial 1 through 25 experience, you'll be able to discover runes in your chest, legs, and glove slots, and as the level cap increases, additional runes for other item slots will be discoverable over time. Once learned, runes are permanent and can be applied and reapplied to your gear at will, just out of combat. One of the most exciting things about these runes is that they exist completely outside of the talent system, meaning that you could very realistically splash in, damage abilities with a healing talent spec so you can solo a little bit better, or you could swap maybe to tanking ability runes to round out the tank spot in your 5-player group if you're missing one. You may also encounter previously faction-specific paladin and shaman buffs as runes, which helps bring some parity to each faction without those classes losing their unique flavor or the factions losing their unique flavor. In order to also streamline the talent system to go along with runes, we do plan to adjust the respec cost to be much more nominal in Season of Discovery, particularly at low levels. And that's not all. That's not all. Who knows, maybe, just maybe, someday, you won't be constrained to just one talent spec in Season of Discovery. Who knows? So, overall,
algún día.
We've been playing this a ton internally. We've been having so much fun with it. It's everything we love about Classic, plus so much more.
Nuevos talentos.
At this, I'd like to hand this over to one of our lead software engineers, Nora Valletta, to talk about some specific abilities you may encounter on the different classes, as well as to talk a bit about our PvP plans for Season of Discovery. Take it away, Nora.
Take it away, Nora. About PvP plans for Seasonal Discovery. Van a añadir algo para el PvP, pues. ¿Quién es Nora?
Thanks, Josh. Hey, BlizzCon. My name's Nora Valletta. And along with Anna, I'm a lead software engineer on WoW Classic.
Ella es la jefa de la ingeniera en jefe, ¿no?
There are over 100 runes in the 1 to 25 leveling bracket across all classes, and we'd love for you guys to go forth and discover them on your own. However, to give you an idea of what to expect, I have a few to share with you today. First things first, I want to share some of the things we had in mind when designing runes in Season of Discovery. One is to shake up the meta. Our seasonal content is a great opportunity to deliver WoW Classic, but with a twist. With our non-seasonal content, we try to deliver a classic experience close to the original, but with seasons, we have the freedom to experiment with what-if scenarios, such as, what if rogues could tank? What if paladins did have a taunt? On that point, we wanted to introduce abilities such that each class has something special. Something that other classes can point to and go, dang, that's so cool. I wish I could do that. Many of the runes you find are greatest hits remixes of popular abilities from various WoW expansions, so many of them will be familiar to you. That said, some of these familiar abilities may actually behave a little differently than you remember. Some spells and abilities you'll discover have never been introduced before in any WoW expansion. For these,
creo que van a descubrir nuevos talentos que no se han agregado antes. Eso es lo que dijo,
sí. Most importantly, we want Classic to continue to feel like Classic.
Que se siga sintiendo como el clásico, sí. Stay true to Classic, claro.
Feel fitting for that expansion or fitting for modern WoW, but would feel out of place in Classic, so we tried to avoid introducing anything with a too modern feel and made adjustments wherever it made sense. Anyways, enough of that. Let's take a sneak peek at some of those abilities. Druids.
Los druidas.
In Season of Discovery, you have an interrupt called Skull Bash, which can be used in cat or bear form.
Skull Bash.
Fury of Storm Rage removes the mana cost of Wrath. Dealing damage with Wrath has a chance to make your next healing touch instant. Wild Growth applies a heal over time effect to your target and up to 5 nearby party members. Hello, hunters. Beast Mastery will increase your pet's damage, health, and focus regen. Growl is now a proper taunt.
Incrementaron el daño de los
Explosive Shot is a ranged damage over time ability, and Lone Wolf gives you a damage boost if you have no active pet. Pair this with dual wielding, and you've got yourself a mean melee hunter. Mages.
¿Cazadores melee, dijo?
Ice Lance is an instant frost spell that deals triple damage to frozen targets. Living Flame causes flames to erupt and chase a nearby enemy, leaving a burning trail in its wake. And Regeneration is a heal, which
¿verdad? Lo que dijeron. Magos que curan.
Another rune ability
Cazadores
called
tanques.
Rewind Time
Sí,
will
es
heal
lo
the
que
damage
dijeron.
taken over the previous 5 seconds. You can heal other people with this, by the way, not just
¿Qué?
yourself. So I hope you've made
Eso
room
en
in
el
the roster for
Classic, qué
mage
loco.
healers.
Pensé que estaba bromeando el que lo dijo. Como dijo maybe, yo para emocionarlo dijo. Pero oye, se pueden curar con magos, qué locura. ¿Y esto?
Hand of Reckoning is your taunt.
El
Knowing this ability will also increase the threat bonus of Righteous Fury and cause you to gain mana when healed by other players. Crusader Strike is a weapon attack.
Han añadido eso. El golpe cruzado, el golpe del cruzado.
Weapon attack
Por fin,
costs
dice.
no additional mana and instead regenerates your
Yo no
mana.
juego el clásico, creo que esto no había.
And Seal of Martyrdom can be activated to cause melee attacks to
No se
strike
emocionaron mucho
other
por eso.
nearby targets. You'll lose health when inflicting damage with this. However, nearby party members will gain mana based on the damage you take. Priests. You can channel penance to heal nearby friendly targets or deal damage to enemy
Penitencias,
targets.
¿no? Para los
Prayer of
sacerdotes.
Mending heals your target the next time they take
Prayer of
damage or
Mending.
receive healing.
Rezo de no
Afterwards,
sé.
it'll bounce to another friendly player nearby. Homunculi animates 3
Homúnculo?
miniature copies of your character, which will attack your target with a mace, a sword,
help me.
and an axe, reducing their attack speed, attack power, and armor, respectively. Rogues.
Los pícaros.
From
Todo eso no había,
stealth,
¿no? Me imagino que
Shadow
estos talentos se
Strike
están
allows you to
añadiendo porque no
teleport behind your
habían.
target and strike for a
O
nice
los
big
están
chunk of
presentando porque no
damage.
había.
Envenom is a finishing move. It deals poison damage based on your deadly poison doses on the target, and also increases the frequency of applying instant poison for some time afterwards. Just a Flesh Wound is our rogue
Hombre.
tank ability. You generate way more threat, you take reduced physical damage while Blade Dance is active, you're less likely to be critically hit by melee attacks, and your Feint ability turns into a taunt called Tease. Shamans. Lava
Chamanes.
Lash deals offhand weapon damage.
Lava Lash.
In Season of Discovery,
Lava de
enhancement
lava, no sé
shamans
cuál
can
es
dual wield with the help of another rune not pictured here. Happy hunting. Healing Rain is a gradual AoE heal which can be placed on the ground, or on a lamppost, or on the ceiling.
¿Que
Way
se
of
curan con la
Earth
lluvia?
allows you to perform the coveted role of Shaman Tank.
Forma de la tierra, dice, ¿no? I love you, converter.
With this, you'll deal increased
¿Lo convierte a
threat,
tanque
you'll
el
take
chamán?
less damage,
¡Qué locura!
becomes your taunt.
¡Qué locura! Los brujos, los brujos.
Haunt deals damage, increases all shadow damage you deal to the target, and heals you for the damage it dealt once it's dispelled or expires. Chaos Bolt sends a big beefy bolt of fire at the enemy. It always hits, it can't be resisted, and it causes all of your fire spells to pierce through absorption effects.
Ya.
And Metamorphosis.
¿Qué? ¿No había? Ah, claro, metamorfosis no había, seguro que no.
This is your shapeshift,
La
allowing
gente
you to
quería esas
transform
cosas,
into a
¿no?
demon, similar to a druid's bear form, increasing your armor and reducing your chance to be critically hit. Searing Pain becomes instant, Shadow Bolt becomes a melee cleave, and Curse of Recklessness is your taunt. Warriors.
Los guerreros, ahora sí, vino lo bueno.
Victory Rush is a weapon attack that can be used after killing an enemy.
Golpe.
It will heal you for a certain
¿Cómo
percentage
era?
of your health.
¿Ataque de la victoria? No me acuerdo.
Devastate will cause your Sunder
Devastar.
armor to deal main hand weapon damage, increased for each stack of Sunder armor already on the target. And Raging Blow is a vicious strike that deals heavy damage, but can only be used while enraged. Now this is just a taste of all the abilities coming to classes in Season of Discovery. And
Claro.
really, bottom line, we want everyone to feel OP.
Bottom online. Making everyone up.
Anyways,
Que todos los
enough
guerreros
about
sean
runes.
overpowered.
Let's instead turn our attention to the ancient forest of Ashenvale in
Le
northern
faltaba eso de
Kalimdor.
daño seguro en el clásico, el guerrero.
Ashenvale is known for
Por
its
eso lo han
beauty,
añadido.
its rich natural resources, and its role as a hotly contested territory between the Horde and the Alliance. In Season of Discovery, earning kills while in Ashenvale will trigger a zone-wide PvP event. During this event, a leader will appear in the zone for each faction, a Farseer for the Horde, and a Priestess of the Moon for the Alliance. Your objective is simple. It's to defeat the enemy leader. Now, this is easier said than done. These leaders are tough, so you'll have to work together to take them out. In addition to the main camps where those faction leaders reside, various other camps will spawn across the zone for each faction. The Priestess of the Moon and the Farseer are each buffed by respective leaders in those smaller camps. The more of those small camps you can take out, the weaker your enemy's faction leader will become. Sounds familiar. It's much like Alterac Valley. This event is an awesome way to earn honor, as well as reputation with Warsong Gulch factions, which allows you to unlock some of the best level 25 gear in the game. You'll also be able to earn a mount, which you can actually use at level 25, but only in Ashenvale. It will increase your speed by 50%, giving you the extra boost you need to seek and destroy the enemy. So, come kick some ash in Ashenvale. I'll see you there.
Cuando dice enemy suena como anime. Yo digo, van a destruir el anime. Destroy the anime.
Anyways, I've done enough talking. It's time for me to pass things off to Tim, who's going to talk to you about raids and the PvE.
Lo último que acabo de decir creo que era una zona donde puedes organizar más que nada donde suceden eventos de jugador contra jugador. Team John.
Thank you, Nora.
Asistente.
Hey, BlizzCon!
Son
My
barbones
name
todos
is
ahí,
Tim
¿no?
Jones, and I'm the assistant lead designer on World of Warcraft Classic. Woo! Now, multiplayer content is the heart of World of Warcraft. Whether we're questing together, running a dungeon, crafting an item for a friend, or chatting in guilds about where to find that new Metamorphosis rune for Warlock, WoW offers one of the richest multiplayer experiences across all of gaming. And Season of Discovery aims to deliver on providing new group content that's both challenging and rewarding.
Quieren potenciar todo eso.
Now first, I want everyone to take a moment with me and imagine, alongside the Zorm Strand on Ashenvale's north coast lies the ruins of an ancient elven temple to the goddess Elune. Evil stirs within, drawing the likes of the Naga and the Twilight's Hammer in search of power and anything that could hasten the coming of the old gods. You know, maybe you've been here before, maybe not. No matter your familiarity with this place, it's hard not to be drawn in by the mystique, rich art, the level design, as well as the robust creature and spell ecology of Blackfathom Deeps. You know, on the Classic team, we couldn't help but ask ourselves, could this amazing location
Más que
be
solo
more
5
than just a
jugadores en
5-player
calabozo.
dungeon? So we're excited. Get your level 25 Prebis, equip your runes, find 9 of your best friends, and get ready. The Classic team is proud to announce Level Up Raids, new instance challenges for raid groups to experience the max level for each of Season of Discovery's content bands.
Están orgullosos de anunciar que esto va a tener un aumento de nivel. No se celebró solo.
Blackfathom Deeps is the first level up raid that you'll experience in Season of Discovery. You know, groups should be easy to form. Grab a couple tanks and healers, make a party of 10, you're good to go. God knows,
jugadores.
Everyone and their mom can tank and heal in Season of Discovery now, so that shouldn't be a problem. And content phases in Season of Discovery won't be as long as traditional Classic expansion packs. We want you to have as many opportunities to explore and plunder the riches within, and as such, Blackfathom will offer a 3-day lockout, much like the raid Zul'Gurub.
3 days lockup. Sí, emocionense.
The story's the same. The location and creatures may be familiar to some, but the challenges and rewards are brand new. 7 new bosses are here to both entertain and test your skills.
Historia lo mismo, pero van a poner más
How could we not
jefes,
make
más
raid
voces.
content without new loot? Existing quests and rewards have also been updated for the raid as well. And you'll even be able to find secrets within the raid. Can you solve the mystery of the Twilight Artisan? Can you find the recipes for the Blackfathom sharpening stones and wizard oil? And will you be the first group to access the new world buff, Boon of Blackfathom?
Bueno, por suerte el público no reacciona tanto. Ya vamos a reaccionar.
This is amazing. Let's peek behind the curtain at what challenges await players in Black Fathom, or as we affectionately call it, BFD, not to be confused with BRD or BFA or BWL or BWD. You guys get the idea. Baron Aquinas, he guards the entrance. No longer a simple quest NPC. You must challenge his elemental lieutenants that inhabit the Fathom Stones and defeat him. And in doing so, you may face off against Aquinas himself atop the infamous jumping puzzle. And jump you must to get in range of the Baron, but beware both the boss and your teammates, because there are many a peril that may knock you off. In all honesty, this boss is lightly tuned, and there are some hidden power-ups below the water to help you return to the platform. Next off, you must face against Gamura, the fearsome turtle that's been swimming in the enchanted waters of the deeps for a long, long time. Exposure to these energies has granted her both power and size, but most importantly, she's now protected by a magical barrier that protects her against almost any attack. Break through this barrier and start blasting for massive damage. Get your orange parse. All this commotion will bring you to the attention of Lady Saraves, a powerful and reckless novice who commands a legion of Black Fathom elite in Myrmidons. She is a formidable foe that will overwhelm you unless you find a way to turn her own spells against her and her minions. These three bosses round out the prologue of Black Fathom Deeps, and all three are available to fight in our demo in Hall D. Check it out.
Check it out.
And that's not it. Witness the corruption of Gelihast and take on the march of the Void Murlocs. Break past Lorgus Jet's magical barriers and corrupted totems. Conquer your dreams as you challenge Twilight Lord Kelris. And good luck against the giant Void Hydra.
Claro, del vacío se nota que son del vacío.
And not to forget, there will be glittering prizes awaiting you, including some of these fancy items. Now, telling you all this is great, but I think we'd rather just show you. So it is my pleasure to provide a quick sneak peek video of the raid, edited by the team itself, as though it was pulled straight from a community website in 2005. Please take a look.
En el 2005. Okay. Un video, a ver. ¿Qué hizo la comunidad? Es un video viejo. No. Le han añadido todo eso a uno que ya existía, bueno. Un calabozo que ya había. Qué loco. Claro, lo que quieren hacer es como que... ¿Qué sería si continuaran el contenido en lugar de haber sacado expansiones, no? ¿Y si se ve chévere? Bueno. Sí, se mueve.
Well, that's it for today, guys. We're looking forward to... Oh, okay. That's, that shouldn't be here. Okay,
What
that should definitely...
¿Es un error o no?
Okay, sorry, we should have... okay.
¿Que se le escapó intencionalmente? Se le escapó intencionalmente y es una rata. Peladito.
That's it for today. On behalf of the Classic team, and as Anna mentioned at the top, nothing that we do in WoW Classic would be possible without all of your support and your voice. Thank you so much for making the dream of WoW Classic and all the experiences we're working on a reality.
Ahora sí gritaron. ¡Yo!
We can't wait to see what else we have in store for the future. We can't wait for you to see. So please stay tuned for Hearthstone, what's next, coming up right after this. And we hope you have enjoyed this look ahead at what's next for WoW Classic. I want to reiterate, this is just a taste of all that you're going to uncover in Season of Discovery. And for those of you here at BlizzCon, we hope you get to take on the first 3 bosses of our Black Fathom Deeps raid on the show floor. And for everyone else, we're so excited for you to experience it when Season of Discovery launches worldwide in just a few short weeks on November 30th.
Lo van a presentar en noviembre 30, con razón. Pero muy emocionado para que lo vean, dice. Noviembre 30, ya hasta fin de este mes nada más. La gente del Classic ya tiene ya su contenido. Va a venir otras pausas. A mí me loquearon las habilidades nuevas. O sea, me gustaron bastante. El tanque, el brujo tanque, el druida, el chamán tanque también. El mago que cura, el mago healer. Loco. Luego las nuevas habilidades, ¿no? Esas son las nuevas habilidades.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners.
Quiero ver el de Latinoamérica, creo. No sé si hay gente o no que lo que acaba de presentar si lo han traducido o no. No está la voz. Ya no volvió más ya. Había un señor que traducía. Ahorita le voy a mostrar la voz. Le voy a hacer escuchar. Ahí está. Aquí.
De hecho, tenemos decenas de miles de ustedes aquí en Anaheim, California, y esperamos que disfruten la experiencia de inmersión que hemos creado aquí.
Ya, él estaba traduciendo y luego
también tenemos millones de personas.
Ya no está. Y claro, acá también presentaron las formas de morir y todo, pero no tradujo, no.
When we initially launch, the level cap in Season of Discovery will be level 25. After a number of weeks, the level cap will increase to a higher level for the next phase. So, why a level cap of 25 to start with? Well, our inspiration for this actually came from the WoW Classic Beta in 2019. We saw how much fun the game.
Ese es como el recuento de qué los inspiró.
We're chatting in Guild about where to find that new.
¿Qué se le filtró? Eso sí quería ver. Placeholder slide. Allá, sácame, dice, ¿no? Eso ya como si no hubiera nada. O que se les pasó un... Ya, sí, como esas diapositivas que se te pasa, ahí hay una de más. Uy, un mecanomo, un gnomo. Y esa es una plaza a la que no conozco su lugar. ¿Ese es Narram? No, ese es ¿cómo se llama ese lugar donde estaba Medivh? Me parece, no sé. Fácil y no es. Que parece Ay, no me acuerdo de ese lugar. Karazhan, ya me acordé. Creo que es Karazhan. Porque ya estaba hecho desde el Classic, ¿no? Y no salió. Pero no hay nada, ni en los subtítulos.
Thank you so much for making the dream of WoW Classic and all the experiences we're working on a reality.
Y este es de Latinoamérica, no está. Y el de España tampoco lo tiene. No, tampoco está.
Playing this a ton internally. We've been having so much fun with it. It's everything we love about Classic, plus so much more. At this, I'd like to hand this.
Esto está en español latino. Ya lo doblaron, ya lo lanzaron ya. Este es el que introduce la nueva expansión. Pero no había escuchado. No puedo, a mí se me hace que este viejo es igualito. Ahí está, ¿sí o no? ¿Lalo Garza seguirá haciendo la voz? Anduin. Oye, sí es igualito, no digan. Es igualito ese mexicano. Es igualito. Que claro que de lejos ya parece más a Thor, el pelo corto. Pero así de cerca parece este pata. Este tipo. Pero el CGI, mira cómo evoluciona. Uf, parece real. Sí, es
Vienes
igual.
a decir no podemos ocultarnos. ¿No es cierto?
Necesitabas tiempo. Te lo dimos. Pero el tiempo solo no cura nada.
Ahora, la voz de detrás sí es buena. El de Lalo Garza. Pero es que Anduin era chiquito, ¿no? Y fue evolucionando con él.
No viniste solo por mí. Son las visiones.
Más o menos, ¿ah? Ahora sí.
Las has visto.
Como muchos otros, me parece. Hay algo o alguien que clama desde el corazón del mundo.
Buena es su voz.
Como una voz en un sueño.
Nárrame cuentos, Tral.
La oscuridad se avecina, Anduin. El mundo
Agárrate, Anduin.
necesita tu luz otra vez.
Hijo mío.
Qué bien, ¿no?
¡Ese Anduin ya murió! La luz se fue. Por todo lo que vi.
Y lo que hice.
Por todo lo que hice.
Tú no eres tu pasado, Anduin. Confío en ti.
Vamos, Krillin. Digo, Anduin. Ahí sí parece Thor. Los modelos humanos de cerca en el CGI se ve demasiado bien. Demasiado, parecen reales.
Es peor.
O sea que Acero te está lanzando ya el terrible spam.
Mira, sea lo que sea, estaré a tu lado. No lo dudes. Pero llegamos aquí por la voz. ¿Quién es Tral? ¿Quién nos está llamando?
Eso no lo sé. Pero esa espada iba dirigida a alguien.
¿No es Acero? Esa última parte me aclaró un poquito. Ah, o sea, Sargeras lo hizo con intención de algo. O sea que no fue que ya se fue nomás con ese espadón así al final, sino que con una intención realmente específica lo quiso hacer así. Voy a poner esa ya, porque también me llamó la atención esa de Sargeras. Recompra. Sí, ya ahorita recompro. Es esta la espada, es esta de aquí. Voy a ponerlo acá. Es retroceder como que es Dragonfly, Shadowland, Battlefield, son 3 expansiones. Uf, ya está bien Shadowland ya. Antes de eso, 2 antes de eso. Más atrás. Ah, mira, y Anduin era así. Era todo vivo. Más atrás, más atrás, más atrás, más. Aquí. Por acá es. Ajá. Final del juego, este es. No, esta es la tumba.
Nuestros
me confundí.
destinos ahora son uno. Argus será su tumba.
Al menos moriremos peleando.
Nuestra que...
No, este es... Camino hacia Argus.
Durante miles de años, la Legión nos ha perseguido.
No lo encuentro, qué malo. Estoy seguro que es uno de esos. Tumba. Es cuando le dice alguno sabe lo que estás haciendo, papá. Acá lo quiso convertir y le dice que no. Y ahí se anunció el Classic, ¿no? Qué loco. Pero... ¿el de Dargueras? No está el de Dargueras. ¿What? ¿Por qué no? No, por otra manera. Esta. Pero no está en el oficial. Oh, qué interesante. Bueno, ya. No, para no robarle, robo a AFK. Este es el juego. Ya que liberan a Argus.
Eso que han osado robar será super.
Y ahora sí lo encontré. Sorry que me demoré un poco. Es cuando lo espectoran las largueras, los titanes.
Se acabó.
Ya, se acabó tu cruzada y lo liberan. No. Está calientito ahí adentro. Y ahí ahí. Antes de irse. Justo en Silitus. Muéranse todos. Parece que eso sí lo hizo con algo. Pero yo entendía que esa espada se la iba a decir algo. Esa espada bueno, la usó, la apuñaló al final así con intenciones de darle a Azeroth, ¿no?
Por fin.
O sea, si no era Azeroth, ¿a quién? Yo entiendo que es a Azeroth. De robo FK porque realmente el canal oficial no lo tiene. ¿Qué viene ahora según el cronograma? Ya está WoW Classic, ahora viene Hearthstone y al final Warcraft Rambling. Yo creo que aquí lo dejo porque Hearthstone no juego mucho. ¿O no? Mañana viene WoW, recién. Pero mañana ya no lo puedo hacer ya. Mañana voy a estar de viaje. Y es Overwatch 2, Diablo 4. Igual solamente por WoW sería el inicio. ¿Quieren ver de Hearthstone? O ya estuvo bueno con la primicia de todo ya de Classic, World Soul y Hearthstone. Han puesto bastantes añadidos para lo que es el Classic. Con los poderes. Alguien está pasando a la Blizzcon también, los de Champion también están pasando a la Blizzcon. Viva. Creo que Viva tenía como origen coreano, ¿no? Le Serafín.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides more immersive experience for creators, with crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response.
Todo lo que pasó, la novedad de WoW es lo que me interesaba un poquito más. Mañana van a presentar más novedades. Pero no, ya no estaría al inicio del WoW Deep, del análisis profundo. Bueno, sí lo traduzco yo, no sé que en verdad si eso así o no, pero sí creo que le van a hacer como un análisis, se van a desenvolver más. Pero bueno, ya siendo casi las 6:30 acá en Perú, yo me voy despidiendo. Que de Hearthstone anunciaron que iban a ponerle un nuevo modo cooperativo. Voy a dejar algo ya para que puedas jugar con otra persona al lado, o sea, como un 2-2, como un tipo arenas así de WoW. Y van a venir los cachapack, los paquetes de colección. Y van a desenvolverse, supongo, pues que van a entregar, no sé, legendarios, cosas así. Pero poco más, yo no juego mucho de Hearthstone, ahí lo dejo. De mañana sí me interesa. Lástima que no voy a poder estar. Ya veré, pues. Pero nada, les agradezco a todos que hayan estado, que hayan dejado su like, que hayan venido a ver. Hay canales un poquito más destinados al contenido grande, que son, como mencioné, de Champions. Ya en los canales latinoamericanos, ¿no? Del WoW más que nada, pues, como el de Carla Andro, Dange, toda esa gente que sabe, pues. A mí me gusta el WoW y lo he tratado de ver. Warcraft Rumble, yo lo estaba en el preinscrito, ¿no? Se descargó ayer. Y nada, pues yo me voy despidiendo. Gentita Blizzconera. Ya el canal oficial del español latinoamericano y el español de España ya sucumbieron al horario pesado. Así que ya dijeron no, ya no más. El traductor, que era un tipo, se fue. Y nada, pues yo con lo que pude entender, al menos lo más interesante fue lo de el anuncio de lo que ya mencioné, lo que están ahí las miniaturas. Bueno, chicos, nos vemos. Me voy con qué imagen, con esta. Con esa, sí, con esa. Sí, esa estuvo buena. Con esta imagen. Lo voy a agrandar y lo voy a poner ahí. Ahí está. Ahí está. Ah, no, ese no es. Uy, no, ese no es. Ese no es. Ah, sí. Es esta. Bueno, gente. Gracias por los likes, gracias por seguirme. En verdad yo lo hice esto un poquito más casual, mirando. Pero gracias por estar. Ahora sí ya me despido sin tanta vaina. Adiós, gentita. Chévere. Nos vemos. Vamos a ver cómo lo configuramos acá.
NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Everyone for joining us again. Let's keep things rolling with the next presentation. Hearthstone, what's next?
All right, I made it down the stairs, so this can only go so badly now. Hello, and welcome to the Hearthstone What's Next panel. I'm Cora, and I'm the initial design lead on the Hearthstone team.
Ella también es de Hearthstone.
Super excited to be up here today, along with some other incredible designers who will join us as the panel continues. We've got a lot to share about what's coming to the game across both Standard Hearthstone and Battlegrounds. This year has already been absolutely packed with new stuff. We rocked and rolled in Festival of Legends, and we visited the iconic Ulduar raid to meet the Titans. Battlegrounds explored a rework of the Buddies system, the return of quests, and anomalies that changed the fundamentals of the game. We're about to enter into Phase 3 of the year, and you already know about some of the new things that are coming. And speaking of new things, we are really excited about the introduction of catch-up packs.
Catch-up packs.
We met. Oh. Thanks. We mentioned them at the opening ceremony, but let's make sure we really capture what they are all about. Catch-up packs contain up to 50 cards based on how many cards you've collected from previous sets. The catch-up packs for our next expansion, Showdown in the Badlands, will look back at all of the other sets in Standard. Voyage to the Sunken City, Murder at Castle Nathria, March of the Lich King, Festival of Legends, and Titans, and check how much of these sets you've already seen. For the expansions with the most uncollected cards, you'll get more stuff, and you can get up to 10 cards from each. Honestly, why don't I just show you what it looks like? Let's take a look at what just a single catch-up pack looks like for a player returning to Standard after a couple years away.
Wow, ¿todo eso le dan?
It's flashy.
50 cartas. Ya me quedé a mirar ya.
On the Hearthstone team. Okay, let's take one more look, but I think we can do better. This time we'll open a bunch of catch-up packs all at once with our recently released mass pack opening feature.
¿Hasta qué hora es? Este es una hora más.
That's a lot of cards.
¿Por qué no? Ya, pues, estamos acá.
We really hope that this will help you get back into the game, or maybe help a friend.
Todo porque me demoré en
el saludo final. Escena final no la tengo lista. And everyone here, plus Blizzcon collection holders out there, is going to get 3 more. Plus, if you pre-order an expansion bundle, good news, you get a bunch of these added to your bundle. And this includes those of you who already bought it, so please don't worry, you will get stuff too. Okay, that was a lot of technical stuff. Let's get into the fun. We've got a lot of exciting cards to show off for the final reveals of Showdown in the Badlands. But before we do that, let's take another look at that incredible cinematic.
Ya, van a mostrar cinemática. Bueno. Todo lo que tenga cinemática es... ¿Ya no lo vimos?
Trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Y eso ya lo habían pasado.
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg
Pero esto ya lo habían
waiting
pasado.
to explode.
Sí, dijeron que le iban a dar ese toque como de lejano oeste, o de salvaje oeste. Yo me iba a ir, pero me he quedado a mirar esto. Ya no queda mucho para que acabe.
I had the right backup waiting for me.
Una hora más, así no.
Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mudslider.
Let's show these fine folks some
Lenta vaca, no puede.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Showdown in that map. Pero man. Yeah.
Well, howdy, Hearthstone fans. I'm Edward Goodwin, the set lead for this expansion, and I'm here with Cora to tell you all about the story of our heroic outlaws and villainous townsfolk, and to reveal the final cards of the set. Let's start with a bang. Here's a famous outlaw that we got a sneak peek at today, Reno Lone Ranger. Say hello to Hearthstone's first neutral hero card. We tried to put him in just a single class, but he wouldn't listen. This is Reno's first chronological appearance in Hearthstone. We're going back in time to Reno and Elise's initial meeting and the start of their journey together. If your deck has no duplicates, Reno will make your opponent's entire board disappear, including cards like dormant minions and locations, leaving them with just a single board space on their following turn. We really wanted to capture the magic of a Wild West standoff at high noon. Your opponent will have to carefully choose which minion they want to play to challenge Reno in a high noon duel. Let's take a closer look at his hero power. Reno never goes anywhere without his trusty crystal hand cannon. It has 7 different kinds of ammo that it will randomly swap between at the end of your turn. Each crystal bullet deals 2 damage and comes with an additional magical effect. The various effects are all themed after a different spell school.
Okay, let's talk about why Reno is here in the Badlands. Long before Reno joined the League of Explorers, he was just a lone wanderer in search of profit. He heard through the grapevine that Blood Rock was the place to get rich, or die trying with a name like that. After wandering into town in search of a bounty, Reno was hired by Sheriff Eustace Barrelbrim to bring a group of outlaws to justice. In the sheriff's own words, these outlaws were the vilest, sickest scum this side of Azeroth. But after signing the mayor's contract and pursuing the bounty, Reno found the truth. The outlaw boss was none other than the noble Elise Starseeker.
Turns out the real villain was the sheriff himself, and the Azerite strip mine outside of the town was destabilizing the entirety of the Badlands. The townsfolk were digging up anything they could to get at those Azerite treasures. The bad news is, if they keep this excavation up, the Badlands will be destroyed. The good news is, if you keep this excavation up, you'll get a bunch of sweet loot. We've talked about the excavate keyword before, but to help you remember, let's drill down into the details. When you play a card with excavate, you'll dig deeper and deeper into the Azerite mine. Every time you excavate, you'll get better and better stuff. The first time you excavate, you'll dig up a common 1-mana treasure like you see here. All of the excavate treasures are designed to be used in a wide variety of circumstances, so while you won't know exactly what you're going to get, it will almost always be a powerful tool for your game plan.
Okay, let's take a look at the rare pool of excavate treasures. As you can see, we have a couple ways to keep track of which excavate tier you're currently on. You might have noticed that the first time you excavate, all of the treasures cost 1 mana. The second time, they all cost 2 mana, and that pattern continues with your 3rd and 4th excavate. I know, so predictable. That, along with the rarity gem on these cards, will hopefully serve as a great reminder of what layer of the mine you're currently on.
Let's take a look at the 3rd layer of the mine. This is where the treasures really start to ramp up in power. If you're not playing as one of the 5 Bloodrock aligned classes, this is the final layer of the mine that you'll be able to explore. While the Outlaw classes don't have a legendary excavate reward, it's still pretty fun to dig down into the mine. And we wanted to make sure that all the classes had access to the first 3 excavate tiers for non-constructed game modes like Arena. But if you are one of the 5 Bloodrock classes, hoo-wee! You'll get an exciting and unique specific legendary treasure. Take a look. The final layer of the mine is inhabited by some incredibly powerful Azurite elemental beasts. We wanted each one to fit with the various game plans of the different classes. For instance, Rogue wants to excavate a bunch of times with bounce effects like Shadow Step, and Death Knight wants to play for the long game by resurrecting high-cost minions for maximum impact.
We've already seen 4 of the 5 legendary treasures, but before we reveal the final Azurite beast from the mine, let's take a look at how Warrior excavates. I would say that Warrior's preferred mining methods are pretty explosive. Cards like Blast Charge and Reinforced Plating will help Warrior dig deeper into the mine while controlling the board and keeping their health totals high.
In addition to their less than elegant mining methods, Warriors have recruited the band of burly Dustbelcher ogres to oversee the Bloodrock mine. And none of them are more brutal than Badlands Brawler.
Badlands Brawler.
When you play Badlands Brawler, she'll start a brawl immediately. And if you excavate it at least twice, she'll rig the results in her favor.
So now it's not just Armorsmith that always wins brawls. All right, so what happens when Warrior gets to the bottom of the mine? Well, they dig up the 5th and final Azurite beast, the fearsome Azurite Ox. For just the small price of 4 mana and the destruction of the Badlands, you'll get your choice of 2 8-cost minions. Honestly, it's a pretty good deal.
It's not just the beasts at the bottom of the strip mine that are being disturbed. Ancient, slumbering elementals that make up the very foundation of the Badlands itself are being awakened. Let's meet the biggest, the baddest, and the sleepiest elemental of them all, Slagmaw the Slumbering. Every time you excavate, you'll get 2 turns closer to awakening this sleeping giant. Make sure you're excavating efficiently as possible to awaken Slagmaw.
And now that Slagmaw has awakened from its beauty sleep, we can tell you that it's going to be the signature card given to every person here and everyone at home who got the legendary BlizzCon collection. I mean, look at that.
So, we talked about the dangers that lurk beneath the Badlands, but what is there for the Outlaws to protect? You might think of this place as harsh and unforgiving, like many travelers before you, but there are lots of different environments besides just sand and rocks.
There are also big rocks. This Boulder Fist formation has particularly good slabs for the cost. But really, it was important to us that we show the Badlands is more than just a desert. The Badlands is a vibrant and diverse environment with a wide array of both creatures and landscapes.
It's not just the people that would suffer if the Badlands were in peril. I mean, check out the art piece for Living Prairie. Holy cow!
Oh, that was bad.
And at night, the beauty of the frontier is clear when the vibrant night sky shines on the many adventurers here in the Badlands.
But remember that our heroes are sharing this land with, well, the land itself. As the Badlands splits in 2, so do the elementals, like Mesa Dune the Fractured. Mesa Dune draws an elemental and splits their cost, attack, and health in half. But the effects and the keywords stay the same. So for instance, if you split a Ragnaros the Fire Lord, you'll get 2 4-mana 4/4s that both deal 8 damage.
We've got one more card to show you from Showdown in the Badlands, and we saved one of the worst for last. Velorok Windblade, a 3-mana 3/3 that does absolutely nothing.
Okay. Calm down. Much like Velorok, Edward is deceiving you. When you play 3 cards from other classes while Velorok Windblade is in your hand, he'll reveal his true form. That's right. Druid isn't the only class with dragons this set. Velorok the Deceiver is here to steal the show. If you've paid his bounty, he'll transform into a 3/6 dragon with charge, ready to take cards from your opponent's class. And just like that, that's the final card of the set. The showdown in the Badlands launch is just around the corner on November 14th.
Will the Outlaws triumph over the forces of evil? Well, if anyone can overcome the challenges here, it's the dynamic duo of Reno and Elise.
And now, let's hand things off to another dynamic duo, Mitchell and Gia from the Battlegrounds team.
Let's go! Hello! Thank you, Cora and Edward. Welcome to the Battlegrounds portion of the Hearthstone stage. I'm Mitchell, the lead designer on Hearthstone Battlegrounds. This is my first BlizzCon, and I'm super happy to be here.
And I'm Gia, one of the designers on the Hearthstone Battlegrounds team. This is also my first BlizzCon, and here we are on stage already. No pressure.
It's been a jam-packed year for Battlegrounds so far. We released our 10th minion type in Undead, which breathed new life, or took it away, I guess, into combat-based strategies. And we introduced dual-type minions that lets comps overlap and synergize in novel ways.
We also brought back the buddy system with a new and improved buddy button that gave players more agency over when to get their powerful companions.
We overhauled the minion pool, adding 58 new minions, including the upbeat mechanic. We also retired Poisonous as a keyword in favor of Venomous.
And we brought back the quest system with over a dozen new quest rewards.
And we launched our biggest system yet with anomalies, releasing new ones every single week. We're still going. There's new ones coming out like Tuesday. And we're breaking every rule in the Battlegrounds book.
Yeah, Tier 7 was pretty ambitious, but we're here to talk about something even bigger. Duos.
No, not that duo. Not that one. No, not that duo. Not that one. Get that out of here. There we go, this duos.
Introducing Battlegrounds Duos mode. Now you can grab a buddy and play against 3 other teams with brand new mechanics that let you collaborate like never before.
This isn't just queuing up with a friend and hoping you don't face each other, is it, Gia?
Nope. I mean, it can be fun to party up and then knock your own friends out of the lobby. We're not judging.
But what we on the team have long wanted is a bona fide mode where you can work together and win together.
Internal playtests have been an absolute blast, as I'm sure some of you on the show floor can already attest to, and we're so excited to finally share the details with you all.
Though, before we get into it, I want to give a really quick disclaimer. Duos mode is early on in development and won't be officially launched until next year. But here at BlizzCon, we have an exclusive sneak peek, so you all get to be the first players to try it out. Woo, thank you.
So let's break down exactly how Duos mode works. When a game starts, you and your teammate will each get to pick one of several hero options as normal. For example, let's say I pick Reno Jackson and Mitchell picks Dino Tamer Bran. Let's go League of Explorers.
Here's what a typical turn 1 looks like for each teammate. As you can see, I have my own board in Tavern, and so does Gia. I also have my own gold in Tavern tier, so if I buy or sell, refresh or freeze, tier up or hero power, it will not affect Gia's board.
That's right. We have all this stuff separate from each other. But the one thing we do share is our health total.
Each team starts with 30 health, and their combined armor is the combined total of both heroes' armors that you see during Hero Select.
All right, I think we're ready to zoom out a bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so here's the whole screen. Yep, looks like a normal game to me. But wait, hey Gia, what's that blue shiny thing?
That, Mitchell, is the portal. The portal is what makes duos duos. Let's say you're done with your turn and are just waiting around for combat. Wouldn't you want to see what your teammate is up to? By clicking on the portal, you absolutely can. So here's Reno on turn 1. He buys this Risen Rider, plays it. Then you can click on the portal and bam! Now we can see what Bran is up to. Looks like Bran's going for that Tavern Tipper. Too bad it's not going to gain any stats this turn.
As you just saw, it's like an in-game spectate button. You can see the minions your teammate buys and sells, cards they hover over, and you can even see their discover options. So let's sum up what we know so far. You buy and sell your own stuff with your own gold. You can use the portal to check on your teammate, and since each team shares health and armor, you can see them linked together on the leaderboard.
With all this talk of shared health, I'm sure the question on everybody's minds is, how does combat work? Well, you go one after another as a team, but it might be easier to just show you. Let's check back in with Reno and Bran as they enter their first combat. Pay attention to how the heroes and boards change.
In duos combat, one teammate's board spawns into the fight first. When all your minions are destroyed, your teammate's entire board spawns in next.
And since teams share health, any damage is taken by the whole team.
Oh, and if you're going first and you somehow manage to beat both opponents all by yourself, your teammate's warband will spawn in to deal extra damage. Up to the damage cap, of course.
Here's a recap of all of that. How will you know which teammate's board spawns in first during combat? Well, it's whoever's hero icon is on top of the pair as seen on the leaderboard. Each team's fighter may be different every turn, so strategize accordingly.
Strategy is absolutely key in duos, thanks to another new mechanic in this mode. Remember that portal? It's not just meant for spying on your teammate.
That's right. You can also use the portal to pass cards to your teammate. Let's check back in with Reno and Bran on turn 2. Okay, looks like Reno's going for the Swamp Striker. Okay, fine, don't buy the new minion. 1 gold left over, so dragging it to the portal. And now, you guessed it, it is with Bran.
In duos, you can simply drag a card into the blue oval, and it will whoosh right over to your teammate's hand. But it comes at a cost. Passing a minion through the portal costs 1 gold each time.
In initial testing, we tried letting you pass for free, but as it turns out, generosity was way too broken.
We always knew we wanted a way to pass cards between teammates, and we tested all sorts of different versions of it. But of course, we didn't have that portal VFX right from the start. Can anyone take a guess what we used in the meantime?
I can guess. Maybe not too fair, but it was tradable. We already knew from traditional Hearthstone that dragging a card to the deck feels simple and intuitive. And the moment that we repurposed this UI for duos, playtests started to feel fluid and truly like a collaborative mode.
The portal has other similarities to tradable too. You can use it any number of times in a turn, as long as you have the gold, of course. And you can only pass cards from your hand through it. Once a minion is on the board, it's a no-go.
Yep. And when you receive something from the portal, it goes to your hand, not your board. Speaking of, let's see how Bran does with that extra Swamp Striker from Reno. All right, gonna play that Swamp Striker, looks like. No Murloc in the shop, unfortunately, but looks like Bran's gonna settle for the Surf and Surf. Fun fact, this card was first called Surf and Turf initially until we realized it's a Naga and a Crab, which are both aquatic. Yeah, 1 gold left over anyway, so Tavern Tipper's gonna grow this time. Now we can take a look at how their second combat will play out.
So as you guys just saw, even though Reno only had a single minion, the team still won the combat thanks to the power of Bran's board. Remember, you're fighting together. In duos, there are so many new ways you can work together, and having two players recontextualizes how you look at the game.
For example, with two shops between you, it'll be easier to find the pieces you need for that perfect warband. But remember, when you triple, it's only you that gets the reward.
And with two hero powers between you, there's lots of new synergies.
Right. Imagine I'm playing as Alexstrasza, and Mitchell is playing as Queen Wagtoggle.
Yeah, I could play for tempo with Wax Warband to make sure that we stay healthy.
Well, I rush to tier 5 and get my 2 dragons.
Wait, do you remember that hero combination we saw?
Oh, yeah. If Dino Tamer Bran gets Bran Bronzebeard the minion, he just needs to spend 1 gold to pass it to Reno.
Oh, and then Reno could goldenize the Bran.
Oh, Mitchell, did we balance that?
Anyways, so let's talk about some other heroes. Specifically, let's talk about some duos exclusive ones.
Right. Meet Cho and Gall, and their hero power, Double Trouble. Remember what I said about each teammate getting their own triple rewards? Yeah, that's not the case with these two. Whenever one of them plays a golden minion, the other also gets a triple reward.
In testing, we tried giving this power to an individual hero, but it was so powerful, we had to make Cho and Gall share it. And take note, Cho and Gall are special duos heroes, and they must always be played as a pair. You will not be able to pick Cho without Gall, or vice versa.
Yeah, Cho Gall should always be together, but they're looking awfully far apart here. That's better. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, wait, no. Poor Cho.
Oh. For anyone playing on the show floor today, Cho and Gall are guaranteed to be in your lobby, so keep an eye out. They're really good.
And they aren't the only new faces you'll be seeing in today's demo. We have all new minions exclusive to Duos mode as well. Let's take a look.
Up first, we have Passenger on Tier 1. He's a 1/2 that says whenever your team passes, gain +1/+1. Notice he says whenever your team, not just whenever you, which means either teammate can trigger Passenger regardless of which board it's on. He's a strong early minion that can grow throughout the game as you're helping each other out.
On Tier 2, we have Fortune Hunter Flo, also known as Shell Collector, but generous, and neutral, and Tier 2, with bigger stats. Is your teammate lacking just 1 gold to buy a second minion or tier up? Well, Flo makes it easy to help out. If you like your teammate enough to do so, that is.
Moving up another tier, we have Orchestra Conductor, a minion your team can scale together. Each time your team plays one, it'll upgrade all future conductors played by either teammate. While you could pass them all to one player, you can also use them on your own stuff and still be helping out your friend.
Only thing better than Pogo Hopper is Pogo Hopper with friends, am I right, Mitchell?
I mean, like, Pogo Hopper's a mech, though.
Hey, Duos has a mech. Check out Electron on Tier 5. At the end of your turn, give a random minion in your teammate's warband Divine Shield. You keep this guy around long enough, and he's basically bubble wrap for your teammate's entire board. And it's not just mechs that get specific Duos minions. Every minion type has one.
Yep, this is the Duos exclusive Naga Benefactor. Though normally you can only pass minions from your hand through the portal, Benefactor is one of the other ways that you can pass cards to your teammate. Its Spellcraft Benefaction will let you pass any non-golden minion in play to your teammate. Keep in mind, though, this can target the shop, so minions can be sent from there as well as sent from your own board.
Passing without using the portal like this doesn't cost any gold, so it's pretty nifty. Other than Benefactor, we've got a hero that lets you do so too. Madame Goya. Can't argue with that hero power name. It's pretty dang efficient to effectively buy and pass a minion for just 2 gold. Oh, and passing with Efficient Exchange or Benefactor also triggers Passenger.
If you're thinking something like, Passenger seems like it can be awfully strong for a Tier 1, you're absolutely right. And if your teammate has one, you're going to love this next hero, Phlebidinous Floop. With Glorious Floop, I can't believe I said that, you can choose a friendly minion during the recruit phase. At the start of your next combat, it transforms into your teammate's highest attack minion.
Mitchell, thank you so much for introducing that hero so I didn't have to attempt to say its name again.
Don't worry. Our last hero is somebody who you can't possibly mispronounce, because he doesn't have a name at all.
That's right. This is the nameless one. He straight up copies your teammate's hero power. So you could be playing double Galliwix, double Millhouse, or even double Greybow, if you're that type of person.
Hey, leave Greybow alone.
Speaking of copying off your teammate, the last minion we're revealing today is Sandy. At the start of combat, she transforms into a copy of your teammate's highest health minion. Just hope she doesn't get sniped by Tavish.
And that's all the Duos minions we're revealing today. There are more, but you'll just have to discover them for yourself on the show floor or by watching the streams.
Even with all these minions, we've not made any cuts to the live minion pool that's playable in today's demo. Balance-wise, it was a concern that it'd be way too easy to find the minions you need when you've got 2 players looking for them. But the larger pool is a way to offset that.
And when you're hunting for minions for the whole team, communication is critical, which is why we've made one more Duos exclusive mechanic. The ping system. No, the mage hero power isn't coming to BGs. Don't worry, it's fine. Pings are emotes that you can use to communicate with your partner.
In today's demo, you'll be sitting next to your teammate and can talk about your strategy in real time. But we made pings because this won't always be the case when Duos goes live.
Maybe you don't have the opportunity to do a voice call.
Maybe your teammate speaks a different language.
Maybe you're playing at work and you don't want people to know.
Don't worry, we won't tell if you don't.
During the recruit phase, you can right-click on a minion and those 4 options will appear. The blue portal, yellow question mark, green check, and red X. Left-click a ping to select it, and both you and your teammate will see the ping on the minion. If you ping on something on your own board, the teammate will get a little preview of it through that portal.
In testing, I often use the question mark on a minion in my shop to ask Mitchell, hey, you think I should buy this? And he would respond with either a check or an X to say yes or no, respectively. Or maybe even the portal to be like, pass it to me instead. Okay, greedy. I can also ping while spectating Mitchell's board. Look, this green arrow pointing sideways on the imprisoner indicates that I would get a triple if Mitchell passed it to me.
And this is where I'd see Gia aggressively pinging that minion in my shop. Okay, don't worry, I guess I can pass it to her.
Well, I can simply ping the freeze button. Yup, in Duos mode, you can ping pretty much any card or button you can interact with as long as it's during the recruit phase. I could ask my teammate, hey, should I refresh? Or tell them, don't tear up this turn. Or, if I want to be a real agent of chaos, ping them the portal on their hero power. To clear a ping, you can either right-click, then click away, or wait till combat automatically erases them.
Now there's one last emote you already know from traditional Hearthstone, but we're going to steal it real quick. Thank you for listening. Working on Duos. Oh, yes, thank you. I'm just so excited. Working on Duos has been an absolute joy, and I'm so excited to get to share this new way to play with everybody here.
Yeah, in playtests, I said multiple times that Duos is the most fun I've ever had playing Battlegrounds, so it's a real pleasure to finally invite everybody to try the mode. But remember, this is an exclusive early demo, and a lot of designs could still change between now and when we officially launch it.
But you can try everything we have so far right now in the demo area. You can line up with a friend, or maybe make a new one playing Duos. And when you're done, please fill out the survey to let us know what you think. Your feedback is very valuable to make sure Duos is the best it can possibly be when it launches next year.
And to everyone at home, you can still check out Duos by watching your favorite streamers today and tomorrow. Check out our blog post for more details.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great BlizzCon, and we'll see you in the tavern.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams. Omen, game live. HTC Vive Mars, virtual production made simple. Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Check out MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize-winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panels. They've got you covered. And the beneficiary of BlizzCon's charity auction is Direct Relief.
Whatever you can do, we beg you.
Will you save us?
Will you make them suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
Will you fight the darkness?
Please end their terror.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside!
Come on! You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you!
And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts. As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mud slider.
Sleeping like a rock!
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions. You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world needs your light again. My son.
I'm not that person anymore! I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
They're getting worse. Look, Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet. But that sword was aimed at someone. I'm here. Let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny. And she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss ya. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Says say quick Kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Whatever you can do, we thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make them suffer?
Can your shadow be our light?
And it's her.
In the beginning, I was all alone, trying my best to do some good out there. But it didn't take long to realize that, with the right friends, everything would change.
Step aside.
Come on!
You don't know who you're messing with.
They knew the townsfolk were up to something sinister.
Let's move!
Right behind you!
And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
We did it! No!
Oh, nuts.
As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me. Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya!
Candle mud slider.
Sleeping like a rock!
Let's show these fine folks some Badlands hospitality.
Well, looking for a standoff? Careful, it's against me.
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our partners: Omen, Game Life, Xbox, Power Your Dreams, Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch, redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Okay, BlizzCon, our next presentation's ready to deploy. Here's Warcraft Rumblings.
All right, hello, welcome to Warcraft Rumblings. Also, welcome again to BlizzCon 2023. I'm Tom Chilton, I'm the game director of Warcraft Rumble. Today we're going to do a deep dive into what Warcraft Rumble is, some of its history, and of course, what's coming next. To do that, I'll be accompanied by two of our key team members, Jackie Bacall-Head, our production director, and Jeremy Collins, our art director. But before we get started, since there might be some folks in the audience that are new to Rumble, pretty easy to be new to a game that just came out, we'd like to kick the presentation off with a montage of videos that just kind of quickly showcases a little bit about what this game is about, some of its history, some of the gameplay feels. So with that, let's roll it.
Warcraft Rumble!
It's an action strategy game that takes place in the basement of the Hearthstone Tavern. Originally constructed by gnomes, the machine prints miniature toy versions of the iconic heroes of Warcraft in a specialized mold chamber deep in the guts of the machine.
A massive, overarching experience. We've managed to add more zones to it and more experiences for players to enjoy.
The player's base is down at the very bottom here, and you're going to make your way up and try to take out the boss at the top. We've got ourselves a meeting stone on the left and a tower on the right, and then we have these gold nodes. And the gold nodes can be harvested by mining units in order to collect gold, which is sort of your core resource for deploying units.
YOLO!
It's do or die here,
YOLO
folks. It's do or die. Yeah, the sappers. Woo! Joyful chaos, folks. That's joyful chaos right there.
Enjoy the joy.
Enjoy the chaos. The chaos, it never ends!
Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Jackie Bacall-Head, and I'm the production director of Warcraft Rumble. I'm here today to talk about what Warcraft Rumble is. So as you can see from the video we just watched, Warcraft Rumble is all the things. We wanted to make a game that had a lot of different things for many different types of players. So I'm here today to talk about just a few of the things that make up Warcraft Rumble. So first off, we are a tower defense and offense game. Not only do you have to protect and worry about your base, mine for resources, source your army, but you must also attack your opponents or boss to claim their base. You get to collect a whole bunch of mini versions of Warcraft heroes you love. We've got a large campaign, and once you get high enough level, we have a challenging heroic campaign mode. We also have PvP for those who love competing against others. And for those who are most solo players, like myself, you can hit up a dungeon or play Arclight Surge. You can sync up with friends in a group chat and join a guild. And then once you're in a guild, you can work together with your guildmates to win the guild war chest each season. So these are just a few of the areas that I'll touch on in more depth, but otherwise, please feel free to head over to our Rumble area and check out the game yourself. One of the fun things you get to do is build strategic armies. Armies in our game are made up of troops, spells, and leaders. We'll be launching with over 65 minis in 5 different families with multiple leaders in each. The families are Alliance, Horde, Beast, Undead, and Blackrock. So you have plenty of opportunity to test out and try different playstyles. There's lots of choice in deciding which minis you want to collect. You might want to go wide, collect a whole slew of different minis, or go deep and level up a smaller number of minis, focusing in on increasing their power. When strategizing your deck or your army, which is based off the rock, paper, scissors mechanic, you'll be able to pick from melee, ranged, flying, or squad minis. For example, when picking which mini to play on the field, flyers take down a melee type, and ranged minis will take down flyers. And on top of collecting minis, you can also collect talents for them, which adds additional abilities. So for example, one of my favorite leaders is Undead Baron Rivendare, which you might remember from Stratham in Lordaeron, who will summon skeletons at your base or towers you control. I tend to go with Skeletal Frenzy for Baron's talent, which gives Bloodlust to nearby skeletons, increasing their movement and attack speed. I find this gives me an advantage as I personally love being fast in the game and I aim to control as many areas of the map as possible. So now you have an army built up, where are you gonna go? In Rumble, you're gonna go on a journey through Azeroth, moving through all the old zones you know and love, including Elwynn Forest, the Barrens, Westfall, Stranglethorn Vale, Darkshore, and many more. There are over 70 levels at launch, with 5 levels divided into zones, with the final level of each zone being a harder mission and requiring a higher level army to defeat. Each level and boss have a unique mechanic, so will require a different strategy, a different army to be successful. In Stranglethorn Vale, for instance, we have King Mookla's map. It kind of feels like a sports ball field where Mookla tosses bananas onto the field, and when any minis walk across them, they level up. So it's a fun way to add more strategy, deciding if you want to boost up some of your weaker units or go for your stronger ones. And then once you've beaten the campaign, you will reach Onyxia's lair. Onyxia is the hardest challenge and final boss in the game. Few have beaten her. Please let me know when you do, because I sure haven't. And now to talk some game modes. So Arclight Surge is a super fun solo feature where you get to replay levels you've completed, but with an electric twist. Every few days, a rotating selection of levels that you have completed will be lit up with Arclight energy. In one of the twists, you'll be given an army of minis to play with. You will have to use specific families with minis you may not own or have tried out in the past, so you get to try out different playstyles. It's kind of like a try before you buy. I've personally collected new minis based solely on the fact I've tried them out on a Surge map. In another Surge mode, you will get a modifier on the maps of a particular zone. So for example, where kobolds gain 10 levels for every gold they mine. It's a guaranteed mini that will not only help you source your army, but will fight back with some force too. And on top of the campaign mode that I've mentioned before, we have an even harder version with the heroic campaign. So once you get to 50 sigils, you unlock the heroic campaign, which I find to be extremely difficult. It is essentially the normal campaign, but with a higher level requirement and a harder twist on the map. So for example, Elwynn Forest is our starting zone. You only need a level 1 army. But once you unlock heroic campaign, you're gonna need a level 11 army in order to complete them, and then also you'll get to encounter different twists. The Dreadnought, for example, if you have played it, has 2 cannon reticles roaming the map instead of just 1, which you would find on the normal campaign. These levels are another opportunity to get more XP to boost your armies, as you get extra rewards for winning with each family, and another bonus for completing the entire zone. And a side note for a bit of insider information, as the team was developing this feature, we started calling it the mean mode. And because we love all things mini, our take on dungeons are mini versions of WoW Dungeons. These are a series of 3 maps with 3 bosses. Each week, we rotate the family required to enter the dungeon. So essentially, you'll pick a leader from from the family that's selected for that week that you can use to enter into the dungeon. And then before jumping into each level, you will get to pick a relic, which is just like a talent, but it could apply to either an individual unit, or it could be a buff to part of your army or your entire army. You will be able to stack 3 relics, 1 for each of the 3 levels of a dungeon. So for example, before you enter into the first level of the dungeon, you'll get a selection of 3 different relics. You get to pick one, jump into the dungeon. Once you complete the boss, you'll be brought up back to the screen, presented with another 3 relics, pick one, jump in. And then when you're playing the second level, you'll be able to use both relics from level 1 and from level 2. And then one important note, you only have 2 lives or Ankhs of Resurrection to get through the 3 levels of the dungeon, or else you'll have to start over from the beginning, which totally sucks. You can repeat dungeons and try out different relics and different leaders within the family for that week, collecting more rewards. But only the final boss win gets an army slot upgrade, which bumps up levels of special mini types that you can apply to your leader's army. Now, let's jump into some features that have human interaction. Are you super competitive? Maybe you do awesome defeating campaign missions. How about against players across the world? Did you happen to catch our Rumble Mania event today where we showcased PvP? In our PvP mode, we match you up 1v1 according to your rank. And as you get better and better, climb the ladder, you will play against harder and harder opponents. Our seasons are 6 weeks long, each with a different tower, map, and map modifier. It keeps the game fresh by changing up the challenge, just like many other features in our game. Everything rotates, modifies, and adds new twists. And then on the social side of things, we have guilds. You can group up with new people, group up with friends of old, chat with them, or work together to obtain your guild's war chest. You can have up to 15 people per guild, which has been a challenge for the team as we've been fighting to see who can be part of the best team guild. And taking a moment to dig into guilds, there's a feature called War Chest, which resets every season. This is a group effort from the guilds to play Arclight Surge missions and PvP matches to collect points to turn in for rewards. You get to play with, so if you use different family leaders, you will collect points for each of those families, and together that will combine for an even bigger reward. You can keep track of who is helping to gather points in the War Chest screen. Push your friends to go, 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 do their fair share of the work so everyone can reap the rewards. And with that, this is the end of my quick summary of Warcraft Rumble. We have tons of features for you to try out, learn, and master, and many more ideas yet to come. The team and myself are super proud of the game we get to share with you all and hope you enjoy it as much as we do. Next up, I'd like to hand it over to Jeremy, our art director, who's going to go over the history of the game and a little bit behind the scenes.
What's up, BlizzCon? What's going on? Hey, everybody. Thanks, Jackie. What's up, everybody? I'm here to chat a little bit about discovering the art style and gameplay of Warcraft Rumble, and a little bit about the team who kind of put it all together. Warcraft Rumble, like many game projects, began with an idea. What if we could make a game that miniaturized Azeroth into an experience that celebrated the epic majesty of the Warcraft universe and the fun moment-to-moment gameplay of modern mobile games? Making RTSs has always kind of been part of Blizzard's DNA, stretching all the way back 1994. Some of you may have not even been born back then. Orcs and humans. The strategy genre has been evolving ever since then, and we wanted to evolve with it. Tabletop war games were a very big early influence, as were physical board games. Like those childhood games that you had that had components of dimensionality to them, where, you know, instead of it just being a little wooden cylinder, you're actually picking up the object, molded out of plastic or something like that. Games that had pieces you could pick up and that weren't flat cardboard representations of a thing, but the thing itself. As you can see on the side screens here, we started with digital pencil and paper, often scrawling out those ideas in notebooks or on whiteboards at the studio. In those early days, the goal was really just to lay out all the ideas on the table and then start sifting through those choices that would support Rumble's core gameplay loop. But before we get too deep into making the game, most importantly, I wanted to introduce you to the talented artisans that have helped create Rumble, and let's take a short trip down memory lane with me. So here's the team. The original, some of them in the audience today. The original group of developers that started Rumble were originally comprised of Blizzard PC developers from various games at the company. Some of us came from World of Warcraft, others came from StarCraft, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm. But what we quickly realized as we began making the game is that we needed to bring in mobile developers from outside Blizzard to kind of round out our knowledge and learn from some of those best mobile practices. These developers educated us in so many ways on what mobile development looked like from the inside out, and it was incredibly helpful to the team to have those developers join us. You don't know what you don't know until you get the experience brought in to teach you about it. So we all shared that one thing in common, though. The team was all united by our love and passion for mobile games. I think we all remember that one magical summer where we were all chasing around cute little magical creatures all over our local neighborhoods. Our team truly believes that mobile games can create incredible and compelling gaming experiences, and that has fueled us as we launch Rumble towards the rest of the world. And lastly, and probably most importantly, we're all bound together by our love of Warcraft. Some of the earliest developers, including myself and our game director, Tom, who you just saw a little while ago, had already contributed to the world of Warcraft in significant ways already, and all of us were already huge fans of Warcraft going into this experience. As a little kind of fun fact, my parents bought me the Warcraft 2 battle chest for getting good grades in school. My dad was like a die-hard Mac guy, and so we didn't have a PC growing up, which basically equated to me not being able to play PC games at all. But thankfully, in those days, Blizzard ported everything to Mac, and so I was basically able to kind of grow up loving the game worlds of Azeroth, loving Warcraft, and copying the drawings out of the manuals, and it kind of began my love of art. Being able to kind of contribute back to Warcraft, the Warcraft universe in general, has been a really incredible experience. And while we've grown as a team throughout the years, it still feels very much like those early days in many ways, when we were all just a couple of us sitting in a little room in the back of Blizzard Entertainment working on a game prototype. For our early prototypes of the game, we used Warcraft 3 and WoW models and animations and VFX as substitutes for final art. We do this to save time while we're developing the art style, including characters and environments, but we need to stand things up really, really quickly, so we use assets that we have to kind of find the fun inside of the game. Early art experimentations had the entire play surface carved out of all wood or molded from a single piece of plastic. This became a little bit problematic because it was a bit too much of a limited palette to deal with and how large we wanted to make our campaign. We knew we wanted a giant PvE campaign, and if everything was made out of wood or everything was made out of molded plastic, it loses some of its specialness. And so in this kind of first video here, we experimented with a 45-degree camera instead of the vertical camera that we ended up landing on for the game. You can see here in the art style how a lot of the old look of the game leveraged the more kind of hand-painted World of Warcraft look before we adopted as a team what's called a PBR, or a physically based rendering pipeline. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that materials have their actual real-world physical properties kind of added to them: shininess, metalness, etc. Also, the 45-degree camera kind of limits how much gameplay can be on the screen at any one given time. The top left and bottom right corners are filled up with set dressing, and we really wanted to make sure the gameplay was front and center with the camera for the game. In this second example, you can see the old style of our orc and some of our older inventory screen iteration that felt a little bit more like boxed toys on a shelf. The older character design style was a level of detail higher than what we ended up landing on, but we learned a lot about the style and tone of the game from these early tests. And lastly, we experimented with kind of like a medieval style 3D world map, which, if you're a child of the 90s like I was, may have been inspired by a certain game from your childhood where you had to race against a timer to put little different shaped blocks into their corresponding slots, and if you didn't do it in the timer, they would spray back at your face. We took a little bit of inspiration from that for this map. This was the all-wood exploration of the game board, which was a test of really just how many orcs we could populate on the screen at any one given time, and the answer is a lot. We were able to get a lot of orcs on the screen. This was, interesting for us to see for the first time our 3D units kind of marching around a map. And this was our first iteration of mini deploys, which we knew we wanted something fun that really kind of lended to the physical nature of toys. That's an art pillar of ours on the Warcraft Rumble team. But why not slamming them onto the game board? Wasn't that really fun? So these were kind of the first initial tests of that, basically. We actually do a lot of employing what are called smear frames in the animation of Warcraft Rumble. And that's because there's no motion blur in the game. We simulate motion blur by stretching out the characters so that when in fast movements, your eye kind of connects the different frames together and it becomes one smooth animation without the need for motion blur inside the scene. Smearing the geometry of our minis basically allows us to kind of fake that blur by stretching the model out. One of the first things the artist did on the project was what we do best at Blizzard. To Warcraft orcs, and we didn't want to change that. I mean, we could not get rid of the massive shoulder pads. This is like endemic to the Warcraft art style. The game really needed to feel authentically Warcraft, but viewed through the lens of a mobile phone screen. Kind of familiar, but new. Since we knew we were going to be a top-down camera game, we put a lot of effort into the design of the top third of those characters. And that's where kind of color blocking comes in. We kept the color blocking for our characters, which is basically just like the overall local color of the character. Very simple, to 2 or 3 colors for quick and easy gameplay reads from our top-down camera. One of the main pillars of the look and feel of Warcraft Rumble is tactility. So much of the Warcraft art style is about that kind of handcrafted imperfection. We wanted to make a game that very much felt like a living piece of Azeroth, where the materials of the game felt real in their representation, but also captured the kind of over-the-top personalities of some of Azeroth's famous and infamous characters. Here's our earliest iteration of the orcs. These are those early animation tests I was talking about. You can see there's a lot of different proportion attempts, a lot of different styles being represented here. This is us trying to find out what proportions work best for us. My background is in character animation. I came to Blizzard after working for about a decade on feature animated films in Los Angeles. And so these early art style examples began with motion for me, because that's what I know really well. But the other early artists on the project were encouraged to explore in whatever medium they felt most comfortable with. And as you can see, we got some pretty varied results. So let's talk a little bit about environment art. So for the environment team, trees and Elwyn were their orc. We needed to figure out what the style of the environments were going to look like, and we needed to do lots of visual exploration around shapes with strong, recognizable silhouettes, but with an additional kind of toy touch. A lot of our environmental assets are built like toys, with seams where the branches of the trees meet with trunks. We wanted to make it feel like not only were the characters toys, but the environment that they lived in were also toy playsets. And we wanted to impart some of that manufacturing process of toys into the actual final models in our game. And so that's really cool for us. Everything in Azeroth has character, and we wanted to make sure it wasn't just the characters that had character, but the environments themselves were a character in their own. The same thing is true for the UI of our game as well. Getting our mini representation down for both environments and characters was really essential to kind of understanding the art style of what we were creating. This is typically what's called a vertical slice, which is really just kind of a fancy term for a small amount of polished gameplay that represents the broader visual look and core gameplay loop of a new game. It's basically like a little piece, a little corner of a game where we can see, okay, I get it. I see what the final product could look like. That's why you do a vertical slice. So I want to talk a little bit about the box, the actual Rumble arcade machine. We actually designed the Rumble arcade machine from the inside out. This was a very early collaboration with the story and franchise team, who make the incredible cinematics you've seen here today. And they did some visual development inside the Warcraft Rumble arcade machine. These renders right here are by an artist named Tony Bratinchevich, who we affectionately called Tony Renders on the team. I don't know if he knows that, but now he does. Thank you, Tony. Beautiful what-if concepts of the playfield and the exterior of the Rumble game machine, with lots of nods to the visual language of the Hearthstone Tavern, which is we're underneath, and gnomish gearworks, basically all that kind of fun, steampunky-looking gnomish stuff that populates all sorts of fun areas of Azeroth. In these examples, we tried kind of more porcelain-style materials, but at the end of the day, porcelain just wasn't the right material. It felt a little too fragile. Like the minis, we knew we wanted them like scrapping them up on the field, and we knew we wanted this handcrafted quality to them, and they needed to take a little bit of a beating, and porcelain didn't really feel like the right choice for that necessarily. This is a bit of a lower angle where you can kind of see that even in the early days, it still felt very Warcraft, with the distressed metal and the wood, but this version of the game was maybe a level of detail too great for what we were going for, or maybe too great for the medium that we were also on as well. Smaller screens require less detail. We had to balance the visual style for the mobile platform. Mobile game screens vary widely in size and aspect ratio, and it was very important to us to make sure that the art looked beautiful, and most importantly, communicate gameplay on those smaller screens, big from the beginning. Here are some screenshots from the all-plastic era of Warcraft Rumble. This felt a little bit too much like those board games that I mentioned earlier that were molded or vacuum formed from that single piece of plastic. It didn't feel quite right. We found that by creating different types of plastic, some more matte, some more shiny, some rougher, some smoother, that was our way of creating the material variation for the collectible minis inside of our game, and it was a way to kind of vary up the overall materials in general. In the same way that all Warcraft games are kind of lovingly handcrafted, we took that a step further and added some surface detail to our characters, which we affectionately called chipping. So in our game's fiction, the Rumble game machine basically prints out these kind of figures down in the creation chamber, which is like the mold at the bottom of the machine. And that's where all the minis are created, and they're pushed up to the kind of playfield. But we asked ourselves, like, who made the positives of these molds? You know, to make a mold negative, you need a positive first. We thought kind of about, you know, what tools that they might have used in Azeroth. And if gnomes made the positive sculptures that all these minis came from, maybe they used wood to make those positives. And maybe while they were making those positives out of wood, the chisels would have left little surface imperfections all over the place, leading to that more kind of handcrafted art style. But chipping basically allowed us to have details that went away when you're looking at the character from the top-down gameplay view, but when they're right in your face when you're looking at them celebrate in the UI of our game. And so we had to kind of balance that a little bit so that there was some interest and appeal for the characters when you're seeing them celebrate, but that they were also very instantly recognizable when they're out on the playfield. An extra level of handcrafted detail that is just very endemic to the Warcraft universe. And, well, here's where we are today. We are a bunch of very passionate developers, very eager to support this game with new content and features on a regular cadence. And while we've had a lot of fun over the years, Warcraft has always been our North Star. We wanted to make a game that fit in your pocket, where you could relive some of those classic moments from Warcraft's past in miniature form. We wanted a game that felt authentically Warcraft, a game where we could play in this massive sandbox that's been created for us. We hope you have as much fun playing it as we did making it. Next up, our game director, Tom, is going to tell you a little bit about what's coming up for the future of Warcraft Rumble. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks again. All right, so that brings us to what's next. And it should come as no surprise that we have a ton of new content, new features that we're currently either experimenting with or in production on. We thought it would be fun to give a preview of what the current roadmap looks like. However, it's worth keeping in mind that, you know, as all of you play the game and you develop opinions about what should come next, seems like that happens with some of you, we expect that things in the roadmap will change to account for your feedback. Believe it or not, I still hear about the dance studio in World of Warcraft that we talked about back around BlizzCon 2007 or so. But maybe it'll come next year, right? Who knows? So, you know, if we're all together again next time and something in here hasn't happened, just remember this fantastic disclaimer. But with that said, let's take a look at what the current plan is. All right, so this is a high-level view of some of the big beats that we're working on. For starters, we're going to cover new seasonal content. For those of you that are starting the game today or yesterday perhaps, Season 1 just got underway. But given that our seasons are 6 weeks in duration, you can expect updates for every coming season. In addition, we have a variety of new features planned, and those will help round out the game, and we'll cover those in just a bit. We have new map content in the form of a new dungeon and a new zone that are already underway, and those will be making their way into the game in the coming months. And of course, we've got a few updates to the PvP system coming soon as we continue to refine, balance, and spice things up on that side of the game. All right, so with a high-level look covered, let's talk about the seasons. Now, that of course starts with Sylvanas. As I noted a few moments ago, Sylvanas has been introduced as a new undead leader for Season 1. Sylvanas features a rapid-fire single-target attack that deals physical damage. And of course, you know, given that Sylvanas is the Banshee Queen, it's only properly natural, or unnatural, I guess, that once she dies, she's not really dead. She turns into a Banshee and then attempts to possess the nearest enemy unit. Now, as with every mini in the game, she also has 3 talents available to her for you to decide exactly what flavor of gameplay you prefer. So you could go with the Black Arrow talent. That turns her single target attack into an elemental piercing shot that can also carry through behind enemies behind the primary target, doing a bunch of additional area damage. Or you can choose Banshee's Wail, which causes Sylvanas to stun all nearby enemies once she dies, making it a lot more difficult for all those characters that just killed her to then kill the Banshee before the Banshee can actually possess an enemy. And then last but not least, you could go with Forsaken Fury, which grants fury to nearby undead and horde units. And that really kind of plays into, you know, of course, Sylvanas having been both leader of the Forsaken and eventually becoming leader of the horde. Now, as of now, she's exclusively available this season, both through the PvP ladder, through the war chest, and a bundle. And of course, you know, as new minis that come into the game are featured as part of the season, as the next season rolls around, they become available in the grid once that season has ended. So for now, for those of you that want her and you know, really kind of want to earn your way to Sylvanas, the PvP ladder and the war chest with your guild are the way to go. So that brings us to Season 2. Now, as you can see, with each season for the foreseeable future, we plan to add a new mini to the game. In Season 1, it was the leader, and in Season 2, it's a troop that can be added to any army. And so, you know, the Chimera, it's a highly territorial beast from the forests of Kalimdor. The Chimera has a long history of felling foes in battle. I mean, it may not have been as deadly as a Defias Pillager, you know, hiding out in a Westfall farmhouse, but, you know, don't sleep on the Chimera. So it's 2 heads, spew death from above. One of them with, you know, area of effect poison attack, and the other one has a chain lightning area attack. Now, both of these attacks are elemental in nature, but she can be talented in some interesting ways that emphasize different aspects of the Chimera.
Hey, Marcharu, ¿qué haces? Sí, es el Warcraft Rumble. De hecho, ya se descargó ya lo tengo, ya está habilitado. Están presentando lo que quieren. Me había ido a comer y he regresado recién. He estado viendo para no fastidiar. Pero ahí está.
Interrupting enemy attacks and movement, so the Chimera's poison has a chance to build up to more devastating degree. Or you can just keep it simple and go with the dynamic duo talent, and that adds fury to the Chimera's attacks, which makes the Chimera attack faster and faster and faster as it continues to attack. Either way, the Chimera adds significantly to the options that are available to beast armies, because it adds a solo, which is non-squad flyer option to the beast family, which is something that the beasts don't have right now. Right now, all their flying units are squads, and so if there's area effect anti-air, then it really kind of handles anything that's beast flying, but not once the Chimera comes out. All right, so next up, we have a sneak peek into some of the minis that are coming for Season 3 and beyond. On the screen to your left, hailing from the depths of Black Rock Mountain, we've got Emperor Thorson, and he really kind of rounds out the Black Rock family as its third leader option. We are working on a few different options for Emperor Thorson's abilities as we continue to iterate on him during our kind of gameplay testing. But the current frontrunner is that he'll be an armored mini with a fiery weapon and a lava spike attack. The fiery weapon is going to be his melee attack, and the lava spike is actually a ranged area damage attack. And then as for Season 4, we expect the Fairy Dragon at the center concept to be the new seasonal mini. One of the things that we feel like the overall mini landscape is missing is a flying troop that's resistant to elemental attacks. So the Fairy Dragon is the perfect mini to really kind of fill that role, given its history in Warcraft 3, Heroes of the Storm, and of course, World of Warcraft. Then on your right, we see Ragnaros himself. Unlike other minis described earlier here, Ragnaros is not going to be part of the normal seasonal content. Instead, Ragnaros is going to be tied to the release of the Molten Core raid. And not surprisingly, the reward for defeating Ragnaros will be Ragnaros. Now, we do expect that Ragnaros is going to be an extremely unique leader that has some very unique mechanics, one of which involves his summoning via a Majordomo Executus mini. And of course, you know, that'll happen none too soon. Now, as it happens, the topic of Ragnaros leads us to our path towards raids and those supporting features. So, from the game's original initial conception, we've really viewed Warcraft Rumble as a co-op game. One that would be really fun to play on your own, but also even more fun to play in a party with a friend. So to finally realize that dream, we're planning to create the ability to party with a guildmate and do some end game content and engage in co-op battles via the raid feature that I'll get into a little bit more in just a minute. But in addition, the development of parties and raids really kind of opens up the potential for additional modes of co-op play in the future, like questing, Arclight surges, and of course PvP. So, why play alone and absorb all the blame for your losses when you could rightfully point your finger at your teammate? Now, naturally, with the reveal of Ragnaros and co-op raids, it makes sense to spend a little time talking about how raids will actually work. So as I describe the raid system and how it's going to work, you might notice that there's a UI looping in the background and shows off a little bit of how this functionality looks and works in practice. For starters, raids will require the player's party with one of your guildmates in order to take on the raid. And if it takes 3 or maybe even 5 gigantic monitors to get the full effect of a 40-person raid in World of Warcraft, then partying with one mighty guildie is the pocket-sized equivalent. As you enter the raid UI, you might notice that the Molten Core will be split up into 3 wings and then a final boss encounter. Each wing is going to host 2 of the raid's bosses, and each one of those comes with a unique reward. We currently expect the first wing of the Molten Core to begin at level 26, the second wing at level 27, and so on. Then raids will be available for a limited time each season. As more raids are introduced, then they're going to come back into cycle in a similar way that the dungeons work right now. However, during any given raid cycle, you're going to want to consider what leaders to bring to which raid encounter. Not only do you want to pair an effective leader against a particular encounter that you're facing, but in the long run, you're also going to want to think about which leader matches up best against the different encounters. And this is because once a leader defeats a raid boss successfully, it's going to get locked to that map for that raid cycle. So early on in your Molten Core adventures, this won't be much of a hurdle because you're probably just going to be using your best army to kind of learn the encounters and learn to beat the early encounters. And then later on during future raid cycles, once you're getting to the point where you can take them all down, then you'll start to more specifically plan which leader you want to use versus which boss. So with the raid system described in a little bit of detail, let's jump into the first wing of the Molten Core. All right, so before we get into the details of these 2 specific bosses, some of the aspects of raids that you're going to find that are common between all the different maps are that some lanes are actually shared between you and your teammate, but there's also typically at least one lane that has deploy zones only for you and one for your teammate. So there's some crossover in some areas, but in other areas, it's really up to you to handle what's happening in that lane. In addition, all gold income is shared by both players, or actually given to both players. So as you mine gold, capture chests, etc., you're both going to reap the rewards, reap the benefits. There's no need to race your guildmate to the nearest treasure chest or gold node or anything like that. You can do whatever benefits the team the most. So now onto the specific maps themselves. The Lucifron encounter features 2 Dominator lieutenants. It's those big flame wakers that you see on that left map there. The Dominator lieutenants mind control the first enemy unit that enters their massive area of control. So be careful about what minis you send toward them. One of the main challenges here is to figure out how to bring the Dominators down effectively. The moment the mini that they've taken control of is killed, then another one is immediately dominated. So, for example, one might think that sending an entire coop of chickens at the Dominator to tank it while a sneaky Worgen, stabs the Dominator from the back is a clever strategy, but that all falls apart the moment the first chicken is dominated, is immediately murdered by all of its angry chicken brethren, causing the Dominator to then turn around and take over that Worgen that you thought was going to be doing a great job doing stabby in the back of the Dominator. So you're going to have to consider sacrificing a mini that has a little bit of survivability to a Dominator so it doesn't go down too quickly. So maybe Footmen, perhaps, for example. Also, keep in mind that while these Dominators don't respawn quickly, there are new ones that are summoned at various points in the battle. So that brings us to Magmadar. Now, Magmadar, the deadliest of dogs, for him, you're going to have to deal with a trio of ancient core hounds before you can actually do much to Magmadar himself. You can expect to have to bring down the ancient core hounds within a short time of each other, fittingly enough, because they resurrect each other when one falls in true core hound fashion. So make sure you bring a mighty death ball on your way to Magmadar. Otherwise, the ancient core hounds are just going to keep respawning before you get much done to Magmadar. It's definitely not the best plan to try to chip away at Magmadar while trickling in some sort of half-hearted death ball. We demand a passionate death ball here. Only that will do. So that brings us to wing number 2. Now, on wing number 2, Gehenna and Shazra and the Gar encounter reside. The Gehenna and Shazra map has the interesting twist that Shazra actually counterspells any spells that are cast by either player. Now, Shazra, which is the boss closer to the front in blue in the screenshot above there, it can be killed before Gehenna in order to remove that restriction. So, don't bring decks or armies that have too many spells that might clog up your hand until Shazra is actually down. Or you can attempt the map without any spells at all. Choice is yours. All right, as for Gar, be prepared to bring armies that feature a lot of elemental killing ability. The streams of elementals are summoned anytime a tower is destroyed by Gar. And you might notice on his map that there are a lot of towers there. There are 6 towers on that map. So you're definitely going to want to hold off on assaulting a tower until you're sure you can keep control of it. Otherwise, things are going to quickly snowball out of control, as any loss of a tower is going to create yet another wave of earth elementals. So in the event that you accidentally take a tower, it can be very valuable to be able to quickly deploy some unbound units to defend it, regardless of where that tower is on the map. So keep that in mind. Now, the third wing of the Molten Core are where Baron Geddon and Golemag are. Now, Baron Geddon's fiery lair of lava strongly encourages players to bring armies that are heavily stacked with flying minis. After all, the floor is lava. Danger, danger. And as for Golemag, beware the incineration runes around every tower. These runes are really kind of significantly alter the strategies for taking a tower. It's not just as simple as throwing any old tank at them to get the job done. You're really going to need to more carefully plan which combinations of minis you bring to these towers. Otherwise, you're going to watch your push really kind of melt back down into the gold dust they came from. And of course, what would Molten Core be without its iconic final boss, Ragnaros? Now, after you defeat the first 3 wings, then Ragnaros unlocks. And Ragnaros is a 4-phase encounter that will test us all. Phase 1 occurs when Ragnaros is submerged, and that includes the summoning of Ragnaros by Majordomo Executus. In phase 2, we're going to face off against Ragnaros's core abilities of Blast Wave, Meteor, and then also Lava Wave. In phase 3, Ragnaros submerges for a time and spawns many Sons of Flame. Let me know if you've ever seen that before. And then finally, in phase 4, Ragnaros returns and gains some additional abilities in the form of Immolation Aura. And all this combines to create an encounter that is very similar in difficulty and complexity to Onyxia herself, maybe even more so, but co-op. And so, it's going to bring an entirely new dimension to kind of what it feels like to beat one of these really complex encounters, and a lot of extra fun. So now that we've had a chance to cover the raid system and the maps that are involved, I'm guessing a lot of you want to know, what rewards there are going to be had to be earned in the Molten Core. So let's cover some of that. Now, each wing features powerful and in most cases unique rewards. For example, for clearing the first wing, you'll unlock a boost slot for an army of your choice. The boost slot allows any mini that's placed into that slot to be boosted to a base level of 20, which is the maximum level obtainable via XP. And this gives you massive army flexibility. If you want to try out a mini you don't normally use, no problem. If you just bought a new mini from the grid and you haven't leveled it up yet, no problem. Just slot them into that slot and have fun. Gives you massive amount of flexibility for really kind of playing around with different army compositions. Also, for clearing the second wing, you'll unlock a legendary tome and a legendary core. The raids in the PvP ladder are really the way to earn legendary cores that you'll need in order to finally upgrade a mini to its highest rarity. In addition, for every 2 raid bosses that you bring down, you're going to earn some Valor, and you can use that Valor to upgrade one of your gold army slots that you earn via the dungeons up to a platinum slot. And then, of course, for the final reward, as I already mentioned, you're going to be able to unlock the Ragnaros leader and earn additional star points for defeating Ragnaros and increase his rarity up from uncommon to rare, eventually epic, legendary, etc. So prepare some subtle but effective ways to tell your favorite guildmate to stop standing in the fire so you can get more cores from the Molten Core. All right, so with raids covered, let's move on and talk about some of the new Dungeon and Zone content that's coming on the near horizon. Now, as you might expect, we have some new challenges in store for you as we introduce one of WoW Classic's most iconic dungeons, Scholomance. Scholomance features 3 of the most memorable bosses from that dungeon. We have Jandis Barov, Rattlegore, and of course, Dark Master Gandling. As you build an army that's designed to take these encounters on, you're going to want to prepare for Jandis and her ability to clone herself, Rattlegore's endless waves of graveyard spawns, and Dark Master Gandling's propensity to teleport your army into rooms full of enemies. Gandling's rooms feature different groups of enemies that you're going to want to strategize around and make sure you're prepared to handle for any of the minis that get sent into those rooms. You wouldn't want to, get the wrong mini trapped in the wrong place. It'd feel a little bit too much like what happened a lot to our guild in Classic WoW. So keep your eyes open for the introduction of Scholomance and one of these content updates that's coming in the coming months. Now, as we continue to add new content for dungeons, we also wouldn't want to forget about the final Kalimdor zone. Moonglade is going to come into the game as the final zone of the campaign, at least for now. It'll come after Blackrock Mountain. And we have 5 maps that are in progress for the zone, with both normal and heroic versions, of course. The bosses that we're featuring for the zone are Brightwing, Fairy Dragon, a pair of Druids, one of the Claw and one of the Talon. We've got Brumaron and Ysera, and also Cenarius. And so the normal version of Moonglade is actually going to range from level 16 to 17, and that's going to put the heroic version starting at level 26 and ranging up to 27. So with a lot of the new PvE content covered, let's actually move on to our next topic, which is PvP. Now, we've got a handful of updates and improvements that are in store for PvP that we'd like to cover today. For starters, we're updating the seasonal rotation system to actually randomize which map gets selected on a per map, per battle basis, rather than featuring the same map for an entire season. In addition, we're adding a new modifier category to replace the current map category that signifies which map lasts for the entire season. And that's going to be in the form of the Siege category. The Siege category features a few new modifiers that are cycled on a bi-weekly basis. And those modifiers are very much designed to kind of alter what the kind of meta feel is of these mechanics. Now, one of them, this one that's currently named Crumbling Towers, that modifier causes captured towers to turn into meeting stones for the rest of the match. Whereas the collateral damage modifier actually causes damage to the opponent's main base anytime one of the towers is destroyed. Now, both of these modifiers are designed to really kind of alter some of your strategic choices about, what armies make a lot of sense for that particular section of the season, and also kind of alter some of the pacing of the PvP battle and kind of creates a very different arc and flow of the battle than what you would otherwise see for that kind of couple of weeks. Now, for instance, the collateral damage modifier really helps emphasize map control, and it diminishes strategies that are based around focusing attacks toward an enemy's base exclusively. Those of you who did a lot of that in beta and soft launch, you know who you are. In addition, changes to the cycling of maps and introduction of new modifiers. We're also in the process of adding global leaderboards. So, that's to support the PvP community and their never-ending quest to know who the best of the best are. Now, along with these updates to the PvP system, we actually have a feature in store that a lot of players have been asking for a long time now. A staple of the RTS genre for decades now on PC and more recently on mobile has been the ability to view and share replays. Fortunately, this is one that we also have and expect to support in Warcraft Rumble. So this is something that has been actively worked on so far. Not only do replays help players share strategies with each other, given that these replays can be easily shared with others, but they also help players analyze their own play and better understand improvements that they can make. So we're looking forward to being able to add these features to the game over the course of our upcoming feature updates. And those will really kind of roll out over the course of the next year or so. So having discussed some of the new content and the features that are coming to the game, it's time to kind of circle back to some of the cosmetic collectibles that we've been working on. Each 6-week season actually will feature the ability to collect new cosmetic items via the war chest and also via the PvP ladder. In our current rotation, every other season is going to feature a tower skin as one of the war chest cosmetics. With the current upcoming season is actually the Judgment Tower set, so you'll see that in Season 2. And then you'll also see some additional tower sets coming with every other season that happens after that, Season 4, etc. Now, as one might expect, we're also going to want to see some of the classic Warcraft tower architecture from the Horde, the Undead, and other races, and we'll be seeing those also soon enough. Then, to go along with the tower skins, we also have a ton of new emotes in the pipeline. In our current plans, the new emotes will be added to the PvP ladder each season. And every other season, there's also going to be an additional emote in the war chest. Now, maybe not surprisingly, the overriding focus for emotes is actually to just create emotes that feel really fun and expressive of the characters that are in question. In the middle screen behind me, you can see some of the new emotes that we're planning to introduce soon, whether it's, the Mecha Kobold, Garrick Padfoot flexing his favorite tattoo of himself, Murloc's Mighty War Gargle, Safe Pilot meme, Board Nixia, Steaming Pile of Reek. You can expect emote for every occasion. Now, that actually brings us to our final type of cosmetic, which is our first foray into skins for characters within the game. And we're going to be starting off with the Lowly Kobold, since that's a mini that everybody has right from the start of the game's earliest moments. And to do that, we're guessing that a lot of players would enjoy having the ability to theme their Kobold along the lines of the primary families of the game. And so we'll be making the family-themed Kobolds available for collection soon. And of course, as we continue our additions of new content, we're also going to be exploring ideas like leader skins. But that's a story for another day, so stay tuned for that. So that really kind of concludes our look into Warcraft Rumble, its history, and what's coming on the near horizon. We honestly couldn't be more excited for everyone to get their hands on the game And we'd especially like to thank everybody here for joining us here today. If you haven't had a chance to check out the Warcraft Rumble area yet, it's over there in the Warcraft section of the convention. Have yourselves a great time with the game itself, photo ops, and of course community events. And more than anything else, I'd like to thank you again and just say good luck with all your rumbling. So thank you all.
Blizzcon 2023 would like to thank our partners. Xbox, power your dreams.
¿Y qué tal las novedades?
Omen,
Sí me lo voy a
Game
descargar
Rock.
eso de Art Like Rumble. Para...
HTC
ver.
Vive Mars, virtual production made simple. Intel, push your gameplay beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors.
Pero lo que me llamó la atención es
Check
el
out
PB.
MSI's wide array of monitors, from Nobel Prize winning quantum dot technology to 4K OLED panel.
Aquí, voy a ponerlo acá. Todo ese trabajo artístico, todo lo que hacen, ¿no? Esto de aquí como modelado acá. La parte en la que muestran las salas, donde primero mostraron a Sylvanas. Y luego mostraron las raids. Ahí está. Este. El desafío de 3 alas, de 3, ¿cómo se puede decir? De 3 alas, de 3 de 3 espacios, ¿no? Así le llaman de esa manera. Pelea contra bosses legendarios. Cooperativo me parece que dice ahí con Guild Masters, con jefes de hermandad. Esta es la de Sylvanas. El héroe que van a dar, me parece. Y esta es la disposición, me parece. Ahí está. Luciform, Ahmadar. 3 alas. Una. Uy, acá está la segunda, me parece. Que salen estos 2. Ajá, esta es la 2. Genas y Sharas. Shazra. Y Gar. Todos estos son los bosses que estaban en el Classic, me parece, sí. ¿Cómo lo están dividiendo aquí? Ah, por ejemplo, este de aquí, que es la 3, me parece. Ahí están los lugares marcados. A, B, C, D. Y ahí están los bosses. El varón y el golemaj. Ajá, y este es golemaj. Esta es su plataforma, se podría decir, su espacio. Son 3 canales. Uf, qué chévere va a ser jugar esta cosa en el celular, me parece que para pasar el rato. Y el final siempre Ragnarok. Sería probarlo. Se ve interesante, sobre todo si hay PvE, es bacán. Porque el PvP tal vez es algo que se ha visto, ¿no? Yo no me lo imaginaba en PvE, cómo lo harían, adaptándolo al WoW, pero ya ahora lo estoy notando un poquito más interesante. Ahora, según la programación, porque también estoy viendo la programación, esto era lo último, ¿no? Lo de hoy. Esto es lo último, Warcraft Rumblings, es lo que acaban de presentar. Porque ya de Hearthstone ya hablaron también, sobre las legendarias nuevas y todo eso. Y creo que aquí ya quedó, ¿no? Ah, y el Shulmans como nuevo calabozo. Mazmorra iba a decir, pues, ¿no? Lo están haciendo. En los próximos meses dijo que iba a salir. Genial. Puedes tener replays. Ajá. Profile, perfil, batallas, opciones. Kill name. Ah, también puedes tener una hermandad. El líder de la hermandad. Sí. Le dan como referencia al trailer de Warcraft, el de Thor con va a buscarlo, a Thor con, ay, ¿cómo se llama? Thor con Hulk y Thor. Oye, es cierto, acá están. Ahí lo voy a poner. Eso no es. Qué buena. Voy a poner acá y luego tú acá. Alta referencia. Qué buena, sí, ¿no? Otra cosa más que le hace referencia a Marvel, ¿no? Porque también dividieron las expansiones como si fueran como si fueran etapas de un universo más grande. Está igualito, ¿ah? Le faltaba su parche, ¿no? Ah, este es otro otra vez Anduin. Vamos a ponerlo acá. ¿Dónde está? Y este no. Este ya salió. Pues acá estamos. Ya se terminó, me imagino, pues. Despedirán a la gente. Y más, dice. Solo quiero ver si van a agregar algo más como... ¿Van a revivir HOTS? O ya fue ese, ya le enterramos bajo tierra.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide. Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
You didn't just come here for me. It's the visions.
Ya está vencilitos, ya.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone is calling out from the heart of the world. Like a voice from a dream.
¿Volvió el que traduce en Latinoamérica? A ver. Me ha dado curiosidad. A ver. ¿Volvió? ¿Habrá vuelto? No, no volvió ya más. Que se frieguen, no entienden inglés, frieguen. Me voy. Ustedes se lo pierden. Y se fue el señor.
Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've done.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
I trust you. Pero la voz en latino me gusta bastante más de Ultron. Me parece más fuerte.
Hear me.
They're getting worse.
Ventor. Los Avengers nos necesitan.
Look. Whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course I will.
No lo sé, pero de seguro es Jarvis.
But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrawn? Who's calling out to us?
I'm not sure yet.
En verdad que chévere porque volviendo a ver esto, me parece chévere que por fin continúen esa espada. Ya se va a quedar como un astillón, como una astilla, pero con misiones épicas. Hasta saldría aquí, ¿no? World Soul Saga. Que lo continúen, porque en una entrevista estaba viendo que hasta se hacían los locos con la espada. Pero está bien que lo hayan continuado. Nada se desperdicia, nada se desperdicia. Bien, bien.
Yep, that's my name, all right. This right here is Gunny, and she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire him both, it's trouble. Action. Gameplay footage.
Para dar una oportunidad a la like. Mira, se descargó ya. Lo voy a mostrar, creo que ya lo tengo descargado. Acá está. Ahí está. Tengo el Wild Rift también. Ahí está. Está al revés, ¿no? Ahí está. El Art Light Rumble. Perfecto. Continuar como invitado. Continuar con tu cuenta. Le daré como invitado pues a fines prácticos. Ahí está cargando. Los contratos de licencia. Bueno, ya le di hecho. Porque lo voy a jugar. Ahí está. Ahí se inicia. Lo siento, compartiría pantalla de otra manera, pero ahorita nomás lo acabo de abrir. Este es el trailer que presentaron. Ajá, donde se arman de a piezas. Ah, mira, si lo quieres saltar tienes que mantener presionado, dice. Mantén presionado. Pling. Y ahí no sé, que está descargando, creo. Ah, está descargando. Ah, pero igual está bueno el trailer. esto fuera un sistema operativo integrado y no un pobre Motorola, lo podría proyectar. Ya descarga ya la mitad. Lo que yo entendí es que te van a dar el héroe como, o sea, te van a dar a Sylvanas, ¿no? De inicio. Espero que me den a Sylvanas. Si no, bueno, pi, no. Gracias a los que se están pasando y dejando su like, gracias.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor.
Ahí está, ya terminó.
Rapid IPS and rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR 400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Creo que acá se puede. Transmisión. Déjeme ver si se puede. Así transmito del celular, si no ya. Creo que no lo encontró al final. Haré un video después, pues mejor, porque acá sale ahí empezar. Despliega al troll de combate a distancia para acabar con los enemigos voladores. Ahí te marca. Eso sí se ve ahí. El de distancia acaba los voladores. Qué chévere. Lo tengo que seleccionar de acá. Ahí te dice al troll de distancia, a este. Acá. Y ahora, donde te marca volador, también pones el volador. Y ahí lo ayudas. Ah, mira, el de melee pega más fuerte. Voy a poner otro, ¿ya? Pues ya me está ajustando un poquito. Ay, me equivoqué de lado. Pero ahí se intercambian golpetazos. Ahí van dos. Voy a enviar un volador acá. Y otro así. Listo, ahí los estoy enviando. Para que venzan al boss. Y ahí arriba se ve que baja la vida. Me está gustando la animación que tiene. Lo hicimos, ya. Listo. Fue como la introducción. Es un poco lento este celular, pero igual. Lo corre, ¿ah? De hecho que ni siquiera lo he configurado, está por defecto. Ah, y sube de nivel, o sea, comienza a ganar experiencia. Control. Una forma estupenda de mejorar tus posibilidades contra los jefes difíciles es subir tus minis de nivel. Ya. Minis le dicen a estos personajes. Bueno, sí, tiene sentido que sean minis. No sé si ya se acabó porque ya en el programa no hay más. Pero siguen pasando así como cortinas. Desde el diablo. Gana batallas para obtener recompensas diarias. Acabas de progresar por derrotar a pies suaves. Es lo que dice ahí. Si me señala el cajito, le doy. Dice, vamos por más. Y ahí selecciono a cualquiera. Y ahí te dice, son misiones como el WoW Companion, el WoW, el compañero. Companion creo que se llama, Companion, Grow Companion. Te dan como misiones. Y acá te dice las recompensas de los que puedes hacer en verde, y lo que está en gris dice requiere. Ese que dice ahí es requiere. Acá de acá requiere y sale un símbolo. No le puedo dar. Esto es de Volkswagen Delwing. Es como si estuvieras empezando a levear, qué chévere. Si pudiera, verdad, si pudiera proyectarlo sería muy bueno. Ahí sale el video de introducción. Con 13 no tengo que hacerlo. Es una plataforma lineal, creo que es una... O sea, es de una sola plataforma. No es como que va por capas hasta llegar. Salvo en las raids, parece que en las raids sí son capas que vas haciendo.
Sinister. Let's move! Right behind you! And it was like a powder keg waiting to explode.
Lo podré poner por acá. Haré eso. Lo lograré.
As it turned out, I had the right backup waiting for me.
Y lo pondré acá.
Just when I needed it.
Let's do this.
You got it, partner.
Dispositivo.
I didn't intentionally pursue leadership.
I'm gonna punch ya.
S22C310. ¿Será esto? Agregué un dispositivo. A ver si sale. El celular aquí. Si no, ya lo tendría que ver para hacerlo después. Ahí está. Ya estoy conectado ahora. ¿Qué más sigue? Mientras espero que cierren esto, porque espero que se termine. Creo que ya no termina esto. Quiero ver si algunos están diciendo algo sobre la transmisión, si hay más o ya se acabó. Uy, la transmisión de alguien ya se acabó ya. Y era el que quería ver.
Is that it? You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself.
El de Champe se acabó. Están los panamericanos del Dota. Pero no. Yo quiero saber si hay más novedad porque sigue aquí. Oh, me está troleando, esto ya no sé si va a acabar. Tac, tacarac. Tac, tacarac. Parece que no, ¿ah? It's all over, creo que se acabó, ¿ah? Encontré uno en inglés, no sé si está. Está jugando Light Rumble. Ah, él sí puede compartir su pantalla. Qué pena. Yo no.
I'm not that person anymore. I have no light. Not after what I've seen. Not after what I've
¿Pantalla inalámbrica? Uy, no, me tengo que desconectar.
You are not your past, Anduin. I trust you.
Ah, ese es su poder. Y ahí está. Si pudiera proyectarlo nada más. Ya veré cómo lo hago en la próxima. No está feo, ¿eh? O sea... puedes reiniciar el juego, rendirte o nada más.
Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny. And she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble.
Ah, mira, acá te he dado 3 unidades.
Actual gameplay footage.
Si tú necesitas atacar, lo más conveniente es que lo arrastres hasta el punto máximo que te da, para que salga ahí, lo más lejos, y ganes tiempo.
Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come.
Ya tienes una base y lo puedes mandar desde ahí también. Por ejemplo, al troll lo puedo mandar desde la base que ya descubrí desde abajo. Ya, lo rematé. Creo que es todo, ya no hay más ya. Estoy viendo que algunos ya pagaron stream y otros están jugando Arlac también. No hay Classic Plus, dicen. No, no hay Classic Plus. ¿Qué sería Classic Plus? Ah, mira, sí, ya cuando ya hiciste reclamas recompensa. Ahí. Te lo desbloquea al siguiente. Creo que lo que pide es hacer el anterior, ¿no? Has conseguido un sello de Onyxia. Ah, claro, esto te da la monedita de aquí de Dragon Quest. Ah, ya ese es el sello de Onyxia que dijo, pues. Cuando tienes más sellos vas desbloqueando los siguientes objetivos. Claro, el primero te da uno, para el segundo te da dos, ya tienes dos, y así. Hogger es el último. No sé si van a continuar o ya no.
When it comes to power, performance, and style, you can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and Rapid VA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge. HDR400 technology provides a more immersive experience for creators. With crystal clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response, check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
What about that? Oh, I don't understand. Se están haciendo el game party. Las 9 ya. Jugar o acá. Luego va cargando los mapas. Creo que sí, va descargando cada vez que avanza. Sí, descarga los mapas cada vez que avanza. Le das al botón. Este de aquí es un poder. Ajá. Hogger, que es de melee, pega fuerte cuerpo a cuerpo. Pero sí, se tiene que acercar. Pero aguanta bastante daño. Si envío al cobol abajo para que haga la mina, pero de frente a la mina a hacerlo. Ahí lo voy a empezar a hacer. Mira, ahí lo empieza a hacer. Chéveres son las animaciones. Creo que solito se ha configurado para que lo haga en calidad ya específica para eso. Y ahí. La primera parte es fácil. Ahí está, esto dice que PvP. Lo que estoy haciendo es desbloquear. Creo que la fase inicial comienza a desbloquear personajes y luego lo comienzas a armar. Me parece que puedes escoger 4. Ah, ya está, listo, se terminó. Toda la publicidad me la he comido, pero por lo menos he jugado el Arclight y me gustaría transmitirlo eso porque está bien lúdico, bien chévere. Y mire, y esto es una parte del mapa, esto sí quería verlo. Esta es una parte del mapa que ya descubrí, como cuando el WoW descubres, y aquí vas a ver descubrir uno nuevo, ya tienes que pasar de todos esos puntos grises, acá ya tengo uno en dorado. Ya cuando lo transmitas se va a entender un poco mejor. Y desbloqueas recompensas. Pero eso va a estar chévere pues. No, nada que hacer. Me ha gustado el inicio, me ha parecido bien simple para entender. Luego ya para armar la estrategia, obviamente así como el Hearthstone, se va a ir haciendo más complejo. Pero bueno, ya con esta pantalla yo me despido. Gracias a la gente que ha estado, a los que me han visto irme, a los que se quedaron ahí hablando y bueno, a los que han pasado mis amigos y varios que han pasado acá. Mañana no voy a poder cubrir eso de mañana, porque yo quería ver de WoW. Pero por suerte hemos visto lo más importante, lo de Classic, lo de World Soul Saga, World Soul, qué complicado. Y luego el Hardcore. Y la siguiente expansión ya es ya se reveló que es War Within, como guerra interna, algo así. Bueno muchachos, yo los dejo. Esto ha sido todo. Y gracias por estar. Nos vemos. Sí, gracias. Han dejado su like, varios han dejado su like. Yo la verdad que ni me esperaba que iban a dejar nada ya. Así que gracias. Chévere. Nos vemos. Suerte. Adiós, gente. Gracias. Sí, esto no lo tenía listo, ahora sí.